Chapter 219. Since he was about to meet Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen put aside the matter of Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi. However, Lingxi told him that Mo Xiaolang was fighting. Long Chen was shocked. On this blue dragon planet, there weren't many early mortal core warriors, and the one who was fighting with Mo Xiaolang was most likely a late mortal core warrior. Since Mo Xiaolang was on this blue dragon planet, he could barely move. Perhaps, he would easily become someone's prey. After thinking up to this point, Long Chen told Xueqi to keep up with him. After that he started flying forward. Long Chen now had the blue dragon halberd, so his speed didn't decrease at all. That was why Xueqi couldn't catch up with him. However, Mo Xiaolang's position was also very close, so he wouldn't lose track of him. Very quickly, two people appeared in Long Chen's field of vision. One of them was a sloppy-looking burly man. Through the gaps between his disheveled hair, one could see his blood-red and crazed eyes. His killing moves were all extremely ruthless, and he wanted to take his opponent's life. As for the other man, he was only 14 years old. He had bright eyes and sharp eyebrows, and his eyes were like the brightest stars in the sky. His face was fair and delicate, and his body was thin. He was Mo Xiaolang, the man who Long Chen had met in Baiyang town. Finally seeing him, Long Chen felt like he was dreaming. When Mo Xiaolang was in Baiyang town, he was just an early heavenly core warrior, and Long Chen was only at the second level of the Dragon Vein realm. There was a huge gap between them, and in less than half a year, Long Chen had finally caught up. If Mo Xiaolang saw his achievement, he would definitely be shocked. On this blue dragon planet, late heavenly core warriors were restricted by gravity. Long Chen believed that with the blue dragon halberd, he would be able to fight with a late heavenly core warrior and rescue Mo Xiaolang. However, just as he was about to make his move, Lingxi suddenly said, "Chen, this young man has reached the late heavenly core realm." What? What the fuck? Long Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Late heavenly core realm, this was the realm of Dongfang Xianshao, the strongest warrior in Yuanling County. This abnormal monster was only 14 years old, and he had already reached this realm, and he had even conquered the heavenly wolf beastkin blade. This was the first time Long Chen felt so frustrated. He felt like he had caught up with his opponent, but when he raised his head, he found out that his opponent had already disappeared. But in fact, Long Chen felt happy for him. If he could reach the late heavenly core realm and leave this place, he would definitely be able to shine even brighter. A true genius could never be killed. Since Mo Xiaolang had reached the late heavenly core realm, Long Chen didn't want to join in the fun. He just hid and watched quietly without making any noise. The fight between these two men had started as a deadly fight. They didn't say anything to each other, and if it wasn't for the explosive sounds produced during their fight, Long Chen would have thought he was watching a pantomime. After fighting for a while, Mo Xiaolang stood still and took out a dagger. When he saw the dagger, Long Chen's eyes immediately lit up. The dagger looked like the tooth of some beast, and it had a silver wolf's head. 2 black gems were embedded in the eye sockets, and a powerful force was being unleashed from the black gems. It was no weaker than the blue dragon halberd. So this is the heavenly wolf beastkin blade. Amazing! Long Chen praised in his mind. Right at this moment, Xueqi had arrived next to him, and he was watching the fight with a calm expression. "You finally took out the heavenly wolf beastkin blade? From today onwards, it is mine." A blood-red light erupted from the man's eyes. After that, he unleashed an even more powerful energy and dashed towards Mo Xiaolang. When the heavenly wolf beastkin blade appeared, Mo Xiaolang's temperament became cold. Without saying a word, he waved the beastkin blade in his hand, and soon it disappeared. Right at this moment, a cold light shot out from his eyes, and he waved his right hand. In an instant, a silver wolf's shadow swept past the man's body, and blood splattered all over the place. Slap! The dead body fell to the ground. "Genius," Xueqi said with a light voice. The reason why she knew where Mo Xiaolang was because Mo Xiaolang was too monstrous. That's why she paid attention to him. Seeing that Mo Xiaolang had killed his opponent, Long Chen stood up. To be honest, he was really excited. The two of them, who hadn't seen each other for half a year, suddenly met each other's eyes on this planet with 1,000 times the gravity. One of them was about to put away the Sky Wolf Demon Blade, while the other was holding the Azure Dragon Halberd. Upon seeing Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang's cold eyes instantly went blank. The heavenly wolf beastkin blade fell to the ground with a clang, and the tip of the blade pierced deeply into the gray rock. Long Chen. This man who had once appeared in his world by chance, and looked very much like his brother, whom he had once admired the most, had once again appeared in front of him. That's right. You must have never guessed that it's me, the Long Chen you met in Poplar Town. Seeing the disbelief in his eyes, Long Chen enjoyed it very much. It was a silent praise for the achievements he had made in the past 6 months. How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? Mo Xiaolang rubbed his eyes and discovered that it really was Long Chen. He gulped and said with some difficulty, "You're imprisoned too." "No, this is the Blue Dragon Halberd. It's a long story, so I'll make it short. I'm here today to rescue you. Time is of the essence, so let's hurry to the metal chains first. When the time comes, stand by my side and let me carry you. That way, we can escape the bindings of the Blue Dragon planet and leave the Star Demon prison. If there's anything else, we can talk on the way," Long Chen said. Mo Xiaolang nodded obediently. The three of them were not the type to procrastinate. Under Lingxi's sharp senses, they headed toward the metal chains, bypassing quite a few prisoners along the way. If these people were released, they would definitely cause a huge commotion, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to care about their lives. Along the way, Long Chen told Mo Xiaolang everything he had experienced from Poplar Town to the Linggu family. After listening, Mo Xiaolang was speechless. His eyes were filled with gratitude and warmth. "Long Chen, thank you. Back then, I gave you the star battle body because I saw your kindness, and it was on a whim. I didn't expect to receive this kind of repayment from you today. If you have any difficulties in the future, you must tell me. I, Mo Xiaolang, will go through fire and water. Even if my bones are crushed, I will not hesitate." Mo Xiaolang was not a person who was easily agitated, so even if he said such hot-blooded words, his tone was relatively calm. However, Long Chen knew that he had a fiery heart, which could be seen from his cold and murderous eyes just now. "Now I call Yin Mengyao sister. She has already said so what should you call me?" Long Chen said a little rascally when he saw that this young man was not getting it. "That's fine. Anyway, you look like my brother, Mo Xiaolong. Even your name is similar. Moreover, you saved my life today, so it's not too much for me to call you Big Brother." Big Brother. To be able to let such a genius call him Big Brother, Long Chen knew that he was also a heaven-defying queen. With his protection in the future, he could definitely do whatever he wanted. However, on second thought, wasn't it too shameful to let his own little brother protect him? "Big Brother, the fact that you managed to advance from the second level of the Dragon Vein realm to where you are now in half a year is already more than 5 times faster than I was back then. It won't be long before you completely surpass me. So if I call you Big Brother, I'll definitely have a lot of benefits in the future." Mo Xiaolang smiled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Although Mo Xiaolang's personality was no less wolfish than Long Chen's, whether it was the way he spoke or the way he acted, he was clearly like a little sheep. Long Chen looked at Xueqi, who was looking at the two of them with a smile on her face. "What are you smiling about, adoptive mother?" Thinking that everyone would soon have a good life, Long Chen was in a very good mood. Being able to accomplish such a great feat and realize his own value was the greatest affirmation of him. Xueqi was stunned for a long time when she heard Nye Tian call her adoptive mother. After a long time she spat and said, "You little sly fox. I really envy you." Long Chen smiled and said, "Some people have a happy ending. I envy them too. Since my big brother calls you adoptive mother, I guess I'll call you adoptive mother too." Mo Xiaolang also smiled. His smile was much purer than Long Chen's. For the first time in more than 20 years, Xueqi smiled shyly. A worried expression could be seen on Xueqi's face. "Can I ask you a question?" "What is it?" Long Chen asked. "Do you think that I'm getting old?" Xueqi touched her cheeks, her voice filled with uncertainty. 20 years ago, she had been a young girl who could turn the world upside down. Now, after being imprisoned for 20 years, she didn't even know that she still looked the same. Would Xian Xiao still be infatuated with her? Because she cared, she wasn't confident. Long Chen exchanged a glance with Mo Xiaolang, and then said with a serious expression, "I'm sure my adoptive father will pass out from happiness when he sees you. I'm so jealous that he has such a beautiful girl in love with him. You might not know this, but he's already in his 40s, and he still hasn't gotten married or had children." "I know," Xueqi said softly. I knew it when you said adoptive son. Soon they saw the iron chain. Long Chen had Xueqi and Mo Xiaolang hang on his back. Then he took a big stride forward and jumped onto the chain. He didn't even look back as he flew towards the starry sky. The other two's eyes were filled with excitement. They could finally say goodbye to this damned place. With the blue dragon halberd, the three of them were no longer affected by the thousand-fold gravity. Soon, they flew out of the blue dragon star and headed towards the fork in the chain. Behind them, the blue dragon star, the place where Xueqi had lived for 20 years, gradually shrank in their eyes. Long Chen, who had finally accomplished his mission, was overjoyed. Although Xueqi and Mo Xiaolang didn't say it out loud, their hearts were filled with gratitude towards this young man. We're almost there. He's right in front of us. Long Chen's words caused tears to well up in Xueqi's eyes. After 20 years of waiting, her dream had finally come true. She couldn't help but feel extremely excited. When they reached the fork in the chain, an old horse laugh suddenly echoed out. Long Chen's expression flickered, as he realized that it was Patriarch Blue Dragon's voice. Chapter 220. The Blue Dragon Patriarch is in the Star Demon Prison. This thought gave Long Chen a fright. In other words, there was a loophole in their plan. Their plan, which was already halfway to success, was about to be ruined. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi, who were dreaming of escaping, might not be able to leave. Furthermore, Long Chen and Dongfang Xianshao might be severely punished. Not only Long Chen, but even Xueqi and Mo Xiaolang's expressions changed. Let's get out of here first. Long Chen made a prompt decision without any hesitation. Right now, Dongfang Xianshao should be fighting the Blue Dragon Patriarch alone. Although Long Chen was useless, there was still Xueqi and Mo Xiaolang, who might be able to help. After leaving the Blue Dragon planet, both of them were faster than Long Chen, especially Mo Xiaolang. After grabbing Long Chen, the three of them charged toward Dongfang Xianshao like a gust of wind. Very soon, they arrived at the fork in the road. In front of them was Dongfang Xianshao, who was half kneeling on the ground. He was probably injured. His face was a little pale, and his face was filled with madness. In front of him was the Blue Dragon Patriarch, whose face was filled with mockery. The arrival of Long Chen and the others instantly attracted their attention. When Dongfang Xianshao turned around and saw the black-clothed woman beside Long Chen, his eyes went blank for a moment. Then, he started tearing up. In the past 20 years, he had never shed tears. However, when he saw the girl he used to be, he couldn't control himself anymore. Big brother Xianshao. Xueqi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and lost control of her body. If it weren't for Long Chen's support, she would have fallen off the iron chains. Below them was a bottomless abyss, and falling down would be a sure death. Ma! Dongfang Xianshao roared. He, who had always been calm and steady, was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He rushed toward Xueqi and pulled her into his embrace. He hugged her so tightly that the veins on his arms bulged. Xueqi also hugged him tightly, afraid that he would disappear from her arms. How deep must their feelings be? How deep must their longing be to have this kind of strength? They hadn't seen each other for 20 years, but their feelings hadn't faded in the slightest. When Long Chen saw this, his heart ached. He sympathized with them, because there was still the greatest obstacle in front of them. An obstacle that they couldn't overcome. Inside Lingxi's sword, the young girl was already sobbing uncontrollably. If I were to separate from him for 20 years, would he still remember me? At this moment, this thought was like a nightmare in Lingxi's heart. She couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. This question had been engraved in her soul, and wouldn't disappear even after 10 or 20 years. What should we do? Mo Xiaolang pulled Long Chen back, his voice trembling. The person who sent him to the Blue Dragon planet was the ancestor of the Blue Dragon, and now the Blue Dragon ancestor was in front of them. Let's play it by ear. To be honest, Long Chen felt very helpless at this moment. He was the weakest one here, so he couldn't be of any help at all. At this moment, he once again had a strong desire for strength. As long as he was strong enough, today's matter could be easily solved. After 20 years of waiting, his dream had finally come true. However, this dream was now facing the danger of being shattered. Long Chen was very anxious and even painful at this moment. To be honest, he wasn't very willing to be called foster father. In his heart, there had always been only one father, and that was Long Qinglan, the one who gave him the mysterious dragon jade and made him a dragon warrior. However, Xian Shao had taken care of him for so many years, so Long Chen had long regarded him as a respectable elder. Now, this elder was once again facing the most painful moment of his life. Not being able to protect the person he loved the most was the most painful thing for every man. However, the blue dragon ancestor didn't understand at all. At this moment, he smiled coldly and said, "Xian Shao, you want to fight with me with that brain of yours? You've endured for 20 years and thought that I've long forgotten about this matter. However, you've overlooked one thing, and that is that I know you better than your damn father. Ever since you were young, your persistence and patience have far surpassed your peers. You've never admitted defeat. It's your character that betrayed you. When I found out that you had chosen your foster children to participate in the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd, I knew what you were going to do, but you naively thought that I'd forgotten about it." Dongfang Xianshao was shocked. He didn't turn around, but stroked the long hair of the woman in his arms and said regretfully, "Kuer, I'm sorry, I've failed again. But don't worry, even if I lose my life today, I won't let you go back." "Big bro Xianshao, we'll die together," Xueqi said with determination. Dongfang Xianshao glanced at the woman he had been thinking about day and night, then he nodded his head. After that, they turned around and faced the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor without any fear. Hearing their conversation, the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor burst out into laughter. A mocking expression emerged on his face. After that, he turned to Mo Xiaolang and said with a surprised tone, "You've reached the peak heavenly core realm? This really surprises me. Mo Xiaolang, as long as you promise me one thing, I'll let you go. But, we'll talk about it after I've dealt with this shameless couple." His eyes turned cold. "Little she-devil, I heard your father's cultivation base is extremely high, and he's one of the strongest warriors in the entire Songyang kingdom. I didn't dare kill you in the past, but now, your father has probably forgotten about you. As for Xian Shao, I had high hopes for you. I thought you could become a great warrior like your father. But after 20 years, you're still trapped by the devil in your heart, and you can't break through to the heavenly river realm. Even if you do break through to the heavenly river realm, I don't think you'll work for me. Therefore this time, I'll send you both on your way, so you don't have to suffer in front of an old man like me. You know, what an old man fears the most is suffering." The patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor's words were equivalent to sentencing Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi to death. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly after hearing this. Patriarch of the Blue Dragon. Long Chen had a strong desire to kill this old man. Along the way, there were a few people he wanted to kill even in his dreams, such as the Scarlet Blood Religion Master, and the Patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor was one of them. "Chen, I don't want them to die, they shouldn't die." Lingxi was already moved by them, and she felt sorry for them. Dongfang Xianshao was a good person, and she also approved of him. "But little she, I don't have any other way." Long Chen's words were filled with helplessness. "Strength, it's still a problem of strength. I've been improving, but I've always been weak. This kind of strength is enough for me to bear any burden. If one day, I have to face the same situation as Xian Shao, what can I do?" Long Chen was also struggling in his heart. The heavenly river tier, it really made people feel helpless. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. I regret it now. If I didn't get together with you, you wouldn't have suffered so much." Dongfang Xianshao stared at the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor, and his voice was filled with heartache. "I've never regretted it. My intuition can't be wrong. Big brother Xianshao, if we have to suffer when we're together, I don't care. I don't care even if I die for it." They clasped their hands tightly together. Their nonchalant conversation made the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor even angrier. He gradually clenched his fists and said, "Don't waste my time. You guys attack together." Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi were ready. At this time, Xianshao turned around and said to Long Chen, "Brat, I'm really sorry for dragging you into this. When we attack, find a chance to slip away. Don't ever come back to the Lingwu family. Long Chen, if you're successful, remember to come back and help me kill this old man." After saying this, he held Xueqi's hand and stood together with the patriarch of the Blue Dragon ancestor, who was at the heavenly river tier, regardless of whether Long Chen agreed or not. In an instant, an enormous amount of energy surged, and the entire iron chain shook violently. The three of them flew up and down the iron chain, but none of them fell. Fighting on the iron chain in the void was also a profound knowledge. Big brother, you stay here. I'll go help. Mo Xiaolang took out the heavenly wolf demon blade and charged at the patriarch of the blue dragon ancestor without saying a word. With the help of Mo Xiaolang, both Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi, who were in imminent danger, had slightly recovered. You three late heavenly core warriors want to escape from me? In your dreams. Do you really think the strength of a heavenly river warrior is something you can imagine? A heavenly river warrior absorbs the energy of the stars and creates the yin and yang heavenly river in his body. Now, I'll show you the strength of the heavenly river. After saying that, the patriarch of the blue dragon ancestor unleashed one punch after another. Every punch was filled with destructive energy of the stars. This energy was much stronger than the meteor fist that Long Chen used. Every time he punched out, the iron chain would shake violently. The destructive star energy fused with his true energy, and the power of his combat skill was much stronger than any divine core warriors. Among the three, Dongfang Xianshao, who was the strongest among them, had actually thrown up 2 mouthfuls of blood in just a quarter of an hour when facing Jiang Chen's attack. This wasn't the first time Xianshao had fought with the patriarch of the blue dragon ancestor. However, the massive energy of the stars was still his nemesis. Right now, Xianshao was using a high mystic halberd. Blue dragon combat skill. Star dragon battle. The loud shout caused the iron chain to shake even more violently. In front of Long Chen's eyes, beams of halberd beams shot out. Each beam of light transformed into tiny shadows of dragons, and they crazily charged toward the patriarch of the blue dragon ancestor. Hundreds of millions of roars sounded out, and they contained a tremendous amount of energy. Your star dragon battle is pretty good. It's almost as powerful as a heavenly river warrior's attack, but it doesn't have the strength of a heavenly river warrior. The patriarch of the blue dragon ancestor said with a cold smile. Long Chen stared at the scene with a blank expression. Is this the star dragon battle? Shaoxi, tell me, should I do something? Chapter 221. The Earth-level battle skill, Dragon Battle Starfield, was indeed very powerful. The sky was filled with dragon shadows that forced the blue dragon patriarch, a heavenly river tier elite, to retreat. However, the blue dragon patriarch quickly threw several punches, and the sharp star True Qi completely shattered the dragon battle starfield. I'm much more familiar with the blue dragon battle skill than you are. If I use the blue dragon halberd, you won't be a match for me even if you're at the second level of the heavenly river tier, let alone now. The blue dragon patriarch's hoarse laughter made people's scalps tingle. Everyone knew what he meant. He was just playing with them. If he really wanted to kill them, he could directly grab the blue dragon halberd and kill them in a few moves. Xianshao, do you know the difference between us now? Huh. The blue dragon patriarch only used his fists to force Xianshao and the others back. Meteor Dragon Seal. This was a high-level mystic level attack. Dongfang Xianshao, who was hit, vomited blood again. His face was pale, but he still stood in front of the attack. Brother Xianshao. Xianke's face was pale. When he saw that Xianshao vomited black blood, he knew that his internal organs were seriously injured. I'm fine. Dongfang Xianshao took out a spirit medicine from his universe bag, put it in his mouth, and refined it. Then he forced himself to stand up. We're going to die this time. Think of a way to get Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang out of here, Dongfang Xianshao said as he rushed forward. Yes, I understand. At this time, the blue dragon patriarch was fighting with Mo Xiaolang. However, he seemed to want Mo Xiaolang to do something for him, so he didn't use too much force. However, Mo Xiaolang was still in danger. It seems that the serious demonic blade was made for you, the blue dragon patriarch joked. Old man, you're courting death. At this moment, Xueqi had already followed Xianzhao's order and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen understood what she meant. She wanted to take him with her. With his arm grabbed by Xueqi, Long Chen was unable to resist. With Dongfang Xianshao and Mo Xiaolang pressing him down with all their might, Xueqi was finally able to rush over with Long Chen. Run! Xueqi put Long Chen down and instructed him before turning around to help Dongfang Xianshao. Without her strength, Dongfang Xianshao and Mo Xiaolang wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At this moment, Dongfang Xianshao stood in front of Mo Xiaolang and welcomed the blue dragon ancestor's attack. Xiaolang, take Long Chen and leave. We have no hope left this time. You two are still young, live well and avenge me. Dongfang Xuanxiao's words made Mo Xiaolong's heart skip a beat. He wasn't a person who didn't know his limits. He knew that if they continued to fight like this, they would all die. This was a great opportunity. If he could leave with Long Chen, he would definitely have a chance to take revenge in the future instead of all of them dying here. Lingwu family, I'll definitely come back. When Xueqi arrived, Mo Xiaolang finally made up his mind. He turned around and wanted to take Long Chen and leave this place. However, when he saw Long Chen's blood-red eyes, he was shocked. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi were both severely injured by the furious Blue Dragon Patriarch. Both of them had blood flowing out of their mouths, and if it wasn't for their determination, they would have already fallen to the ground. After all, a heavenly river warrior was not someone that a heavenly core warrior could handle with numbers. Long Chen, leave now. At this critical moment, Dongfang Xianshao roared out. Right now, Long Chen's heart was in extreme pain. Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi had exchanged their lives for a chance to live, but Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. He started hating himself, and when this hatred was shown on his face, Lingxi felt pain in her heart as well when she saw Long Chen like this. She had never seen such a defeated expression on his face before. This time, it was a huge blow to Long Chen. Chen, he must be very important to you, right? Lingxi stared at Long Chen and said with a trembling voice. Nonsense. I'd rather die than let them escape. However, I had no choice. I'm a weakling. I deserve to see them sacrifice their lives in exchange for a chance to escape. I, Long Chen, have no choice but to escape. Long Chen's expression turned cold. No, Chen, I don't want you to call yourself that. You're not a coward. Lingxi's voice sounded like she was about to cry, but in the end, she became determined. Chen, I want to do something for you, but you have to promise me that you'll remember me for the rest of your life. And never, ever, 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 Lingxi said in a resolute manner. Little Shi, what are you doing? Long Chen was startled, but when Lingxi said those words, Long Chen realized that Lingxi's sword had left his ear. The emptiness in that moment made his heart turn cold. Little Shi, come back. Long Chen knew that this silly girl must have felt the pain in his heart and wanted to do something stupid. Compared to Dongfang Xianshao, Long Chen cared more about him. Although he didn't want Dongfang Xianshao to die, he didn't want anything to happen to Lingxi even more. At this moment, Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi were struggling bitterly in the hands of the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Mo Xiaolang was just about to rush out of the Star Fiend prison with Long Chen when a broken iron sword appeared out of thin air and hovered above Long Chen. What is that? The Blue Dragon Patriarch was shocked. Then, he saw a white mist appear from the sword, and within the white mist was a beautiful girl that could turn all living things upside down. The Blue Dragon Patriarch was already past his age, so he had long lost interest in beautiful girls. However, he still found it hard to breathe when he saw one that was so beautiful and otherworldly. However, the murderous aura that followed immediately shocked him. As he retreated, Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi were also able to retreat and escape danger. Lingxi's appearance was unexpected, so they were also a little stunned. However, when Long Chen called her Little Shi, they understood that the girl in the sword was definitely related to Long Chen. Dongfang Xianshao clearly remembered that the iron sword was the earring on Long Chen's ear. Could this girl be the reason why Long Chen wants the green nethersal fruit? This thought surfaced in Dongfang Xuanxiao's mind. It was precisely because of the green underworld soul fruit that Lingxi had the capital to appear here. Back then, when she had refined the green underworld soul fruit, she had told Long Chen that the current her could block one move from a heavenly river tier elite. Chen, all of you run. We'll trap him. We only have 15 minutes, so don't let my efforts go to waste. After Lingxi said those words, a powerful aura burst out from her body. The sword aura covered the sky and covered the earth. Even Dongfang Xianshao and the others felt their hearts palpitating at the sight of it. However, this was a nightmare for Long Chen. Lingxi, what are you doing? Long Chen's mind was filled with hot blood. He was so anxious that tears started to form in his eyes when he thought about what was going to happen next and how he couldn't stop it. I've been very happy to be with you for half a year. I still remember your promise. Pay me back in your next life. I hope we can meet again in our next life. When that time comes, I'll be your bride. Lingxi's words made Long Chen's heart twitch. At this moment, Lingxi's body seemed to have turned into a source of light in the void. She didn't hesitate to form illusory swords around her. What a powerful sword aura! Dongfeng Xianshao and Xueqi exchanged glances. They had no idea what was going on. Long Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain as he watched Ling Xi's figure gradually disappear into the sword light. If it was said that he didn't know what love was before, then right now, he could feel the feeling of wanting to die. Bride. This word was like a sword that pierced through his heart. All the barriers and ambiguities in the past were shattered by this word. This should have been a good thing, but nothing came of it. Long Chen wasn't sure if Ling Xi could come back. At this moment, a clear sound reverberated in the void. Dream recall. Sky towering sword prison. A series of whistling sounds completely drowned out Long Chen's vision. Streaks of sword shadows revolved and formed a prison made of countless sword shadows, trapping the blue dragon patriarch within. Very soon, this silent prison was the only thing left in the void. All the splendor had disappeared. For Dongfeng Xianshao, Xueqi, Mo Xiaolang, and the others, this scene was enough to stun them, but for Long Chen, it was a nightmare. Everything disappeared. The blue dragon patriarch had been successfully trapped for 15 minutes. This period of time was enough for them to take Long Chen out of the star demon prison and escape from the Lingwu family. However, this wasn't what Long Chen wanted. He searched frantically. Finally, he saw a pitch-black iron sword not too far to his left. It was currently falling towards the endless void. This fall would mark the end of Long Chen's life. Everything that had happened after he had been with Ling Xi replayed in his mind. His head was about to explode. Their meeting, their mutual protection, their bickering, their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, their conversation, and their fooling around seemed to have happened just now. Was everything going to end now? Long Chen smiled. He didn't say a word. He didn't care about Dongfeng Xianshao and Mo Xiaolong's gazes as he leaped into the endless abyss. Godfather, if you waste 15 minutes, I won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. These words were like a heavy hammer that smacked the heads of Dongfeng Xianshao and the other two. Dongfeng Xianshao and Mo Xiaolang didn't shed tears easily, but this time, they realized that they really couldn't control themselves. Long Chen. Big brother. Ling Xi's sudden appearance and the fact that she had trapped the blue dragon patriarch and Long Chen had actually leaped into the endless void was an unexpected surprise to them. Dongfeng Xianshao was also in great pain. He reckoned that he would only be able to escape if he jumped down with Long Chen. However, Long Chen's words and Xueqi's words stopped him from doing so. Let's go. Dongfeng Xianshao gritted his teeth as he endured the endless pressure in his heart. Chapter 222. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. In his daze, the first thing Long Chen felt was bone-chilling cold. He gradually woke up. Am I already dead? He clearly remembered how fast he was falling. It was so fast that Long Chen thought that if he hit something hard, he would definitely be smashed into powder and not a meat patty. At that time, he was surrounded by boundless darkness. He couldn't see Ling Xi's sword, nor could he see himself. He didn't know if it was worth it for him to come down with Ling Xi. Fortunately, Xueqi had told Dongfeng Xianshao that she didn't regret it. Long Chen didn't regret it either. He was just thinking, it is so dark down there. What should I do if Ling Xi is afraid? If she dies, what should I do? Long Chen still couldn't open his eyes. He felt like he was floating in water. He struggled a little and found that he wasn't dead. He could feel the cold, so he probably wouldn't die. At this moment, he could barely remember that there was an end to this void. When he approached the end, he thought that he would die. With such an inestimable speed, he was definitely going to die. At that time, the only thing he could hold tightly was the azure dragon halberd in his hand. Then, it was as if something warm had appeared within the azure dragon halberd and wrapped itself around Long Chen's body. His speed decreased sharply, and after that, a huge impact caused him to completely faint. In his daze, he only remembered that he had touched water, ice-cold water. The blue dragon halberd saved me. I fell from the star demon prison and fell into a deep pool. Long Chen was able to sort out his thoughts. However, he couldn't open his eyes for now. At this time, he just barely remembered that he still had vitality restoration. With the help of Gue Yuan, about 15 minutes later, he finally woke up from his trance. Ling Xi. Long Chen let out a roar. He opened his eyes and discovered that his surroundings were bright. He was currently attached to a deep dark green pool. This deep pool was very clean, but there was a bone-piercing cold. Long Chen's true chi was gradually recovering, but he still felt a little shivering. He had no idea how big this pool was. The sky was pitch black. There seemed to be 5 brightest stars in the sky, but they could only be vaguely seen. Those are the blue dragon star, Long Chen knew. However, that wasn't what attracted Long Chen's attention. It was what was right in front of him. This was the primordial blue dragon soul of the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen had already seen it when he was comprehending the blue dragon halberd. Right now, its body was much smaller and more solid. In this pitch-black environment, its existence made it emit a faint green light, which illuminated a small area around it. It was also the warmth of its body that prevented Long Chen from freezing to death in this pool while he was unconscious. At this time, half of the primordial dragon's body was hidden in the deep pool. Its dragon head was raised high, looking at Long Chen with a gentle gaze. Long Chen carefully looked at this legendary divine creature again. Just as described in the ancient records, it had a head like an ox, horns like a deer, eyes like a prawn, ears like an elephant, neck like a snake, abdomen like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, and palms like a tiger. Yes, it had 81 scales on its back, and its voice was like a copper plate. It had a beard beside its mouth, a pearl under its chin, a reverse scale under its throat, and a mountain on its head. You saved me. Long Chen knew that when he fell from the sky, it was the primordial dragon soul of the blue dragon halberd that saved him. Otherwise, even if it was a deep pool below, he would have been smashed to pieces. The primordial dragon soul seemed to have gained consciousness. It lowered its head and gently leaned against Long Chen. The warmth on its body dispelled the chill on Long Chen's body. At this moment, the primordial dragon soul suddenly integrated into Long Chen's body. A blue dragon brand was left on Long Chen's palm, and a message appeared in Long Chen's mind out of thin air. It has recognized its master. This surprised Long Chen. The blue dragon halberd had recognized its master. In other words, unless Long Chen died, this thing would always be his. This kind of recognition was different from the blue dragon patriarch possessing the blue dragon halberd because of its ancestors' inheritance. You are the first important weapon in my journey, the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen said indifferently. The blue dragon halberd wasn't too far away from Long Chen. Long Chen stored it into his cosmos sack and then carefully studied the message that had appeared in his mind. The blue dragon halberd is actually a mid-earth tier weapon. It's even stronger than the average mid-earth tier weapon. Furthermore, there's a mid-earth tier battle skill hidden within it. It's not just a single battle skill. Only then did Long Chen understand that Netherworld Break and Azure Hell Shatter were only the foundation of the true Blue Dragon battle skill. The true Blue Dragon battle skill was a mid-earth tier battle skill. Dragon Battle's Starfield was a low-earth tier battle skill. What Long Chen had obtained were other mid-earth tier battle skills, and they were all mid-earth tier battle skills. They were much stronger than Dragon Battle's Starfield. In a place like Yuanling City, there's actually a mid-earth tier battle skill and a whole set of mid-earth tier battle skills. Long Chen was a little excited. He knew that the Dongfang clan definitely did not know about this mid-earth tier battle skill. Other than the Dongfang clan's true ancestor, no one had truly made the blue dragon halberd recognize them as its master. Long Chen was not in a hurry to cultivate. Putting away the blue dragon halberd, the surroundings became dark once more. With Long Chen's current eyesight, he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The blue dragon halberd did not take much time to recognize its master. Right now, what Long Chen cared about the most was Lingxi's life. At that time, Lingxi used the heaven-raising sword prison to trap the blue dragon ancestor. She must have returned to the Lingxi sword and then weakened. She must have fallen into this pool. She must still be alive. I must find her. The name Lingxi had already been deeply engraved in Long Chen's heart. This pool was extremely cold. Long Chen wrapped his body in energy and still felt his body shiver. But in order to find Lingxi, this bit of cold was nothing. In the Star Demon prison, he had jumped down without hesitation. There was no need to mention this cold pool. Lingxi fell in about the same place as I did. Although this pool is large, it must be nearby. Long Chen thought as he dove into the water. The pool was even colder, and his vision was even more blurry. But Long Chen did not retreat because of this. Falling from such a high place, and using the heaven-raising sword prison to trap the blue dragon ancestor for a quarter of an hour, Lingxi must have used up all of her spiritual power. Even if Long Chen found the Lingxi sword, the chances that she was still alive were minuscule. That was because Long Chen was on the verge of tears. The deeper he went, the more Long Chen felt the surrounding temperature drop. Logically speaking, at this temperature, the pool of water should have frozen long ago. But the strange thing was that Long Chen didn't even see a bit of ice. Thankfully, Long Chen had already sensed something at the bottom of the pool. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on much longer. Even in his current position, his entire body was shaking, and his lips were turning blue from the cold. "Little Shi, where are you?" Long Chen gritted his teeth and dove deeper. If Lingxi had fallen, she would have been at the bottom of the pool. Gritting his teeth, he soon reached the bottom of the pool. When he touched the ground, Long Chen was stunned. What metal is this?" His sharp senses told him that the bottom of the pool was not the ground, but some kind of unknown metal. The hardness of this metal was beyond Long Chen's understanding. But the bottom of the pool was metal. What was going on? At the bottom of the pool, Long Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But this place was filled with strangeness. He continued to search for Lingxi, and at the same time, he also paid attention to the metal at the bottom of the pool. After circling around for a while, he was shocked to the extreme. There is actually a black metal coffin at the bottom of this endless pool. Moreover, this coffin is so big that its width is over 200 meters. What about its length? At this time, Long Chen had already floated to the surface of the water. Because he couldn't resist the cold, he had to come up to rest. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. Previously, when he was searching for the Spirit Dawn sword, he had also paid attention to the matter of the metal. Walking on the metal ground, Long Chen discovered that there was a depression in front of him. After swimming past it, he discovered that there was real soil underneath the depression. Turning his head to take a look, he discovered that what he thought was the bottom of the lake was actually the upper surface of a coffin. The reason why he knew that this huge thing was a coffin was because Long Chen had studied its shape and finally confirmed it. But such a huge coffin, what was it used for? Why would it appear here? Where was this place? A series of questions made Long Chen completely confused. Who cares what coffin it is? It's more important for me to find Lingxi. The area where I fell is mostly on the metal surface of this coffin. If Lingxi's sword fell into the soil, with its sharpness, who knows how deep it would go? If it was in the coffin, it would be easy to find it. But will Lingxi's sword break because of this? Although Lingxi's sword was full of mysteries, it seemed that the degree of strangeness of this coffin was not bad. Long Chen's heart was filled with worry. He could only go deeper into the pool again. Because of this coffin, the scope of his search was first set on this coffin. This way, his search was much more orderly. Finally, after a total of 9 times, Long Chen finally saw Lingxi's sword. At this time, Lingxi's sword was inserted into the hard metal surface of the coffin. Only the sword hilt was left, but Long Chen knew that this was Lingxi's sword. In the end, Lingxi's sword was stronger. It directly caused a huge depression in the huge metal coffin, and even a large network of cracks appeared. Little Shi. Without saying a word, Long Chen rushed over. When he held that familiar sword hilt, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. There was still a big obstacle in front of him, and that was whether Lingxi was still alive. Chapter 223. Long Chen swam to the side of Lingxi's sword and softly called out a few times, but there was no response. He already had a bad premonition in his heart, and now he was just confirming it. Every time little Shi overdraws her strength, she will fall into a deep sleep for a short period of time, so it's very likely that she's fine now. Long Chen comforted himself. Before, when he fell with Lingxi, he didn't think that he would still be able to hold on to Lingxi's sword like this. To him, this was already a very good result. There must be a better way. In this deep pool, the degree of cold was already unbearable for Long Chen, so he decided to first pull Lingxi's sword out of the coffin and climb to the surface of the water. In this endless abyss, the first thing to worry about was Lingxi's life and death. As for how to get out, Long Chen didn't have the time to think about it, because it wasn't important at the moment. Both legs stepping on the steel coffin, Long Chen bent down and used both hands to hold onto the cold hilt of Lingxi's sword. At this time, Long Chen noticed the huge crack on the steel coffin caused by Lingxi's sword. What's inside? Long Chen put down Lingxi's sword and looked into the depths of the crack. The inside was somewhat blurry, but after a careful look, Long Chen discovered that there seemed to be something white inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened. What? He suddenly felt his scalp go numb, and a chill ran down his spine. Originally, the inside of the coffin was blurry, and there were some vague white things visible, but when Long Chen carefully examined the coffin, suddenly, two large cracks appeared in two places, and from the cracks, a dark green light leaked out. This crack instantly expanded to the size of a small pond, and the dark green light that burst out from it instantly illuminated everything inside the coffin. All of this fell into Long Chen's eyes. This caused him to be completely stunned. A deep sense of fear enveloped him. In his haste, he only had time to grab onto Lingxi's sword. When Long Chen discovered that this thing was actually a coffin, he had been guessing what was inside, but he never expected it to be like this. The two dark green ponds were actually two eyes. When the two eyes opened, the light from them became brighter. In that instant, Long Chen saw that the coffin contained a corpse that could fill up the entire coffin. However, it was no longer a corpse, because it had woken up. The body was about 200 meters wide, and it was over 1,000 meters long. This corpse was neither a demonic beast nor a monster, but a young girl. Long Chen couldn't see her appearance clearly. He could only see that it was a young girl. While he was still in shock, after holding onto Lingxi's sword, the dark green light burst out from the cracks in the coffin, and a huge force surged out from it. Long Chen was directly thrown out by this force, but fortunately, he was able to pull out Lingxi's sword in a hurry. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to pull out Lingxi's sword, but with the force inside the coffin, it became a lot easier, as if that force had deliberately allowed it to be pulled out. After being lifted by this force, Long Chen was directly thrown out of the water, and was sent flying more than 30 meters high. If he continued to fall like this, Long Chen would definitely be in a daze. But what shocked Long Chen was that his body seemed to be frozen in mid-air. What's going on? Who are you? At this point, Long Chen naturally knew that the 1,000-meter-tall girl in the coffin was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. That level of terror might even be on par with the experts that Lingxi or Long Qinglan lived in. Such an expert definitely wouldn't appear in a place like the Zongyang nation. No matter how hard Long Chen tried, he couldn't understand why this girl's body was so huge. Was she still human? This kind of person was much stronger than the Blue Dragon Patriarch, so Long Chen didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Now that the other party had frozen him in mid-air, she naturally wouldn't kill him. If she wanted to kill him, that force just now would have killed Long Chen countless times over. This monster must have been sealed in the deep pool beneath the Star Demon prison, and because Lingxi's sword fell from the sky, with its toughness, it directly shattered the sealed coffin. Only then was she able to awaken and break the seal. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. In this case, Long Chen and Lingxi were indebted to her, so she probably wouldn't kill them. Because of Long Qinglan and Lingxi, Long Chen could accept the appearance of such an expert. Otherwise, given his status in Baiyang town, he would have wet his pants long ago. At this time, Long Chen looked down. At this moment, the water level in the deep pool was actually decreasing, as if there was a huge monster in the depths of the deep pool that was swallowing the dark green water. The water in the entire deep pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the metal coffin at the bottom of the deep pool was revealed. When all the water disappeared, what appeared was a boundless land. On this land, the coffin that was thousands of meters long attracted all of Long Chen's attention. He looked at it nervously. At the top of the coffin was the hole made by Lingxi's sword. Right now, the hole was shining with a dark green light, illuminating the pitch-black space. Suddenly, the cracks began to slowly expand and even melt. Soon, a hole more than 10 meters in diameter melted away. At this time, the melting stopped. The dark green light also disappeared, and the surroundings became dark again. That's it. Long Chen was still looking forward to what would appear. Just as he was looking forward to it, the melted hole revealed a star-like light. Then, a figure emerged from it and instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a girl about the same size as Long Chen. She wasn't the 1,000-meter-long corpse from before, but Long Chen knew that she was that corpse. Long Chen didn't know how to describe his current feelings. This girl looked to be about the same age as Lingxi. Her eyes were dark green, like a pool of dark green water. It was captivating. Her elegant jade-like face was carved with clear facial features. Her watery eyes were clear and seductive, but there was a faint coldness to them, as if they could see through everything. She had a small and exquisite nose and a small mouth that was as thin as a wing. She was captivating, and her delicate face revealed the charm of a little woman. Under that charm, there was indeed a coldness that was as cold as ice. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen a girl who could match up to Lingxi in terms of temperament and foundation. However, she was completely different from Lingxi. If the purity in Lingxi's eyes made her look like a fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world, then this girl's seductive coldness was even cruel and bloodthirsty. She was simply a devil. But what troubled Long Chen the most was that this devil wasn't wearing any clothes. Yes, when she appeared in front of Long Chen, she was completely naked. Long Chen knew that the large expanse of snow white that he saw in the coffin was actually this girl's snow white skin. And now, this alluring skin was presented in front of Long Chen's eyes. Seductive snow white twin peaks, rapidly shrinking waist, exquisite curves, perfectly round thighs, and white and delicate jade feet were all unmistakably displayed in front of him. If it was in front of him in the past, he would definitely drool and stare. But the current him was different. He knew his limits and knew life and death. Although this girl seemed to be a young girl, she might be an old monster from many years ago. If Long Chen didn't know his limits and annoyed her, she could kill him with a casual wave of her hand. Therefore, even if it was really seductive, Long Chen didn't dare to look and quickly turned his head away. At this moment, Lingxi's shadow in his heart was incomparably strong. Although this girl wasn't inferior to Lingxi, Long Chen didn't like her at all. "Give me your clothes." A cold voice seemed to ring in Long Chen's ears. Hearing her words, Long Chen felt his hair stand on end again. Of course, he didn't take off his own clothes. Instead, he took out a new set of clothes from his cosmos sack and threw it in the direction of the girl. His eyes still didn't dare to look in that direction. At this moment, Long Chen felt his body, which was fixed in mid-air, start to descend. Slowly, Long Chen touched the hard metal ground and the strength in his body disappeared. "You can turn your head," the girl said softly. Long Chen obeyed and turned his head. At this moment, she had already put on Long Chen's clothes. Although it was a man's clothes, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. The difference between her and Lingxi was that Lingxi was a soul, while her beauty that could turn all living things upside down was real and captivating. It was just that Long Chen was afraid of her, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts. She must be an old monster, Long Chen told himself. This way, he could live well with a heart of reverence. People should have a heart of reverence. This was what Long Chen himself comprehended. This way, he could restrain his lawlessness. Looking at this girl, Long Chen didn't dare to speak. "Give me this sword." The girl looked at Lingxi's sword. It was this sword that helped her break the seal. "You want it?" Long Chen raised his head and asked. Logically speaking, when Long Chen saw her, his face should be filled with fear. However, he was very calm. This gave the girl a slight headache. She said, "I know that there is a sword spirit inside. She should be someone you care about, but I won't hurt her. I just want to see this sword." This kind of expert would naturally keep their word. Long Chen thought for a moment and handed the Lingxi's sword over to her. Just when the girl stretched out her hand and was about to touch Lingxi's sword suddenly vibrated. A ripple directly sent the girl flying. Long Chen was shocked. But fortunately, the girl wasn't injured. Lingxi's sword is indeed extraordinary. It can actually send this mysterious girl flying. Long Chen was secretly shocked. As expected, "I can't touch it. This sword is very strange. It can even pierce through the ancient demon imprisoning coffin, but I can't use it." The young girl stepped forward again, completely ignoring Long Chen as she spoke. Then she raised her head and looked at Long Chen for a moment. She said, "I originally wanted to kill you, but seeing that you have this sword, I will spare you. But you have to do me a favor." Chapter 224. Long Chen was not in a hurry to ask how she needed help. He had a more pressing matter in his heart, so he asked, "Before I do anything, I want to ask a question. I want to know, the sword spirit you said, is she still alive? There's only a trace of her soul left, but she has a will in her heart, so she should be able to hold on. It's just that I don't know how long it will take for her to wake up." It was probably because of Long Chen's appearance that allowed her to break the seal, so her attitude towards Long Chen was not bad. At the very least, when Long Chen asked her a question, she would still answer. All right, at least she wasn't dead. Hearing this answer, Long Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. The relaxed expression in his eyes was seen by the young girl. She once again looked at Long Chen and said, "Is she very important to you?" Long Chen smiled and did not answer. Instead, he said, "Didn't you want me to do something for you?" A cold light gradually appeared in the young girl's bright eyes. Her red lips opened slightly. "Up until now, there haven't been many people who dare not answer my question. The reason I was able to break the seal was all because of you, so you have the right to do so." Long Chen could also see that this young girl was definitely a temperamental and decisive witch in the past. Even if she was sealed, her cold temperament still existed. Her white cheeks and sharp chin gave off a cold aura. It could be said that her current attitude towards Long Chen could be considered as gentle as possible. Long Chen did not say anything and waited for her to continue. This young girl's strength was too strong, and her appearance was very impactful. She was like a mountain that could support the heavens, making people want to conquer her, but they did not have the courage to do so. "My soul is very weak right now, so I need a soul. A young girl's soul, a young girl who has not experienced the ways of the world." Her voice was ice cold as she spoke word by word. "You want me to kill for you?" Long Chen was shocked. This sounded like the methods of the Scarlet Blood Church. One wanted fresh blood, the other wanted souls. "Your heart is resisting. Is it because of this ridiculous sense of justice?" The young girl suddenly giggled. She was originally cold, but when she laughed, she had an appearance that could turn all living things upside down. However, her words caused Long Chen's hair to stand on end. "Forget it. In the end, you are my benefactor. I should do as you say. You can extract 1% of the soul from each of the 100 girls. It won't affect them much. It will just be a slight headache, and they will recover in a month." Seeing the disgust in Long Chen's eyes, she backed down. Long Chen knew that although this girl's words were strange, her heart was probably not as bad as he imagined. If she was really evil, she would have killed him, her poor savior, a long time ago. "What should I do?" Long Chen asked. "Actually, you should feel honored. I will pass on to you a divine ability that will allow you to see through and devour souls. This ability will grow along with your level. If you are able to accomplish something, it will definitely be a great help to you," the young girl said calmly. "See through and devour souls." Long Chen could feel that this was clearly not within the scope of a battle skill. It was definitely a divine ability that could refine blood into qi and devour blood. Such a divine ability was something that even she praised, so it must be extremely powerful. "Why do you want to pass it on to me? If you devour it yourself, wouldn't it be easier?" Long Chen carefully asked. After he finished asking, he felt an earth-shattering killing intent pouncing on him, instantly rushing into his soul. Long Chen was startled, and cold sweat broke out on his back in fright. However, the killing intent quickly disappeared. The young girl was somewhat helpless. Using her slender jade-like fingers, she brushed her long black hair and slowly said, "If I could act, why would I still be here talking nonsense with you? If I were to use this divine ability, it would definitely attract their attention. At that time, I would be sealed again. Would you be willing to do that?" When she said that last sentence, her dark green eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Long Chen's gaze was deeply immersed in them. Suddenly, he felt somewhat at a loss, even losing the ability to think. He only felt that the woman in front of him was the most tempting delicacy. It was as if she was no longer wearing a single thread of clothing. She was coquettishly stroking her hair, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. This snow-white and exquisite body was filled with a fatal temptation to Long Chen. Just when he was about to lose control of his body and stretch out his hand to touch her, everything disappeared. The young girl coldly looked at him and said, "Did you see that? This is the spirit-devouring demon eyes that you want to learn." Long Chen's heart shuddered. When he came to his senses, he thought that this girl had just used a seduction technique. He didn't expect it to be an eye technique. It felt like she had only used her eyes to confuse Long Chen's eyes, and even all of his senses, including the cognition of his soul. Spirit-devouring demon eyes. Many people want to learn it but can't. I'm someone who doesn't like to owe others. If you learn this divine ability, you can forget about saving me. But if you speak carelessly and make me unhappy, I will kill you all the same." Her eyes flashed with a dark green light as she stared at Long Chen. It would be a waste not to learn such a good thing. Hence, Long Chen nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then teach it to me. I will teach you the spirit-devouring demon eyes. After that, you still need to cultivate and recover your strength. Just stay at the side and cultivate. When I succeed, I will naturally bring you out of this damned place. The young girl coldly said. How long do you need to cultivate? In Long Chen's heart, there were still many things he needed to do. At least 1 or 2 days. At most 1 or 2 months. At this time, the young girl had already walked in front of Long Chen. There was only a distance of half a meter between them. Long Chen lowered his head and could see the shocking snow-white chest, as well as the spring color that couldn't be hidden because of the loose men's clothing. Then, smelling the delicate fragrance that was so close to him, suddenly, his heart was burning. Is it beautiful? This low moan was like a devil's voice, pouring into Long Chen's ears, making him feel a little numb. Devastatingly beautiful. He subconsciously said. That's a satisfactory answer. When these words fell, Long Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if there was a needle piercing through it. This kind of pain made his whole body twitch, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, this pain only lasted for a short while, and it disappeared without a trace. When Long Chen's body was covered in cold sweat, he found that there was more information in his brain. It was the cultivation method of the spirit-devouring demon eyes. When I wake up, if you haven't finished cultivating, I will dig out your eyes. The young girl raised her head, looked at his eyes and said. From the ancient corpse that was more than 1,000 meters long, and the giant coffin under it, Long Chen knew that this young girl was absolutely a heaven-defying master. Perhaps she was even an old witch. She was a senior among seniors, and being humble towards seniors was a must, so he nodded. Right, what is your name? The young girl sat on the ancient coffin, and lightly asked. Long Chen, what about you? Long Chen boldly asked her name. Li Xuanji. When it was time to truly cultivate the spirit-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen was deeply shocked. From this, he knew that this Li Xuanji definitely did not want her to portray herself as ruthless and ruthless. Using the grace of breaking the seal in exchange for the spirit-devouring demon eyes, for Long Chen, this was very worth it. His supernatural powers all came from the inheritance of the essence and blood. Whether it was the dragon soul transformation or the blood-refining qi, or even the extension of the blood-refining qi, the blood-devouring world, they were all extremely heaven-defying existences. And this spirit-devouring demon eyes, when cultivated to the end, could also reach that realm. This spirit-devouring demon eyes seemed to have several levels. Right now, Long Chen could only touch the first level, and the goal that Li Xuanji gave him was to let him reach the second level before she finished cultivating. Once the first level was completed, the secret of the second level would naturally appear in his mind, and so on, until he reached the great accomplishment of the spirit-devouring demon eyes. For Long Chen, the blood-refining qi and the others simply did not need to cultivate at all. As for the other combat skills, for the current Long Chen, they were all very powerful, but for people like Li Xuanji, they were basically showy but impractical. Therefore, the spirit-devouring demon eyes was the first one that Long Chen cultivated, and it was a relatively difficult secret technique. If he wanted to complete the second level before Li Xuanji, it would not be an easy matter. However, there was a deeper layer of concern in Long Chen's heart. The person he cared about, Lingxi, was now in an eternal sleep. Dongfang Xianshao and Mo Xiaolang should be able to escape under Lingxi's sky-raising sword prison. Yin Mengyao did not participate in the rescue of Xiaolang, but it was still a little dangerous, and Long Chen was most concerned about Yang Lingqing. At that time, because of the threat of Long Chen and Dongfang Xianshao, Bai Tangming had no choice but to cancel the engagement. But now, Dongfang Xianshao had escaped, and Long Chen was already dead in the eyes of others, so Bai Tangmo had no reason to not take action. Long Chen knew that there was no point in being anxious. The only thing he could do now was to cultivate to the second level of the spirit-devouring demon eyes before Li Xuanji finished cultivating. The first level of the spirit-devouring demon eyes was called Charm. This was the technique that Li Xuanji had shown to Long Chen before. This technique could be used in a battle to make the enemy lose their mind in an instant. It seemed simple, but if it was used well, it could definitely cause a great deal of damage. If Long Chen cultivated it to a higher level, he could even use this charm to directly control and dominate the actions and thoughts of the weak. Of course, what Li Xuanji had shown to Long Chen before was sexual seduction. There were many types of charm, and Long Chen would not use this kind of charm on a man. The reason why Long Chen had to cultivate the second level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil was because the second level was called soul-devouring. If he could use the first level of soul-devouring, Long Chen would be able to use it on those who had never cultivated it before, or those whose cultivation was still shallow. From there, he would be able to extract pieces of their souls to nourish his own. And the soul was related to the spirit, perception, reaction speed, and so on. After calming his heart, Long Chen began to cultivate the spirit-devouring demon eyes. This was a good thing. If he could cultivate it well, it would be a great trump card. Moreover, there were still several levels of the spirit-devouring demon eyes. Who knew what kind of heaven-defying move he would be able to cultivate towards the end? Another crazy 20 chapters. Thank you for your support. I will continue to work hard. I have been typing crazily these few days, and my fingers are about to break. But I am very happy. So far, I have the most new book subscriptions. It would be even better if there was some VIP PK hehe. My brother's good book, Young Sword Emperor, is rushing to the new book rankings. Brothers, please support the newcomer. If you have flowers, give it to him. There is a portal to his book in the book review section. If you have time, click on it and add it to the bookshelf. Chapter 225. Charm. This was not easy for Long Chen to understand. After studying it for 2 more days, he realized that it required more control over one's true qi. From the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen understood that there were countless meridians in the human eye. The complexity and fineness of the meridians were even more complicated than the meridians in the human body. If one could circulate true qi perfectly in these meridians, one would be able to unleash unimaginable power. This was the essence of eye sorcery. The soul-devouring demon eyes was undoubtedly a top-notch mystique. Hence, it required much more control than the average eye sorcery. Long Chen could completely understand the chant, but when it came to cultivation, he had to practice it over and over again. After 5 days, he had already made more than 100 mistakes. Each mistake caused him to feel a fatal pain. His eyes had even bled from the explosion. Fortunately, he had the returnants to repair these small and delicate injuries. Coupled with the responsibility in his heart, he gritted his teeth and continued to practice. On the 6th day, he completed the charm for the first time. After that, his progress was very smooth. Very quickly, he cultivated the first level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil to the realm of completion. However, this meant that his eyes had already bled more than 200 times. He had endured the pain of more than 200 mistakes. At that moment, when Long Chen opened his eyes, one could see a dark green light flowing in his eyes. An ancient and complicated pattern appeared in his pupils. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to tell what the symbol was. However, Long Chen knew that it was an ancient character for charm. This was an ancient script that had been lost in history. Naturally, Long Chen did not understand it. He had only learned about it from the information in his mind. Soul devouring. The second level of soul devouring was not as difficult as Long Chen had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had the experience of practicing the first level, and his control over his true qi had improved greatly. Furthermore, soul devouring required more impact, so Long Chen completed the cultivation of soul-devouring demon eyes in 7 days. In total, he had completed the cultivation of the soul-devouring demon eyes in 12 days. However, Li Xuanji had still not woken up. He could no longer cultivate the soul-devouring demon eyes. Li Xuanji had said that with his current strength, he could only reach the 2nd level. If he were to cultivate the 3rd level, the consequences would be dire. Even for charm and soul-devouring, Long Chen would have to spend more effort to reach a higher level. After cultivating the 2nd level, when Long Chen used soul-devouring, an ancient word would appear in his eyes. Although he was worried about Yang Lingqing's safety, after the incident in the Star Demon prison, Long Chen had matured quite a bit. He knew that no matter how frustrated he was, he had to calm himself down. Li Xuanji was anxiously recovering her strength. If Long Chen were to disturb her, he would definitely die. Therefore, after completing the soul-devouring demon eyes, he switched to cultivating the blue dragon battle technique. Among the 3 techniques, break the yellow springs, shatter the green hells, and dragon battles the stars, he could only use the first technique. Therefore, Long Chen took out the blue dragon halberd and practiced shatter the green hells and dragon battles the stars in this underground space. Shatter the green hells was a consecutive technique of break the yellow springs. Using both techniques in succession would allow one to unleash greater power. However, this was only the basic starting technique of the blue dragon battle technique. Dragon battles the stars was the simplest technique of the blue dragon battle technique. Time passed quietly, and Long Chen's trump cards gradually became stronger. During this time, he deeply experienced loneliness. When Li Xuanji cultivated, she was like a piece of rock. She had lost all signs of life, and Lingxi was still unconscious. Long Chen did not know how to wake her up. The emptiness in his ears could only be filled with crazy cultivation. He cultivated like crazy, day and night. In order not to disturb Li Xuanji, he ran to a place far away from the ancient coffin. It was dark everywhere, as if apart from the endless soil, there were only the 5 stars in the sky. Long Chen cultivated like crazy here, using the azure dragon halberd to create a ravine on the ground. A network of cracks appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, 27 days had passed in Li Xuanji's cultivation. On this day, Long Chen had successfully cultivated the Earth rank battle skill. Dragon battles the stars. A warrior at the initial Earth core realm had skipped 6 levels and successfully cultivated an Earth rank battle skill. This was unprecedented in the entire Yuanling County. Beitang Mo, if I go back and find that little Qing is missing a single hair, I will definitely use this blue dragon halberd to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Long Chen roared. Little Qing, is this the woman you like? At this time, a cold voice sounded behind him. Long Chen turned around and saw Li Xuanji. She had finally finished cultivating, which meant that she could finally leave this place. Li Xuanji had originally thought that Long Chen liked the strange sword spirit, but now that he had said the name of another woman, she felt disgusted. It's my sister. Long Chen put away the blue dragon halberd and said, I've already cultivated the first 2 levels. As for collecting souls for you, as long as we leave this place, I can do it for you. However, I still have a request. I want to confirm the safety of my sister first. She's not far from here, so it won't take up too much time. Hearing that it was his sister, Li Xuanji's expression became a little better. She didn't need that much time, so she said, All right, seeing that you still care about your sister, I'll give you some benefits first. With a wave of her hand, a majestic force immediately attacked Long Chen. In an instant, it wanted to wrap around Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to resist, he realized that the force was actually very gentle and pure. It was like the clear stream of medicinal energy that appeared when Long Chen ate the empyrean fruit. Refine this force and turn it into your own true qi. Li Xuanji's voice faintly sounded in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used his true qi to refine the force, turning it into his own dragon soul true qi. Because of the stable and powerful force provided by Li Xuanji, Long Chen's true qi grew rapidly. After half a day, he had broken through the Earth Core realm and reached Dongfang Tianyu's realm. However, the growth of his strength hadn't stopped yet. Li Xuanji continued transferring her true qi into his body. Long Chen felt like his body was about to explode. All he could do was to refine and refine. Time passed by while he was refining, and in the blink of an eye, 1 day and 1 night had passed. At this moment, the energy in Long Chen's body had reached its limit. Finally, with a loud bang, the entire Earth Core exploded. Within Long Chen's body, it turned into a blood-red liquid that was surging violently. The true qi gathered in his dantian and condensed into a heavenly core the size of a pinky finger. The cultivation of the divine core realm meant that while absorbing natural energies, one had to constantly compress their true qi. From the mortal core realm to the heavenly core realm, the volume of the true qi had shrunk by a few times. However, the true qi contained within the true qi, as well as the explosive force, was still dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of a mortal core warrior. I've broken through to the heavenly core realm. Long Chen couldn't recover from his shock at this moment. The heavenly core realm was the realm of the top geniuses in the inner family. He was only 2 levels away from Mo Xiaolang, and he had already reached the same level as Dongfang Tianxian. Within the Lingwu family, there were only 4 people from the younger generation who had surpassed him in terms of cultivation, excluding Mo Xiaolang. More importantly, Long Chen had completely mastered the blue dragon halberd, and he had learned the earth rank combat skill, dragon battling starfield, the true dragon 9 flash, and the soul restoring combat skill. As for the dragon soul transformation and the blood devouring realm that came from his inherited blood essence, together with the soul devouring demon eyes that Li Xuanji had given him, his combat strength had skyrocketed to a new level. Let's take Dongfang Tianchen as an example. He is at the early heavenly core realm, and his true energy is similar to mine when I use the dragon soul transformation. In other aspects, although he has also learned the blue dragon combat skill, He is definitely not as strong as me when I have the blue dragon halberd. When thinking about this, Long Chen felt excited. If he could defeat Dongfang Tianchen, then he would be able to kill Bei Tang Mo. That is, if Bei Tang Mo really pushed him too hard. Ling Qing, wait for me. Long Chen's eyes were filled with determination. At the same time, he was grateful to Li Xuanji. It was just a coincidence that Ling Xi's sword had pierced through the coffin, but up until now, not only had Li Xuanji not killed him, she had even given him the soul-devouring demon eyes, and his combat strength had increased by 2 levels. The Heavenly Core Realm. This meant that Long Chen had truly stepped into the realm of the top geniuses in Yuanling County, and he was now very close to the older generation warriors. For example, Dongfang Xuanyu and the other useless late Heavenly Core warriors. Let's go! Surrounded by Li Xuanji's energy, Long Chen flew straight up into the sky. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. For Long Chen, Li Xuanji being able to fly wasn't something shocking anymore. She was a mysterious and miraculous person, and it wasn't difficult for her to bring Long Chen out of the Star Fiend prison. Now that he had regained his consciousness, Long Chen finally realized how deep he had fallen. It was as if he had fallen from the sky to the ground, and now he had returned to the sky from the ground. Li Xuanji's speed was extremely fast, but it still took her half a day to bring Long Chen to the Transition Palace. Standing in the Transition Palace, he turned around and looked at the bottomless abyss. Thinking about how he had survived such a situation, Long Chen couldn't help but feel ridiculous. Next, I'll go check on Ling Qing. Long Chen had no idea what to do next. He was only worried about young Ling Qing's safety. However, there was still a cunning thought in his mind. As long as Li Xuanji followed behind him, no one in the entire Songyang kingdom would be able to kill him. Even the 4 old ancestors didn't have the ability to do so. This was the reason why Long Chen wanted to see young Ling Qing first, then collect her soul. After composing himself, Long Chen exited the black hole. After arriving at the Sky Martial Realm, the first thing Long Chen saw were still the armored guards. However, there were only 3 of them today. The Bei Tang clan member wearing Xuanwu's armor was missing. Long Chen. Yan Honghai and the others cried out in shock when they saw Long Chen suddenly appear. Long Chen was already dead. This was absolutely true. He had fallen into the Star Fiend prison, and no one had naively believed that he could return. However, Long Chen was still standing, alive and well. Not only had he become stronger, but there was also a fierce girl following behind him. Chapter 226. Why are you still alive? Yan Honghai's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Chen. He even ignored the beautiful girl standing next to Long Chen. Although the other 2 guards didn't say anything, they too had the same question in their minds. Long Chen's appearance was definitely a huge shock to them. Why I'm still alive is not important. What's important is that I'm still alive. Long Chen smiled. Then he turned to Yan Honghai and said, Big brother Yan, I need to ask you for some information. Tell me. Yan Honghai was shocked. He looked at the other 2 guards and said with a troubled expression, Young Master Long Chen, do you know that the Lingwu family is now looking for Master Xian Xiao in the entire Yuanling County? You're Master Xuanxiao's adopted son, and you were involved in that incident. That's why I should arrest you. He was struggling in his mind. Actually, Dongfang Xianxiao had been taking good care of him all these years, but it was because of Yan Honghai that Dongfang Xianxiao and Long Chen ended up like this. Of course, without Yan Honghai, there would be someone else who would inform the Blue Dragon Patriarch, but Yan Honghai still felt bad about it. But he had to do his duty, and he had to do it now. Brother Yan, if you don't want to do it, then we'll do it. The other 2 guards looked at each other. Then they walked towards Long Chen. They were both early Heavenly Core warriors, and if it was the old Long Chen, he would never be able to handle them. You want to do it? Long Chen let out a cold laugh. He wasn't afraid at all. In fact, from their conversation just now, Long Chen had found out that Dongfang Xianxiao was still alive, and that was enough for him. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, the beautiful Li Xuanji beside him became impatient. She casually waved her hand, causing Yan Honghai and the other 2 guards' faces to turn pale, and they were knocked back while coughing up blood. Don't waste time. Ask whatever you want, she said indifferently. Long Chen knew that time was of the essence, and he couldn't care less about Yan Honghai's injuries. He walked in front of him, and in front of his shocked eyes, he asked, "Big brother Yan, do you know anything about my little sister, Yang Lingqing? I'll ask you this once. If you don't answer, you see, she will easily kill you." Yan Honghai couldn't understand how this unbelievably beautiful girl could injure him so severely with just a light wave of her hand. However, his mind worked quickly. When Long Chen asked his question, he immediately replied, "Beitang Mo is going to marry Yang Lingqing today. You'll know when you go to the Beitang clan. A wedding reception. Heh, you're just courting death." For the Beitang clan, today was a big day. Of course, it was also a big day for the Lingwu family. Because today, the most outstanding son of the head of the Beitang clan, Beitang Ming, and the most outstanding genius of the Beitang clan, Beitang Mo, was going to marry his adopted little sister, Yang Lingqing. Of course, after the wedding, his adopted little sister would no longer be his adopted little sister, but his wife. Yang Lingqing had the profound Yin body, and after she had learned the correct cultivation method, she had reached the late mortal core realm. In the future, she might even surpass Beitang Mo and become the hidden ace of the Beitang clan. Therefore, Beitang Ming was willing to pay any price to tie her to the Beitang clan. This was something that all the other three clans agreed with. However, Dongfang Xianshao had messed things up and caused this matter to be delayed. Now, Dongfang Xianshao had chosen to betray the Lingwu family, and Beitang Ming had set an auspicious date overnight. The auspicious date was today. For the past month, the Beitang clan had been preparing for this grand ceremony. The wedding this time was very grand. Not only did the Beitang clan invite the important figures of the other three inner clans of the Lingwu family, the 9 supreme elders of the outer clans, and representatives from all the other clans in Yuanling City were also present. Right at this moment, the Beitang clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. All kinds of people were shuttling back and forth. It was very lively. All kinds of servants, cooks, and maids were busy shuttling back and forth. The originally quiet martial Lingwu inner clan was suddenly filled with so many people, and it was hard for anyone to get used to it. Shouts, laughter, cheers, and flattery could be heard everywhere in the Beitang clan. In the biggest main hall of the Beitang clan, the Xuanwu Hall, the wedding ceremony had yet to begin, but it was already filled with guests. These guests came from all over the world, and most of them knew each other, but they hadn't seen each other for many years. Right now, they were all chatting with each other. Fiery red-colored lanterns were hung everywhere, and beautiful red paper cutouts were pasted everywhere. On the entrance of the Xuanwu Hall, a sheep character was carved out of a type of fiery crystal. When the guests saw this fiery red sheep character that was even burning with flames, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration again and again. In the Xuanwu Hall, all the people who should be present had already arrived. The 9 supreme elders of the outer clans were gathered together. On the other side, 3 of the 4 elders of the Dongfang clan, Feng, Yu, and Yun Xiao had already arrived. As for the leaders of the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger clans, they had also arrived, sitting to the left of Dongfang Xianfeng. The auspicious time was approaching, and the elders of both clans were already sitting at the head of the table. On the left side, Beitang Ming was wearing a bright red robe, looking very festive. At this time, he was smiling and greeting the guests around him. He was talking and laughing wittily, looking like a leader of a big clan. On the other hand, Yang Yuntian looked much more shabby. He was wearing a set of clothes, showing that he was just a small character from a small place. His forced smile and embarrassed and frightened eyes also proved that he was weak and helpless. The guests present were praising Beitang Ming for being so handsome at such an age, but at the same time, they were slandering Yang Yuntian. I've heard that the woman that Beitang Ming married possesses a profound Yin body. However, that woman's father is truly a disgrace. I think you are just jealous. He has a good daughter, and from now on, he is going to soar into the sky and become the in-laws of the Beitang clan. I think you want this kind of honor even in your dreams. Nonsense. However, although that girl of mine doesn't have the profound Yin body, her appearance isn't bad. If young Master Beitang Mo had chosen my daughter instead, her father wouldn't have been so shabby and thrown away the face of the Beitang family. Old Zhao, be careful with your words. You can speak softly. Oh yes. Yang Yuntian could vaguely hear such a conversation. In-laws, don't pay attention to these short-sighted people. If Lingqing can marry my son, I promise that the Yang clan will become a big clan within 100 miles. When that time comes, the Yang clan will also be a prominent clan. Yang Yuntian nodded and hurriedly expressed his thanks. This was originally a great thing, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Yang Lingqing had already told him about Long Chen's matter. He knew that Yang Lingqing was unwilling, and he also knew that the clan's greatest hope, Long Chen, was now gone without a trace. After hearing this news, the entire Yang clan almost collapsed. Even the patriarch of the Yang clan couldn't handle this kind of news, let alone the others. Yang Lingqing also washed her face with tears every day in the Beitang clan. After a month, she finally calmed down. However, Beitang Mo and the others found that she rarely spoke since then. The coldness in her eyes sometimes made Beitang Mo feel afraid. This time, the Yang clan, as the bride's family, only sent Yang Yuntian to the wedding. From this, it could be seen that the Yang clan was dissatisfied. At this time, the Yang clan was shrouded in a gloomy fog. At this time, the MC standing at the door shouted at the top of his voice, "We've arrived in time. Let's perform the ceremony." While he was speaking, the bride and groom had already entered through the side door. Beitang Mo was dressed very handsomely today. He was wearing a red robe embroidered with a male symbol, a golden dragon, and black combat boots. Under his scholarly appearance, there was a trace of domineering murderous aura. This kind of man and the halo behind him was destined to make countless girls crazy. Yang Lingqing's face was hidden under the red veil, covering her increasingly beautiful face. However, the curves under her clothes showed that she was already a woman with feminine charm. However, it could be seen that her body was trembling at this time. "Qing, are you nervous? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Every girl will face such a moment. Only after going through the transformation of the wedding will you be able to grow into a real woman." Beitang Mo whispered into Yang Lingqing's ear with a faint smile. Yang Lingqing's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. "Let me tell you a piece of good news. My father got a fire dragon fruit for me. The fire dragon fruit has the power of blazing flames. It can make me strong for a short time and won't be harmed by your profound Yin body. So tonight, we can finally consummate our marriage." After saying this, Beitang Ming laughed softly. Yang Lingqing narrowed her eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. "Even he is dead. In this world, there is no one to protect me. So I have to be strong." Yang Lingqing secretly grasped the hem of her clothes tightly. The auspicious time had arrived, and then it was time to perform the ceremony. After 3 bows, they would be a real husband and wife. Yang Lingqing was a very traditional person. As long as they performed the ceremony, she would accept her fate. Although she didn't like this environment and didn't like the person next to her, when fate was strong, no one could resist it. Looking at Yang Lingqing and Beitang Mo standing in front of him, Beitang Ming stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. However, Yang Yuntian's smile was somewhat forced, which made him look a little wretched. This smile immediately caused a burst of laughter. Vaguely, Yang Lingqing knew that they were mocking her father. She didn't feel humiliated, but angry. She tightly grasped the hem of her red clothes. Because she used too much strength, her fingers turned purple. "Father, I will help you get revenge for this debt. And revenge for my brother." The magic in her heart gradually ignited and burned wildly. First bow to the heavens and earth. Everyone was ready. The master of ceremonies quickly shouted with a smile on his face. Beitang Mo and Yang Lingqing turned around and faced the door. Everyone smiled as they watched this scene. At this moment, with a boom, the huge flaming sheep character on the door turned into powder. The fragments fell to the ground and the master of ceremonies, who was full of smiles, was directly sent flying. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, a figure walked into Xuanwu Hall. Chapter 227. Today was the Beitang family's business day, so there were many people coming and going outside the Xuanwu Hall. Therefore, when the young man walked quietly to the door, no one noticed anything amiss. However, when the huge words formed by the fire crystals were shattered, everyone was shocked and focused their attention on the door. The Beitang family wasn't the only one who was causing trouble. Even the other 3 inner families had ugly expressions on their faces. Causing trouble at the wedding of the Beitang family's #1 member of the younger generation was akin to slapping the entire Lingwu family in the face. "Who is it? Do you have a death wish?" Beitang Ming stood up from his chair with a wobe sound. His pair of sharp eyes looked at the person who had just arrived. When he clearly saw the young man who had just walked in from outside the door, his eyes showed a momentary daze. His son, Beitang Mo, hadn't heard the Blue Dragon Patriarch talk about Long Chen's fate, so it was easier for him to accept it. However, Dongfang Xianfeng and the others, who already knew that Long Chen couldn't possibly have survived, were in disbelief when they saw Long Chen appear. They exclaimed, "Long Chen, how could you still be alive?" Many people snapped out of their shock when they heard Long Chen's name. Actually, when Long Chen had brought the Blue Dragon Halberd into the Star Fiend prison, everyone in the Dongfang family had been worried. In the ancestral mausoleum, the ancient rainbow cauldron had allowed the Blue Dragon Halberd to automatically return to the ancestral mausoleum when the vital energy seed in Long Chen's body lost its effect or when he died. However, a month had passed, and there hadn't been any movement from the Blue Dragon Halberd. It was impossible for Long Chen to survive falling from the Star Fiend prison. Therefore, the Blue Dragon Patriarch attributed this situation to the uniqueness of the Star Fiend prison. The Dongfang family's loss of the Blue Dragon Halberd was a huge blow to the Dongfang family. The Blue Dragon Patriarch was currently busy hunting down Dongfang Xianshao and worrying about the whereabouts of the Blue Dragon Halberd. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Dongfang Xianfeng and Dongfang Xuanyu, who knew that the Blue Dragon Halberd had been lost, had been crying over the past few days. To them, Long Chen's appearance was a huge shock and a huge surprise. Long Chen hadn't died, which meant that the Blue Dragon Halberd was still there. This news was undoubtedly timely. They were so ecstatic that they forgot to think about why Long Chen hadn't died and why the Blue Dragon Halberd hadn't returned to the ancestral mausoleum after Long Chen's vital energy seed had disappeared. Hearing Long Chen's name, those who had some understanding of him were quite shocked by his current actions. At this moment, they all started pointing at Long Chen. Two of them were stunned as well. They were Yang Yuntian and Yang Lingqing. They had heard with their own ears that Long Chen had died. The person that Beitang Mo had shouted and Yang Yuntian had seen with his own eyes was Long Chen. He was alive and well, and he seemed to be even more powerful than before. Why did they say that he was dead? Yang Lingqing's eyes instantly became moist. At this point, she couldn't care less about whether others were lying to her. When she lifted the red veil, the person who had walked in with his back straight was none other than Long Chen. Upon seeing that it was really him, Yang Lingqing felt her heart suddenly fill with warmth. Under his gaze, her heart, which had originally been like dry land, instantly turned into an oasis with lush vegetation. An invisible and strong force flourished and flourished in her heart. This was what Long Chen had taught her countless times. This was also a quality that every girl had to have. Only by being strong could one obtain a better life and live proudly. "Is it really you, brother?" Yang Lingqing choked with sobs and hurriedly wiped her red eyes. Long Chen also saw Yang Lingqing's tears. As he had expected, without him, no matter how strong this girl was, she wouldn't be that strong. Moreover, the Beitang clan had threatened the Yang clan in Baiyang town. Anger and murderous intent gradually grew in his heart. "Long Chen, you're actually not dead." Seeing Long Chen, Beitang Mo, who was standing beside Yang Lingqing, looked at him coldly. He didn't know what was wrong with the Blue Dragon ancestor's words, but it was a fact that Long Chen was not dead. At this point, he could only accept this fact first and then investigate why he was still alive. "Are you here to cause trouble again?" It was obvious that Long Chen was here to cause trouble. Previously, because of him, Beitang Mo's dream was forcefully disrupted. Although he had slapped Long Chen, it didn't seem to have any effect on Long Chen. This brat was unexpectedly alive and kicking. But today, Dongfang Xianshao had become a street rat. Without anyone to rely on, Long Chen actually dared to cause trouble here. Seeing that Yang Lingqing had taken off her veil and ruined the Beitang clan's tradition, Beitang Mo's heart instantly burned with murderous intent. Without saying a word, he walked towards Long Chen with heavy steps. At the same time, Long Chen also glared at Beitang Mo. "Beitang Mo, I've said it before. If you want to forcefully marry my sister, you'll have to do it over my dead body." The dignified Beitang clan actually did such a shameful thing and used the Yang clan's family members as a threat. This method is really shameless. Long Chen laughed coldly as he walked towards Beitang Mo. Long Chen's words were like a huge slap on the faces of everyone from the Beitang clan. In an instant, their faces turned green. Beitang Ming and Beitang Mo's faces were so gloomy that they were about to bleed. Not many people knew that Yang Lingqing was forced. But now, Yang Lingqing had taken off her veil and her face was full of tears. Her brother even came to kill them. Everyone was very clear what this meant. This time, the Beitang clan had made a big fool out of themselves. At this moment, everyone was secretly laughing. They wanted to see how the Beitang clan was going to end this good show. Nonsense. Nonsense. Brother Xianfeng, tell me, how should I deal with this unfilial son? Before he made his move, Beitang Ming gave Dongfang Xianfeng a look. Long Chen is the unfilial son of that traitor. He is no longer a member of the Dongfang clan. Today, he is purely spouting nonsense and confusing right and wrong. He should be sentenced to death. Brother Bei, do your best to protect the dignity of the Lingwu clan. Dongfang Xianfeng understood and immediately said in a clear voice. With Dongfang Xuanfeng's words, Beitang Mo laughed coldly. At this moment, Long Chen was less than 20 meters away from him. In other words, he could make Long Chen's blood splatter 5 steps away. Seeing that the show was over so quickly, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Among the 9 great supreme elders, 2 of them saw that Long Chen had come back to life. Their eyes were extremely vicious. But now that Long Chen was going to die, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although they didn't do it themselves, it could be considered as giving Chu Yunxi and Jin Shenzhen an explanation. They were Chu Tianxiong and Jin Luan. I didn't expect this. This guy had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, and in less than 2 months, he has become so powerful in the inner family. Chu Tianxiong said with mixed emotions. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he still has to die. Beitang Mo is an early heavenly core warrior, and together with the Beitang clan's resources, I think he can fight me to a draw. Killing Long Chen is just a matter of a single strike. I really don't know where this guy got his courage from. How dare he cause trouble here? Jin Luan said with a cold voice. Actually, Yang Lingqing understood what they were thinking. When Long Chen first arrived, her heart was filled with happiness. But when she thought about how Long Chen's strength was not enough to fight the Beitang clan, or even the giant machine that was the Lingwu family, her face instantly turned pale. Brother, hurry up and leave. In a moment of desperation, Yang Lingqing could only shout with a heart-wrenching voice. The tears in her eyes were tears of excitement, but now they were tears of worry and fear. Let's go. Long Chen walked towards Beitang Mo step by step. The energy from his body kept increasing. How can I, Long Chen, leave? Haha. The true energy of a heavenly core warrior kept surging within his body. Although he hadn't transformed into his dragon soul form, and he hadn't taken out his blue dragon halberd, it was still terrifying enough. Last time, the Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm didn't kill you. That was because I didn't use all my strength. Young man, you are no longer a member of the Lingwu family. But today, you've come to my wedding and caused trouble. You've brought shame to the Beitang family. Today, I'll take your life. Beitang Mo's voice was extremely cold. He sped up his steps, and in an instant, he had crossed the 20 meters distance. In his hand, the Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm was spinning rapidly. Countless palm strikes were unleashed, and the frightening palm strike was flying towards Long Chen's chest. Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm. A loud shout shocked everyone. They were secretly praising the solid foundation of the Lingwu family, and at the same time, they were looking forward to seeing how Long Chen would die. You want to kill me with just this? Long Chen sneered. Right at this moment, on his fingertip, a tiny spot of starlight appeared. When Long Chen suddenly increased his speed and dashed towards Beitang Mo, the starlight instantly transformed into a bright sword energy and collided with Beitang Mo's Yin Wind poisonous demonic palm. Swoosh! A series of sharp explosive sounds rang out. The massive force caused the pillars in the hall to shake. What? What shocked everyone was that the expected scene of Long Chen being killed by Beitang Mo in a single move did not happen. After a head-on clash, both of them were pushed back by the powerful force of the other party, unable to stand steadily. Every time they were pushed back, a deep pit was formed in the Xuanwu Hall. From the deep pit, one could see how powerful the 2 young men were. It was not surprising that Beitang Mo could achieve such a result. But why was Long Chen able to fight evenly with him? Impossible. What just happened? Beitang Mo's face was filled with shock. He could clearly feel that Long Chen's strength was not inferior to his. Could it be that he broke through again? Thinking of this, Beitang Mo's desire to kill Long Chen intensified. When Long Chen clashed with Beitang Mo just now, Yang Lingqing could clearly see how strong Beitang Mo was. But how could Long Chen, who had no strength at all, grow to the same level as Bei Tang Mo in just half a year? Brother. Towards this person who kept creating miracles, Yang Lingqing was filled with admiration and respect. Of course, there was also a deep sense of pride. Chapter 228. The fight between Long Chen and Bei Tang Mo had ended in a tie. In an instant, the entire Xuanwu Palace was in an uproar. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xianfeng and Dongfang Xuanyu looked at each other. Dongfang Xianfeng furrowed his brows and said, "Not only is this guy still alive, it seems like he has broken through to the heavenly core realm, breaking through 2 stages in a row. This is unbelievable. The blue dragon halberd must be with him. Brother, it's time for this farce to end. Let me kill him, and the blue dragon halberd will definitely return to the family." Dongfang Xuanyu stood up and said, attracting everyone's attention. Right at this moment, Bei Tang Mo was about to unleash his true strength to kill Long Chen, and the men from the Dongfang family were about to strike. Bei Tang Mo thought for a moment. Then he took a few steps back. Long Chen used to be a member of the Dongfang family. Therefore, it was more appropriate for the men from the Dongfang family to kill him. "Young man, it's not easy for you to survive until now. It's time for this farce to end. I'll send you to hell now." Dongfang Xuanyu was a late heavenly core warrior, and her cultivation level was almost the same as the 9 supreme elders. Right now, she had walked past Bei Tang Mo and walked in front of Long Chen, giving him a tremendous pressure. But Long Chen wasn't afraid. He had his own trump card. "It's your honor to be killed by an earth-rank combat skill." Dongfang Xuanyu circulated her true energy, causing her clothes to flutter. The powerful energy of a late heavenly core warrior was unleashed from her body. Besides the blue dragon halberd, the Dongfang family also had another earth-rank combat skill, and it was the one Dongfang Xuanyu was using right now. Hearing the name earth-rank combat skill, everyone gasped. In Yuanling City, there were only a few people who possessed an earth-rank combat skill, and they could even learn it. An earth-tier battle skill? Long Chen was ready to transform into his dragon soul and take out his blue dragon halberd. He came here today to stop the wedding and to test his strength. Either Dongfang Xuanyu or Bei Tang Mo could test his strength. Dongfang Xuanyu was stronger than Long Chen. Dang! A dragon's roar exploded in the air. Dongfang Xuanyu was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. Her face was cold, and she looked at Long Chen as if she was looking at a dead man. Right at this moment, a powerful aura locked onto Long Chen. Dongfang Xuanyu's eyes were cold, and her expression didn't change at all. She punched out with her fist, causing the surrounding air to emit a sharp whistling sound. A formless ripple blasted towards Long Chen. Earth-tier battle skill. Wind-splitting dragon. Bam! With an explosive punch, a strong gust of wind appeared, and a gigantic dragon shadow flew towards Long Chen. This powerful attack instantly shocked everyone in the Xuanwu Palace. Most of them knew that they couldn't withstand this attack. Bei Tang Mo and Bei Tang Ming looked at each other. They knew that Long Chen was going to die this time, and Yang Lingqing, who stood next to him, was even more heartbroken. Anyone could tell that with Long Chen's current strength, there was no way he could be a match for Dongfang Xuanyu. It was true. Long Chen didn't transform into his dragon soul, and he didn't use his blue dragon halberd. With his heavenly core true energy that was 4 times stronger than normal, he was no match for Dongfang Xuanyu. But when Long Chen used his true energy, everything was different. "You want to kill me? Looks like you're worried about the blue dragon halberd," Long Chen thought to himself. Facing such a powerful earth-tier battle skill, he was about to transform into his dragon soul to scare everyone away. But right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. With a slight wave of her hand, Dongfang Xuanyu's wind-splitting dragon was shattered, and Dongfang Xuanyu was sent flying back while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who? This sudden turn of events had shocked everyone, especially Dongfang Xianfeng. After catching the injured Dongfang Xuanyu, he stared at the scene with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Someone who could defeat Dongfang Xuanyu just like that. Even he couldn't help but show a shocked expression. When he saw that the person standing in front of Long Chen was a beautiful young girl. Not only Dongfang Xianfeng, everyone else were stunned. They had to admit that this was definitely the most beautiful girl they had ever seen in their lives. Besides, not only did she have a perfect face, her body was perfect, and most importantly, She seemed to have an incredible combat strength. Who was she? Everyone had the same question in their minds. Long Chen could only reply with a bitter smile. He actually thought that Li Xuanji would only help him when his life was in danger. He didn't expect her to come out so soon. Could it be that she really cared about him? After that, Long Chen realized that he had thought too much. Who are you? Why did you hurt my sister? Dongfang Xianfeng furrowed his brows and asked. When Dongfang Xianfeng was speaking, Bei Tangmo had already sneaked away. His father, Bei Tangming, walked to the front and stood together with Dongfang Xianfeng. This young girl's strength was immeasurable, so they didn't dare to make a move. May I know your identity? Seeing that Li Xuanji didn't say anything, he tried to probe further. At this time, Li Xuanji's eyes looked at Yang Lingqing. She moved her red lips and said faintly, "You come here." This situation made Yang Lingqing unable to recover from his shock. However, he knew that this stunning young lady must have some sort of relationship with Long Chen. Under Long Chen's subtle gaze, she walked towards him. Don't go over. Bei Tangming naturally wouldn't let this piece of meat fly away just like that. Get lost. Li Xuanji only said this and waved her hand casually. Everyone was so scared that they almost peed their pants. The two leaders of the Lingwu family were sent flying like Dongfang Xuanyu, crashing into a large number of tables and chairs. A heavenly river tier elite. Dongfang Xianfeng and Bei Tangming looked at each other and saw the speculation in each other's eyes. A heavenly river tier elite was the top elite in Yuanling City. The young girl in front of them could defeat them so easily, so she was naturally a heavenly river tier elite. This identity made the two of them swallow their anger and get up. They didn't have any temper and could only watch like bystanders, which was very funny. As for the others, they also looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. The words, heavenly river tier, gradually appeared in their minds. Such a young heavenly river tier elite. What kind of concept was this? Waves of shock rose in everyone's hearts. And Long Chen could actually make such a genius elite fight for him. What did this mean? It meant that Long Chen definitely had something to rely on for appearing here today. He wasn't a brute, but a truly terrifying person. At this time, when Yang Lingqing came over, she was held by Long Chen's hand. Feeling the warmth from Long Chen's body, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Seeing this girl so fragile, Long Chen felt a bit of heartache. At the same time, his desire to kill the Beitang family and the others intensified. Seeing that Li Xuanji was carefully sizing up Yang Lingqing, Long Chen was a bit confused and asked, "What's wrong with her?" "I'm guessing that this mysterious Yin body seems to be the embryonic form of the great Yin devil body. The Yin cold physique that is as famous as the 9 Yin blocked meridians, the great Yin devil body." Li Xuanji murmured. It was obvious that she was a bit dazed because of her excitement. Great Yin devil body, 9 Yin blocked meridians. Long Chen had never heard of these words, but something that could shock even Li Xuanji couldn't be simple. Only now did Long Chen realize that Li Xuanji had made a move in advance because she had discovered something special about Yang Lingqing. Li Xuanji was just about to speak when she suddenly frowned. At this time, two old men rushed in from outside the Xuanwu Palace. One of them was a weak but energetic old man. He was the Blue Dragon Patriarch, and the other tall and burly old man was probably the Xuanwu Patriarch. Previously, Bei Tangmo had slipped away to find these two supermasters of the Lingwu family. They were at the heavenly river tier, and only they could suppress Li Xuanji and kill Long Chen. Seeing the two patriarchs appear, Bei Tangming and Dongfang Xianfeng looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. With the appearance of the two patriarchs, the situation could finally be salvaged. At this time, the Blue Dragon Patriarch and the Xuanwu Patriarch saw Long Chen first. For the Blue Dragon Patriarch, Long Chen's survival was a great shock to him. But it was also because of this that the disappearance of the Blue Dragon halberd had a chance to turn things around. However, it was said that a young heavenly river tier expert had appeared here. Soon, the two patriarchs fixed their eyes on Li Xuanji. To their confusion, they didn't sense the power of stars in Li Xuanji's body. On the contrary, Li Xuanji's body was like a black hole that swallowed their eyes. They even thought that Li Xuanji didn't seem to exist in this world. How is that possible? The two patriarchs looked at each other, feeling very uncertain. At this time, Li Xuanji also looked at them. How dare a mere heavenly river tier behave atrociously in front of me? Li Xuanji sneered. She didn't speak loudly, so only Long Chen, Yang Lingqing, and the two patriarchs could hear her. To the two progenitors, Li Xuanji's words were like a mountain crashing down on their heads. Instantly, the two progenitors stopped in their tracks as if they had been struck by lightning. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there were traces of blood flowing down from their ears. That one sentence alone was enough to injure the two great ancestors. This made the two patriarchs' hearts completely cold. They knew that Li Xuanji was definitely not at the heavenly river tier, but at a higher level. How could there be such an expert in a small place like Yuanling City? They couldn't understand it, but they didn't neglect it. At this time, everyone was waiting to see how the two patriarchs would deal with Li Xuanji. However, to their surprise, the two patriarchs turned pale and timidly walked up to Li Xuanji. They said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior. Senior, you have come to our Lingwu family. We are sorry for not going out to welcome you. Please forgive us. We will immediately prepare a big banquet to entertain you." Senior. The two patriarchs' subservient appearance and their words almost made everyone's jaws drop. However, after thinking for a while, they were even more shocked. They all looked at Long Chen. Long Chen could make such a figure stand up for him. This was really nature-defying. Chapter 229. The appearance of Li Xuanji had turned the wedding into a strange atmosphere. Even the two patriarchs had succumbed to Li Xuanji's tyrannical power. All the people were stunned. Right at this moment, Patriarch Blue Dragon and Patriarch Xuanwu were shocked by Li Xuanji's frightening strength. They were bowing and waiting for Li Xuanji to speak. The sudden situation had scared them to death. Why is Long Chen still alive? Who is this girl? Could it be that she rescued Long Chen from the Star Devil prison? That's right, only someone at her level, even in the Imperial City, would be considered as a peerless warrior. Only she could save Long Chen. What is the relationship between her and Long Chen? Right at this moment, Patriarch Blue Dragon's mind was in turmoil. In just half a year, Long Chen had grown from a powerless warrior to a heavenly core warrior. Speaking of which, even the monstrous genius of the Lingwu family, Mo Xiaolang, didn't have such a speed. Lingxi, and now Li Xuanji, both made Patriarch Blue Dragon and the others feel that Long Chen was shrouded in a layer of mystery. There was complete silence, and everyone was waiting for Li Xuanji's reaction. Li Xuanji was still sizing up young Ling Qing. As for Patriarch Blue Dragon, she had basically ignored him. After a while she waved her hand and said, "I'm in a good mood these days, so I don't feel like killing anyone. But please don't bother me. Just go and do what you're supposed to do." This was the territory of the Lingwu clan, but Li Xuanji had the intention of telling everyone to get lost. It could be seen how strong her backing was. Patriarch Blue Dragon and the others didn't dare say anything after hearing this. They knew that some super powerful warriors could maintain their youthful appearance. Since Li Xuanji looked so young, and she had accepted the title of senior from them, she must be quite old. "Let's leave this place first. It's time for me to do what you want me to do," Long Chen suggested. He realized that Li Xuanji was so excited after discovering Yang Lingqing's special body that she had forgotten about the soul-devouring demonic eyes. Li Xuanji nodded. Long Chen then called out to Yang Yuntian, held Yang Lingqing's hand, and left Xuanwu Hall under the crowd's complicated gazes. Everyone knew that Long Chen was no longer someone they could provoke easily. Even Patriarch Blue Dragon couldn't do that. This caused countless people to feel a sense of defeat in their hearts. Especially those who had attacked Long Chen before. Dongfang Tianyu, Dongfang Tianqing, Chu Tianxiong, and the others were all in Xuanwu Hall, witnessing how Long Chen had easily slapped the Lingwu family and taken Yang Lingqing away from Bei Tangmo's hands with the support of Li Xuanji. After Bei Tangmo called for the two patriarchs, he stood at the entrance of Xuanwu Hall and was about to watch Long Chen and Li Xuanji die. Who would have thought that the two patriarchs would turn into grandsons after entering the hall? This destroyed Bei Tangmo's faith. In his heart, the patriarchs of Xuanwu and the others were his life goals. But now, his goal had turned into grandsons, and it was in front of his own enemies. When he saw Yang Lingqing being led away from Xuanwu Hall by Long Chen, the flames of anger burned in Bei Tangmo's chest. Long Chen. Bei Tangmo had never imagined that the inconspicuous kid would become the person who gave him the biggest slap in the face. "I will definitely kill you, no matter which woman you are hiding behind." Just now, Bei Tangmo had only casually used the Wind Poison demonic palm. Long Chen was able to resist it, but it didn't seem to be very powerful. After Long Chen left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other helplessly. Everyone present was suffocated by the sudden appearance of the mysterious girl, so they didn't have the mood to laugh at the Beitang clan anymore. This wedding had become the biggest joke in the world. Everyone couldn't stay any longer, so they all took their leave. After leaving the Beitang clan, Long Chen randomly found a shady spot and stood there. Yang Yuntian and Yang Lingqing were extremely shocked by today's events. They had successfully escaped from the calamity, and they were still in a daze. However, Li Xuanji was like a god. Even if Long Chen was present, they didn't dare to speak. What do you mean by the extreme Yin devil body? Long Chen could see that she was very interested in this. I've said it before. The extreme Yin devil body and the 9 Yin absolute meridians are the two most heaven-defying Yin physiques in this world. The initial progress may be slow, but as long as there are suitable resources and cultivation methods, it will definitely shine with peerless beauty. This sister of yours, her mysterious Yin body has a trace of the extreme Yin devil body. According to my guess, she has the potential to grow into the extreme Yin devil body. Li Xuanji's background was extraordinary, and the extreme Yin devil body was praised by her as one of the two peerless Yin physiques in the world. It must be very extraordinary. However, Long Chen felt that Li Xuanji had taken a fancy to Yang Lingqing. You don't seem to know what this concept is. Li Xuanji glanced at Long Chen and said lightly, I have the 9 Yin absolute meridians, and I have never seen other 9 Yin absolute meridians. What do you think of my strength? Li Xuanji's strength was naturally unimaginable. I know you are very powerful. I think no one in this country is a match for you. Long Chen nodded. Haha. Li Xuanji smiled and did not deny it. Then she said, You have cultivated my spirit-devouring demon pupil and promised to do something for me. Go now, I will wait for you here. Long Chen had just witnessed how powerful Li Xuanji was. Even old ancestor Azure Dragon, whom Long Chen really wanted to kill, was like an obedient grandchild in front of her. Truth be told, Long Chen was quite afraid of her, and he couldn't wait to finish his task for her so that he could slip away. After all, if he were to stay by her side, he wouldn't even know how he died if he spoke carelessly and angered her. Little Qing, you stay here and wait for me to come back. Long Chen said and then left Lingwu City and came to the Dongling region of Yuanling City. The second level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil is spirit-devouring. I will try the power of the spirit-devouring demon pupil now. On the busy street, Long Chen wandered around and soon came to a residential area, where he was a bigger target. What Li Xuanji needed were the souls of young girls who had not experienced the world, so Long Chen tried to find young girls. He was worried that he would hurt them. He increased the number of people to devour from 100 to 200. This way, each person would share less soul power, so they should not be hurt much. Without a doubt, the spirit-devouring demon pupil was mysterious. The first time he used it was on a girl who was washing clothes by the river. Long Chen walked behind her and gently tapped her back. The girl turned around and suddenly saw such a handsome and charming man like Long Chen. She was a little surprised and shy. Look into my eyes. A dark green light flowed in Long Chen's eyes. He used the first level of the spirit-devouring demon pupil's charm. From his own eyes, he could see that there seemed to be a gray fog in the body of the girl. As he used the charm, the fog gradually reduced its hostility towards him, as if it could easily swim out of her body. Spirit-devouring. In his strange eyes, an ancient word devouring suddenly appeared. Under his strong control, he could see that the gray fog in the girl's body gradually separated into a small ball and was directly swallowed by Long Chen with his eyes. Success. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised that he succeeded on his first try. However, when he saw the girl's face turn pale, Long Chen felt a little guilty. It was just that he had to complete Li Xuanji's missions in order to survive. In this way, he finally completed 200 missions after half an hour. This time, he had only tried the 2 minor functions of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, but he believed that when his strength increased, he would definitely be able to learn the more powerful spirit-devouring demon pupil. Returning to Yuanling City, Li Xuanji and the others were still there. You're too slow. Li Xuanji's eyes had a frightening cold light. Sorry, it's my first time using it, and I'm not very familiar with it. Long Chen lied. In reality, if he directly swallowed the souls of 100 people, it would only take half the time. With Long Chen's explanation, Li Xuanji forgave him. No matter what, Long Chen was her benefactor. At this time, Li Xuanji used the spirit-devouring demon pupil to completely transfer Long Chen's results into her body. After absorbing the girl's soul, Li Xuanji sat down cross-legged, probably refining. At this time, Yang Lingqing and Yang Yuntian signaled to him. Long Chen was startled, then followed them to a place not far away. At this time, Yang Lingqing's eyes were filled with determination. She looked at Long Chen and said, "Brother, I want to follow her from now on." "What?" Long Chen's eyes widened, but he quickly thought it through. Just now when he went out first, he guessed that Li Xuanji had this layer of meaning. "She threatened you to follow her," Long Chen whispered. Li Xuanji had the 9-yin absolute meridian, and seeing Yang Lingqing's embryonic great-yin devil body, she would definitely have some thoughts. "No, she asked me if I was willing to let her be my master. She said she is 10,000 times stronger than you, and although she is a bit fierce, I know she is a good person." Yang Lingqing looked at Li Xuanji and said, "Good person." Bei Tangamo seemed like a good person back then. Long Chen was still very worried. In his opinion, Yang Lingqing should obediently return to Baiyang town, then he would be more at ease, and not let this girl roam the world by herself. This is different. Yang Lingqing's attitude was a little firmer this time. She looked at Long Chen, clenched her teeth and said, "Brother, I have thought it through. I also want to have my own life, and I can't be protected by you for the rest of my life. This is the most important opportunity in my life. If I miss it, I will probably be mediocre in this small place for the rest of my life. I want to go out and see the outside world. Brother, you have this right, so I should have the same right." This. Long Chen didn't know what to say when he saw her passionate gaze. "When you went out just now, she told me about the outside world. She told me about the dragon sacrificial continent, the myriad kingdoms domain, and the 3 emperor domains. This is the first time I know that the world is actually so big." At this point, there was deep reverence in Yang Lingqing's eyes. "Let her go." Out of Long Chen's expectations, even her father, Yang Yuntian, agreed. Chapter 230. From Yang Yuntian's eyes, Long Chen saw love. "From this incident, I saw the fate of the weak. This time, if you and her hadn't appeared, little Qing's life would have been ruined. Regardless of the outcome, I think my daughter should fight for it. Ling Qing, you are the greatest pride of your father's life." As he said this, Yang Yuntian's eyes glistened with tears. Only then did Long Chen realize that this second uncle of his had aged so much. The man who had attacked him and almost killed him had changed a long time ago. "Don't worry. Although I, Li Xuanji, am ruthless, I have always been magnanimous. If I say that I will take good care of her, I will definitely take good care of her." At this moment, Li Xuanji had successfully refined it. Long Chen could clearly see that she seemed to have recovered a lot. From the time they had spent together, Long Chen had gained some understanding of her. He already had an idea. "How should I find you in the future?" Long Chen said this after a moment of silence. This meant that he had agreed to Yang Lingqing's decision. "You?" Li Xuanji was stunned. According to common sense, in this life of Long Chen, only Yang Lingqing would come looking for him, and not Long Chen. However, in order not to hurt Long Chen's pride, she said, "If one day, you are able to go to a place called the 3 Great Emperor Regions, you can just ask for the name of the 9-yin extinction demon, Li Xuanji. 3 Great Emperor Regions, 9-yin extinction demon." Long Chen nodded. These 2 words were deeply engraved in his mind. "When do you plan to leave?" Long Chen asked. "Brother, I want to go back to Baiyang town and make some preparations. After that, I will leave with Master." Yang Lingqing said. "All right." After that, Long Chen didn't say anything else. Yang Lingqing still had to leave. Long Chen decided to send her on her last journey. After returning to Baiyang town, Long Chen followed her to many familiar places. There were many times when Yang Lingqing cried in Long Chen's arms when she thought about leaving the place where she was raised and going to a faraway place to pursue her dreams. Sometimes, Long Chen felt very sad. However, he was sincerely happy for Yang Lingqing from the bottom of his heart. 3 days later, at the entrance of Baiyang town, it was finally time for them to part. Previously, when Long Chen left for the Lingwu family, everyone was seeing him off. But this time, everyone was seeing Yang Lingqing off. This time, everyone was Lingqing's family. "Brother, We were born on the same day of the same month. Do you still remember? Yang Lingqing's eyes were a little red. Silly girl. Long Chen looked at this stubborn girl and felt a little heartache. He held her in his arms and hugged her fiercely. Then he separated and said with a clear smile, "All right, don't cry. I want to give you a promise." What promise? Yang Lingqing was stunned. Long Chen smiled and patted her thin shoulder. He said, "I promise you that one day, I will appear in front of you. At that time, I will still be stronger than you. I will still protect you. Just because you call me brother." Yang Lingqing was moved to tears. She held Long Chen's hand tightly and said, I believe you can do it. I will wait for you." Such a scene touched the others. Even Li Xuanji felt a ripple in her heart. How would this young man know how difficult it is to fulfill this promise? Perhaps it's impossible. Let alone the imperial domain, he might not even be able to leave this country in his lifetime. It's a pity that I can't use that mysterious sword, Li Xuanji thought to herself. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Long Chen, "Come with me." Long Chen followed her and walked to the side. The sword spirit in the sword seems to be a person's soul. Are you thinking of a way to restore her body? Li Xuanji asked directly. Long Chen did not expect her to know so much. However, when he saw that Li Xuanji seemed to have a way, he was a little excited and asked, "You have the 9 heavens immortal fruit." Lingxi had said that the 9 heavens immortal fruit could help her restore her body. You know about the 9 heavens immortal fruit? Li Xuanji was a little surprised, but she shook her head and said, "I don't have the 9 heavens immortal fruit, but I know where to find it." Where? Long Chen was very excited that Lingxi's matter had finally taken a turn for the better. In this small country of yours, there is a place. It's a small cosmos world. I've been there before and found that there are 9 heavens immortal fruits there. This place is called Ni Yang's Fairyland, Li Xuanji said. Ni Yang's Fairyland. Long Chen did not react for a moment. However, when he did, he revealed an ecstatic expression and said, "I know where Ni Yang's Fairyland is. Moreover, Yuanling City is about to hold the battle for the City Lord's mansion. If I can become an immortal realm divine guard, I can enter Ni Yang's Fairyland and obtain the 9 heavens immortal fruit." He was so excited that he said everything that was on his mind. Originally, he did not know how he could help Lingxi. However, he now had a clear goal, and that was to become an immortal realm divine guard. It seems that I have to return to the Linggu family. Moreover, they do not know that Li Xuanji is leaving. They are afraid and would not dare to do anything to me, Long Chen thought to himself. Thank you. Long Chen was indeed very grateful to Li Xuanji for providing such information. She is so important to you. Li Xuanji's tone suddenly sounded a little displeased. She is indeed very important. Very important. Long Chen did not notice it and said excitedly. However, he was shocked when he saw Li Xuanji's ice-cold gaze. "Don't forget that you saw me naked in the Star Fiend prison." Li Xuanji's voice was a little cold. A murderous aura exploded from her body. "No man has ever seen me naked. I had originally decided that I would kill you after you collected the souls for me. However, on account of your sister, I will forget about this matter," Li Xuanji said calmly. Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Yang Lingqing had not let him down and created a great devil body. Otherwise, he would have probably lost his life for blaspheming the 9 absolute devil. However, Li Xuanji was so beautiful, so it did not seem to be a loss. "I'm leaving. I will give you something else." At this moment, Li Xuanji took something out of nowhere. The moment she took it out, a fragrant aroma filled his nostrils. Long Chen took a sniff and immediately felt refreshed. He felt as though he was about to float into the sky. The rich aroma attracted everyone's attention. Long Chen felt a little strange. Li Xuanji had just said that she was going to kill him. Now she was giving him something. It was indeed impossible to fathom a woman's mind, especially a woman like Li Xuanji who did not play by the rules. "This thing is called the mysterious sky jade lotus," Li Xuanji said. Long Chen observed it carefully. Although it was emitting a white light and looked like a round piece of white jade, it was actually a lotus root. It was about 1/2 meter long and looked like an arm. "What use does it have?" Long Chen asked. Li Xuanji rolled her eyes at him and said, "The wandering soul can reside in the mysterious sky jade lotus and control it to transform into a human body. This way, the sword spirit of your sword will be able to transform into a human. But don't be too happy. This mysterious sky jade lotus has two flaws. First, it can only be used once. In other words, when the soul leaves the mysterious sky jade lotus or is forced out, the mysterious sky jade lotus will rot and disappear. The second flaw is that the body transformed from the mysterious sky jade lotus will be the same as an ordinary person. It will not have any fighting strength. Keeping it by your side will only be a burden, so do as you see fit. Long Chen received the mysterious sky jade lotus. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. With this mysterious sky jade lotus, as long as Lingxi woke up, she would have a chance to become a human again. But she would lose all her strength. Moreover, as long as the mysterious sky jade lotus was damaged, she would still have to return to Lingxi's sword. But it was better than nothing. At worst, he would use the mysterious sky jade lotus and then use the 9 heavens immortal fruit. Thank you. Towards Li Xuanji, Long Chen was actually very grateful. I gave you this mysterious sky jade lotus because I feel that you have no chance of obtaining the 9 heavens immortal fruit for the time being. Long Chen, listen to my advice. If you really like her, then let her use this jade lotus and become an ordinary person. Then find a place and live a good life with her. This world is too big. People like you who live in the corner have no chance of reaching the top. You might as well live in peace. Li Xuanji said indifferently. In fact, she was only thinking for Long Chen's sake. She thought that Long Chen would give up. But Long Chen was a person with the mysterious dragon jade. He was a dragon warrior who had disappeared for a long time. How could he be scared by Li Xuanji's words? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He secretly swore to himself that he would fulfill the promise he had made to Yang Lingqing in this lifetime. He would stand upright in front of Yang Lingqing and Li Xuanji. Then we'll never meet again. This young man had seen her body, but she couldn't kill him. However, Li Xuanji thought that Long Chen would disappear from her world forever. That was no different from being dead. Just like that, under Yang Lingqing's loving gaze, they left Baiyang town and embarked on a new journey. As he watched them leave, Long Chen's heart was filled with a monstrous fighting spirit. When Lingxi wakes up, I'll let her use this mysterious sky jade lotus. Then we can have a good time. Long Chen thought wretchedly. Actually, this was his true goal. Then now, Dongfeng family, wait for me. I, Long Chen, must have a spot to enter the ancient ruins. Immortal realm divine guards, 9 heavens immortal fruit. Wait for me. The sun rose. 4 hours later, Long Chen bid farewell to his family in Baiyang town and rode the wind-splitting divine rock towards Yuanling city. What was waiting for him in front of him? Chapter 231. The Windbreaker Divine Rock was much faster than the black-scaled dragon horse. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the big city of Yuanling County. However, he had arrived here with the identity of the top genius in Yuanling City. Back then, he hadn't even broken through to the divine core realm. He was just a tiny grain of sand. Half an hour later, Long Chen arrived at the Dongfeng family's residence. According to the Dongfeng family, Long Chen had been expelled from the Dongfeng family. I want to enter the ancient ruins. You guys want to expel me, but Daddy won't leave. Long Chen thought to himself. Speaking of which, he was a daring man. He had no idea where Li Xuanji had gone, but Long Chen had come to the Lingwu family to ask for a spot in the ancient ruins with the help of Li Xuanji. If he was found out, he would be dead meat. However, Long Chen knew it was impossible, because Ancestor Blue Dragon and the others had been scared witless by Li Xuanji. When he returned to the Dongfeng family, a few young men from the Dongfeng family were startled. They dared not surround Long Chen, but instead, they ran straight into the house, shouting as they ran. Soon, everyone from the Dongfeng family knew that Long Chen had returned. When Long Chen arrived at the Profound Wind Pavilion, the rest of the people had arrived. The leader of the group was the Ancestor Blue Dragon, who had a gloomy expression on his face. When he saw that the terrifying woman didn't appear next to Long Chen, the Ancestor Blue Dragon's tense heart finally loosened up a little. The first thing Ancestor Blue Dragon said was, Long Chen, where is the senior who followed you that day? You're talking about my master? My master is a peerless expert. Naturally, she would appear and disappear unpredictably. How would I know her whereabouts? Long Chen's expression was natural as he tricked them. Master. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They suspected that Long Chen had a deep relationship with that woman. The only person they could think of was their master. But they didn't expect it to be true. The Blue Dragon Patriarch, who had dealt a fatal blow to Long Chen in the past, had an unsightly expression on his face. They had been researching why the Blue Dragon battle halberd had disappeared into thin air. It seemed that Long Chen's teacher had some powerful and mysterious method to cause such an effect. To such an existence, the Blue Dragon halberd was just a toy. You've already been expelled from the Dongfang family. Why did you come back? At this time, Dongfang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. Although she wasn't young, her brain wasn't that bright. Among Feng Yu Yun Zhao's group of 4, she was the only one who was the most stupid. Who said I've been expelled from the Dongfang family? Long Chen laughed. At this time, the Blue Dragon battle halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Long Chen turned the Blue Dragon battle halberd in his hand and said lightly, "To be honest, my master has already helped me to get the complete control of the Blue Dragon battle halberd. The Blue Dragon battle halberd has already recognized me as its master. The Blue Dragon battle halberd is the Dongfang family's heirloom. And I have this Blue Dragon battle halberd. How could I not be a member of the Dongfang family?" Long Chen's words set off a great uproar in the Dongfang family. The old ancestor of the Blue Dragon's face also became very ugly. The thing that he was most worried about had really happened. Previously, when the Blue Dragon battle halberd didn't return to the ancestral mausoleum, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon had guessed that Long Chen would be like a Mo Xiaolang, and that a godly weapon of this level would recognize him as its master. Now that the facts were laid out in front of them, even if the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon and the others were furious, they had no choice but to accept their fate. If they still had some doubts about the authenticity of this matter, when they heard that Li Xuanji had actually helped Long Chen to control the Blue Dragon battle halberd, they really believed it. If they weren't master and disciple, how could a real powerhouse take care of a person who had nothing to do with himself? Now, the only way to get the Blue Dragon battle halberd back was to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen was now protected by Li Xuanji. If they killed Long Chen, the whole Lingwu family would be exterminated by the abnormal powerhouse Li Xuanji. At this age, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon had to accept his fate for the sake of the overall situation. Long Chen was already laughing maniacally in his heart. If they knew the truth, they would probably vomit blood and die. Long Chen had dared to fool them like this because he was bold enough. On the other hand, he was clear-headed and knew when to stop. That was how he managed to fool these old foxes. Seeing the Blue Dragon battle halberd being kept by Long Chen, the members of the Dongfang family were somewhat envious. Long Chen saw that Dongfang Tianqin's face was gloomy and his fists were clenched tightly. However, he didn't dare to move recklessly. His gloomy eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Long Chen. The Blue Dragon family's belongings had now fallen into Long Chen's hands. It was no wonder that he was like this. Long Chen, tell me directly, why are you here today? The old ancestor of the Blue Dragon suddenly said. He could guess that Long Chen must have a motive for saying that he was still a member of the Dongfang family. I want to represent the Dongfang family to go to the ancient ruins. Long Chen went straight to the point. That's impossible. Dongfang Xuanyu shrieked, her face full of nervousness. One of these 2 spots belonged to Dongfang Tianqin. The other spot would depend on Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianquan's performance. Although Long Chen had the Blue Dragon battle halberd, he wouldn't be able to do much in front of the young experts of Yuan Emperor City and the Morning Light Business League. Wouldn't that be a waste of a spot? In the end, Long Chen was so awesome because he had Li Xuanji. This had nothing to do with his own strength. Why is it impossible? Long Chen said with a smile. The spot will be between Tianxian and Tianqing. The ancient ruins will affect the management of Yuanling City for the next 20 years. It is very important to everyone in the Lingwu family. You can't make such a ridiculous change just because of your personal request, Long Chen. This is related to the lives of 20,000 people in the Lingwu family. Dongfang Xuanyu, under pressure from Li Xuanji, had to soften her tone in an attempt to persuade Long Chen. There's something I don't understand. You're saying that as long as I have sufficient strength, I will be able to obtain the quota, right? In that case, I will defeat both Dongfang Tianxian and Dongfang Tianqing. Wouldn't that be enough? Yeah. Dongfang Xuanyu was truly speechless. She looked to her father for help. At this moment, the blue dragon ancestor hesitated for a while before saying, "If you're stronger than Tianxian and Tianqing, then naturally you can. Of course, the prerequisite is that you'll do your best to help the Lingwu family obtain the legacy of the ancient ruins." In reality, Dongfang Tianqing had already been defeated by Long Chen. Although he had improved greatly in a month, he was still not Long Chen's opponent. On the other hand, Dongfang Tianxian, who had mastered an earth-tier battle skill, should be able to suppress Long Chen. If that's the case, then let's go to the arena of life and death. Old man, you said it yourself. As long as I defeat them, I can enter the ancient ruins. Long Chen smiled as he glanced at Dongfang Tianxian and Dongfang Tianqing. This caused them to clench their fists. The grievance in their hearts had almost drowned out their rationality. Long Chen thought about how Dongfang Xianshao, Xueqi, and him had struggled bitterly under the tyranny of the blue dragon ancestor in the star demon prison. Now, he had barged into the Dongfang family alone and forced the blue dragon ancestor to retreat in defeat with just a few words. This made Long Chen feel extremely satisfied. From this, it could be seen that the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Alright, the life and death arena. Grandpa, let me see just how strong this brat is today. He's actually barking in the Dongfang family. Long Chen looked as if he was coming for Dongfang Tianxian, which made her very angry. Dongfang Tianqing was weaker than her in the first place. She had the right to enter the ancient ruins. Now that Long Chen had come to cause trouble, how could she not be angry? Since they had already spoken, the crowd didn't say anything else and headed towards the arena of life and death. Tianxian, use all your strength later, but don't take his life. We can't afford to offend Long Chen now. The blue dragon ancestor walked up to Dongfang Tianxian and said in a hoarse voice. His old face was filled with helplessness. Seeing her high and mighty grandfather acting so helplessly, Dongfang Tianxian swore in her heart that even if she didn't kill Long Chen, she would teach him a good lesson. Long Chen doesn't find it embarrassing to flaunt his strength with the power of a woman. He's really a guy who lives off a woman. With such thoughts in mind, the crowd quickly arrived at the arena of life and death. Without saying anything, Long Chen rushed into the arena of life and death. He looked provocatively at Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian below the stage and said with a smile, "To save time and trouble, both of you can come at me together." "What did you say?" Dongfang Tianxian was so angry that her face turned red. She looked down on Long Chen, but she didn't expect Long Chen to look down on her. "Tianxian, agree to it. Don't be impulsive." The voice of the blue dragon ancestor rang in her ears. Dongfang Tianxian understood that the old blue dragon ancestor was doing this to be on the safe side. 2 against 1 was something that Long Chen suggested himself. If Long Chen lost, it would have nothing to do with the Dongfang clan. Therefore, Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian exchanged glances, then walked up to the arena of life and death under the hopeful gazes of the rest of the Dongfang clan. "Dongfang Tianqing, do you still remember the last time you were defeated by me here?" Long Chen chuckled. Dongfang Tianqing's face turned the color of a pig's liver. Without a doubt, the last time was the greatest humiliation of his life. Don't celebrate too early. Today, I'll make you pay for what happened that day. Dongfang Tianqing's eyes revealed a ferocious expression. "Idiot!" Long Chen scolded. While they were talking, Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian exchanged glances. Then they split up and surrounded Long Chen from both sides. "Buddy, hurry up and use your beast soul transformation." Dongfang Tianqing knew what Long Chen's strongest form was. Transformation. Long Chen smiled. "I don't need to transform to deal with you guys." He had just broken through to the heavenly core realm like them, and if he still had the dragon soul transformation, he wouldn't be able to survive here. Chapter 232. What? Being looked down upon by Long Chen, both Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian were furious. However, they knew how important this matter was, and now wasn't the time to care about it. Since Long Chen was so stupid as to deal with them like this, why wouldn't they do it? You asked for it. If you lose, it's your own problem. It has nothing to do with us. Dongfang Tianqing said with a cold expression. Dongfang Tianxian, who was standing next to him, was staring at Long Chen in disgust. Her full chest was heaving up and down. "Let's go." A word came out from her delicate lips. Hearing this, Dongfang Tianqing and Dongfang Tianxian immediately moved at the same time. In an instant, two high mystic combat skills were unleashed towards Long Chen. "Daddy doesn't have time to waste with you guys," Long Chen said with a faint smile. After that, his footwork changed rapidly. 9 Flash of the True Dragon. Using the 9 Flash of the True Dragon, Long Chen only needed to flash a few times before he broke out of their encirclement, causing their attacks to miss. How did Long Chen's speed become so fast? He has really broken through to the heavenly core realm. Not only were the two men who were fighting Long Chen shocked, even the others couldn't believe what had happened. In just 1 month, he had broken through 2 levels, and he had even broken through to the heavenly core realm. What kind of talent did he have? Long Chen didn't care about the shock in their hearts. After he broke out of their encirclement, without saying anything, he dashed towards Dongfang Tianqing. Right now, he was holding the blue dragon halberd in his hand. "Dongfang Tianqing, I'll let you have a taste of this." Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. When he was dashing towards Dongfang Tianqing, he was like a phantom. Even Dongfang Tianxian couldn't catch up with him. So fast. Dongfang Tianqing was so scared that he could feel chills running down his spine. Right now, Long Chen was like an arrow that had been fired. The sharp arrowhead was piercing towards him, and Dongfang Tianqing had a feeling that he couldn't block it at all. "Tianxian, save me!" At this critical moment, he roared out. Then, he formed a seal with both of his hands. True Qi surged violently, emitting a series of whistling sounds. His hair was stirred up by the force around him. If the expression on his face was really one of panic and fear, he might have looked quite awe-inspiring. Meteor Dragon Seal. As Long Chen attacked, Dongfang Tianqing let out an explosive roar and unleashed this move. Instantly, an illusory dragon image shot towards Long Chen. That boundless aura caused the others to sigh in admiration at Dongfang Tianqing's improvement. However, in Long Chen's eyes, it was just a fart. The Azure Dragon Battle Halberd danced wildly in his hand, gradually turning into a series of afterimages. If Break Yellow Springs was a simple slash, then Shatter Green Underworld was a ferocious stab, piercing through the green underworld. Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Shatter Green Darkness. A whistling sound rang out, and instantly, a sharp sound of friction rang out in the air. Countless sparks splattered everywhere. Long Chen stabbed the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd forward crazily, and the tip of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd quickly transformed into a solid image of a blue dragon. That sharp horn of the Blue Dragon Battle Technique contained an immense amount of power. It was as though the weight of a mountain was concentrated on an incomparably hard and indestructible needle as it pierced towards Dongfang Tianqing. Long Chen didn't use his Dragon Soul transformation. Therefore, this wasn't the strongest attack of Shatter Green Darkness. However, it was definitely more than enough to deal with Dongfang Tianqing. No matter what, Long Chen had already suppressed his opponent in terms of true qi. Not only that, he was also using an Earth-ranked god weapon. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Meteor Dragon Seal instantly exploded, disappearing without a trace. If Long Chen's powerful attack had landed on Dongfang Tianqing's body, it would definitely have pierced through him in an instant. Everyone present understood this point, including Dongfang Tianxian, who was rushing towards Long Chen from behind. At this moment, Dongfang Tianxuan's killing move was also closing in on Long Chen. Most likely, after Long Chen struck Dongfang Tianqing, he would be attacked from behind. Tianqing. Seeing that her son was about to lose his life, Dongfang Xuanyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as tears streamed down her cheeks. She could no longer suppress the killing intent in her heart as she rushed towards Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't intend to kill Dongfang Tianqing. Li Xuanji has already left. I can oppress them, but I can't oppress them too much. If they were to retaliate, it would only bring me more harm than good. Furthermore, I still need to rely on them to enter the ancient era's ruins. Thinking of this, Long Chen's Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Shatter Green Darkness, hurriedly changed direction. However, at the same time, he used the Mountain God's Leg technique to kick Dongfang Tianqing's face. The handsome guy was instantly swollen like a pig's head as he was sent flying. When he fell into Dongfang Xuanyu's embrace, the burning pain on his face and the dizziness he felt caused him to burst into tears. This was simply too painful. The crowd couldn't react in time when they saw this scene. On the other side, the Blue Dragon Elder's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. If Long Chen hadn't held back just now, he would definitely have rushed forward to save Dongfang Tianqing. After all, Dongfang Tianqing was his grandson. Dongfang Tianxian was still on the stage, so the crowd was still watching nervously. Only Dongfang Xuanyu was comforting her son while treating his injuries. When Dongfang Xuanyu saw the large bruise on Dongfang Tianqing's face, her heart broke. At the same time, her hatred for Long Chen increased. Long Chen, you bastard! When your master is no longer here, I'll definitely tear you into pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Dongfang Xuanyu's heart was filled with raging flames of hatred. Now they could only wait and see how Dongfang Tianxian would beat up Long Chen. The reason why they still had confidence in Dongfang Tianxian was because she had already made a breakthrough a few days ago, which had brought a great surprise to the Dongfang clan. Right at this moment, Long Chen, who was fighting with Dongfang Tianxian, felt this as well. Just now, he had defeated Dongfang Tianqing and dodged Dongfang Tianxuan's attack with the 9 flash of the true dragon. Now, he was facing this proud and arrogant girl. Long Chen could still remember that she had played a trick on Yin Mengyao because she was strong. Little girl, it seems like you've broken through to the early heavenly core realm, Long Chen said while laughing. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. Since you already know, how dare you talk big in front of me? You won't shed tears until you see your coffin. Do you really think you can show off in front of the Dongfang clan just because you defeated Tianqing? Dongfang Tianxian said with a cold voice while attacking. Indeed, she had the strength of an early heavenly core warrior now. In the Lingwu family, besides Mo Xiaolang, there were only 5 people who had reached the early heavenly core realm. She was one of them, and that was pretty good for her. In terms of true energy, she was much stronger than Long Chen when he didn't use the Dragon Soul transformation. However, Long Chen's advantage was the Blue Dragon Halberd. The Blue Dragon Halberd contained a vast amount of energy. This was the energy of the Blue Dragon, and it could be unleashed together with the Blue Dragon True Energy in his Dantian. The combat strength it could unleash could also increase the strength of Long Chen's attack by a few times. The strength of the halberd was almost 10 times stronger than the Dragon Soul transformation. Early Heavenly Core Warrior, Dongfang Tianxian. No matter how strong you are, in my eyes, you are just a little girl. With those tiny arms and legs. How can you fight me, your father? Haha, indeed, your breasts are fuller than mine, and your butt is perkier than mine, but that doesn't mean anything. Long Chen used the True Dragon 9 flash and said with a teasing smile on his face. These vulgar words immediately made all the people from the Dongfang family blush. They were cursing Long Chen in their hearts, and at the same time, the face of Dongfang Tianxian, who had been acting high and mighty all this time, had turned purple. A murderous aura was unleashed from her body. Long Chen, go to hell. Earth rank combat skill. Wind-splitting frenzied dragon. After being humiliated by Long Chen, the furious Dongfang Tianxian finally used her strongest skill. She was a talented woman, and when she used this skill, its power and strength were not any weaker than when Dongfang Xuanyu used it before. Such a powerful attack had filled everyone's hopes for Dongfang Tianxian. A early heavenly core warrior using an earth rank combat skill. How could she possibly lose to Long Chen, who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm? In the midst of the violent wind, the gigantic dragon silhouette made Long Chen squint his eyes. Not a bad combat skill, but it's not enough for me to use an earth rank combat skill. Long Chen sighed. After that, the blue dragon halberd in his hand started spinning like a tornado, and his body suddenly leapt up into the sky. Facing the earth rank combat skill, he shot down like a shooting star. The blue dragon halberd in his hand suddenly transformed into a roaring dragon. Blue dragon combat skill, yellow spring break, green hell break. A slash and a stab, these 2 skills were supposed to be used consecutively, and when they were used consecutively, the effect was much stronger than when they were used separately. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Long Chen had just used yellow spring break, and he had sliced the windbreaker violent dragon in half. As for the green hellbreak, it pierced towards Dongfang Tianxian, who had a pale face and was desperately trying to dodge and defend herself. At this moment, when she saw the danger of death, Dongfang Tianxian knew that she had lost. Besides, if Long Chen didn't stop, she would definitely die. Tianxian. On the other side, Dongfang Xianyun, the 3rd brother of Fengyu Yunshao, the only one who had a good relationship with Xian Shao, had a change in expression as he shouted out in panic. Of course, Long Chen would not kill Dongfang Tianxian. In fact, Dongfang Tianxian had not offended him. Furthermore, Lingxi had only been able to obtain the Cyan Underworld's soul fruit with her father's help. At this moment, Dongfang Tianxuan's entire body was exhausted, and she had given up resisting. This feeling of impending death sent chills down her spine. At this moment, she felt that the danger of death had suddenly disappeared. She knew that Long Chen had spared her, and she felt relieved. Suddenly, she felt something strange on her chest. That strange feeling made her feel weak all over. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Long Chen was standing less than half a meter away from her, looking at her with a smirk. What made Dongfang Tianxian want to vomit blood was that Long Chen was rubbing her chest with all his might, changing her treasure into various shapes. Then, he released his hands and patted her chest a few times. He said with satisfaction, "Appraisal complete. The quality is not bad, but it's not developed yet. There's room for improvement. Not bad, not bad." Chapter 233. Dongfang Tianxian was stunned by this strange feeling that she had never felt before. As for the other members of the Dongfang family, they did not see that Long Chen had climbed up the cliff with the claw of Lushan. Moreover, Long Chen moved fast. Who would have thought that he would do such a shameless thing in front of so many people? In fact, Long Chen only wanted to punish this arrogant fellow. It was just a spur of the moment. No matter what, she had also teased Yin Mengyao. Today was a rare opportunity, so Long Chen taught her a lesson. It could also be considered as revenge for Yin Mengyao. "You!" Dongfang Tianxian pointed at him, her face completely red. For a moment, she actually didn't know how to deal with Long Chen. After being humiliated like this, her heart was filled with killing intent towards Long Chen, but she just couldn't make a move. Long Chen smiled and turned around, ignoring her. Instead, he looked at the great ancestor of the blue dragon and said, "I have defeated the two of them. I should be strong enough to enter the ancient ruins." Everyone looked at the great ancestor of the blue dragon. Although they were very unwilling, they had made an agreement. Now that Long Chen had won, it seemed that they had no chance to regret it. The great ancestor of the blue dragon gritted his teeth and said, "If you can promise me to enter the ancient ruins, you will cooperate with the others to fight for the inheritance." "Of course. If I don't do my best, I will be a fool." Long Chen smiled. "Don't forget what you said today. In a month, the 9th prince of the Baiyang Imperial City will come to Yuanling City, and the ancient ruins will be opened." The great ancestor of the blue dragon had actually agreed to let Long Chen get the second place of the Dongfang family. "Thank you, great ancestor." Long Chen laughed and was about to leave. When he looked back, he saw that Dongfang Tianxian was still staring at him. "Could it be that this chick has taken a fancy to me?" Long Chen was startled. "Long Chen, you will pay for what you did today with your life," Dongfang Tianxian said softly. Only now did Long Chen realize that he had been overthinking things. He approached Dongfang Tianxian and asked, "Whether I die or not is a matter of the future. But you have my mark on you now. Without my permission, you can't be with another man." "Ha! Shameless." Dongfang Tianxian knew in her heart that Long Chen was purely toying with her, but she had no strength to resist. "By the way, do you know where Meng Yao is?" This was another question that Long Chen wanted to ask when he came to the Lingwu family. Emo Xiaolang took her away. She should have returned to the Silver Clan. It was rare for Dongfang Tianxian to speak honestly. Emo Xiaolang is still in the Lingwu clan. Long Chen was shocked. He thought Emo Xiaolang had escaped. Just like you, he also wants to enter the ancient ruins. After learning about Emo Xiaolang and Yin Mengyao from Dongfang Tianxian and knowing that Yin Mengyao was fine, Long Chen was no longer worried. For now, nothing would happen to the Yang family in Baiyang town. With Li Xuanji protecting them, the Lingwu family would still protect them. Yin Mengyao should be fine after returning to the Yin clan, and Dongfang Xianxiao and Li Xuanji should be able to live happily ever after. All that was left was the matter of Lingxi. "Little Shi, I will definitely bring you back to life. Live well." Long Chen made up his mind. Then, he went in the direction of the Yin clan. Before he reached the Yin clan, he saw Emo Xiaolang coming towards him. "Big brother, you are really still alive." Emo Xiaolang was extremely excited when he saw Long Chen. "Previously, I heard that you brought a mysterious woman with you and caused a ruckus in the Black Martial Hall before disappearing. I really didn't dare to believe it. At that time, I saw you fall into the star demon prison with my own eyes. I didn't expect you to survive. Mo Xiaolong's voice was filled with excitement. You are a monster. As your big brother, I am even more of a monster. A mere star fiend prison can't kill me. Long Chen laughed. Now, other than the matter of Lingxi, which was still weighing on his heart, there was a glimmer of hope in everything else. Seeing that Long Chen was fine and that his strength had increased significantly, Mo Xiaolang was genuinely happy for him. In fact, when Long Chen had taken a huge risk to barge into the Blue Dragon planet with the Blue Dragon halberd and rescued him from that godforsaken place, Mo Xiaolang had already treated him as a true brother. Their meeting in Poplar Town was fate, and now, it was more like they were treating each other with sincerity. I just heard that you returned to the Lingwu family, so I immediately went to see you. You went to the Dongfeng family, but the Blue Dragon Patriarch didn't make things difficult for you, Mo Xiaolang said worriedly. Would he dare? Long Chen asked. He wouldn't dare. Mo Xiaolang was shocked. When they were in the Star Fiend prison, a few of them had been killed by the Blue Dragon Patriarch. But now, Long Chen had barged into the Dongfeng family alone, and came out unscathed. Do you still remember the mysterious girl who followed me to the Xuanwu Palace? That old fool was afraid of her, so of course he wouldn't do anything to me. Besides, I defeated Dongfeng Tianxian and obtained a spot to enter the ancient ruins. Xiaolang, I heard you are going there as well, Long Chen asked. Dongfeng Tianxian. I heard she has broken through to the early heavenly core realm. Big brother, you actually defeated a early heavenly core warrior? Also, are you going there as well? These two things had shocked Mo Xiaolang. I've broken through to the heavenly core realm, Long Chen explained. This news shocked even the usually quiet Mo Xiaolang. After a while he sighed and said, Looks like you're really stronger than me. In just half a year, I've broken through from the early heavenly core realm to the late heavenly core realm, and you've already caught up with me. Looks like it won't take long before you surpass me. Nonsense, in the path of cultivation, the further you go, the more difficult it gets. How can there be someone who can really make rapid progress in a single day? Long Chen said with an indifferent tone. Looking at this young man who was taller than him, and who had become more mature, Mo Xiaolang felt like he was in a trance. When they first met in Baiyang Town, Long Chen was just a good-for-nothing playboy. But now, he had become mature, steady, and decisive. He truly had what it took to be Mo Xiaolang's big brother. Xiaolang, you're my brother now. There's no point in staying in the Lingwu family anymore. 1 month later, we'll enter the ancient ruins together and fight side by side. I'd like to see who in this Yuanling city can be a match for us brothers. Patting Mo Xiaolang's shoulder and looking at this young man who was looking at him with a passionate gaze, Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of heroism. That's right, big brother, we're good brothers. Mo Xiaolang touched the back of his head and said in an unnatural manner. Getting to know Long Chen and now recognizing each other as brothers, the progress was too fast, but everything was so natural. When Long Chen held the Blue Dragon halberd and walked to his side, Mo Xiaolang thought that he must fight with him in the future. Only then would it be satisfying. Let's go out and get something to eat. Good brothers should have a drink, right? Long Chen had been fooling around outside since he was young, so he was naturally familiar with the ways of calling each other brothers. But this time he was sincere. Compared to him, Mo Xiaolang was much more shy and listened to everything Long Chen said. Although his current strength was much more terrifying than Long Chen's. This was also what made Long Chen feel comfortable. He was the most heaven-defying genius, but he didn't have a domineering temperament. To be honest, Long Chen's smile was a little sinister, while Mo Xiaolang's smile was very clean. Fuck, he's smiling so innocently. Why does it feel like I'm kidnapping a child? Long Chen thought to himself. He was speechless. On the way out of the Lingwu family, Long Chen asked Mo Xiaolang about Yin Mingyao's situation. He was relieved to know that she was doing well in the Yin clan. The next thing he needed to do was to cultivate well, obtain the inheritance, and become an immortal-level divine guard. When he learned that Mo Xiaolang was going to participate in the battle for the ancient ruins, Long Chen was a little worried. However, he didn't want to think about it for now. After leaving the Lingwu city, Long Chen found a random restaurant in the Dongling region and went in with Mo Xiaolang. The two of them were obviously geniuses from big families, so they were treated with great hospitality. The restaurant's environment was very elegant. Long Chen found a table by the window and sat down with Mo Xiaolang. To be honest, he and Mo Xiaolang didn't breathe very much, so they needed to chat more to get used to each other. After ordering some wine and appetizers, Long Chen went into his playboy mode. Even though there were two people, he made it very lively. Mo Xiaolang kept smiling and went along with Long Chen. After some wine and meat, the two of them finally erased the remaining unfamiliarity. Oh right. Xiaolang, why did you choose to go to the ancient ruins? After a long time, Long Chen asked about this matter. What they talked about before was just a mess of nonsense. You gave us a chance to escape. I wanted to leave, but the blue dragon old ancestor said that he would give me the serious demonic blade as long as I promise him one thing. After drinking some wine, Mo Xiaolang was a little drunk. His delicate face was a little red. The thing he asked you to do is to fight for the inheritance. Long Chen asked. If I hadn't reached the late heavenly core realm, he wouldn't have asked me to go. After all, there are rumors that the Morning Light Business League and Beast Soul Palace have both reached the late heavenly core realm, but the Lingwu family doesn't have any. That's why those old men are really worried. To be honest, they were really surprised that the Morning Light Business League and Beast Soul Palace could produce a late heavenly core warrior. In the past, they could at most reach the early mortal core realm, and they were no match for the young generation of the Lingwu family, Mo Xiaolang said. Oh, I see. Long Chen nodded his head. In fact, what he was worried about was that he had to obtain the inheritance and become an immortal realm divine guard. If Mo Xiaolang wanted to fight for the inheritance as well, it would be troublesome. But after hearing what Mo Xiaolang said, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. This meant that only one of them could obtain the inheritance, and they would have completed the Lingwu family's mission. Big brother, do you want to obtain the inheritance? Mo Xiaolang wasn't an idiot. It's very important to me. Oh, if we are the ones who obtain it, you can have it. After all, I'm stronger than you now, Mo Xiaolang said. Chapter 234. To be honest, Long Chen was very touched when he heard that Mo Xiaolang was willing to give him the inheritance of the ancient remnant without hesitation. He was right about this young man. Long Chen remembered what his grandfather, Yang Tsongqiong, told him to see clearly whether his brother's heart was filled with hot blood or poison. What Long Chen saw was that underneath Mo Xiaolang's calm appearance, he was filled with hot blood. Xiaolang, since you've treated me like this, of course, I can't take all the benefits for myself. If we succeed in the end, besides the inheritance, everything else will be yours. Long Chen said in a straightforward manner. Hee, all right, we'll see when the time comes. If I need anything, I won't be shy with you. But in order to obtain the final victory in the ancient ruins, even if we work together, it won't be easy. Mo Xiaolang said with a serious expression. What do you mean? Long Chen asked. In the Beast Soul Palace, the strongest warrior is Yan Danqing. I've met him once. He's a beast warrior just like us. His mystic rank beast soul is a 9th rank mystic rank Yuan Ji beast. It's very powerful. The reason why the leader of the Beast Soul Palace is called Emperor Yuan is because of this Yuan Ji beast. Besides, he has broken through to the late heavenly core realm. I think he will be a tough opponent. You're a beast warrior? Long Chen almost spat out the wine in his mouth. As the big brother, he didn't even know about this. Long Chen had a feeling that Mo Xiaolang had never used his beast soul transformation in front of him before, and he had never mentioned anything about it. You still don't know? Mo Xiaolang was puzzled, but he quickly figured it out and said, The only time I fought in front of you was when I fought with your foster father against the old ancestor Blue Dragon. But when I broke through to the divine core realm, because I had no one to help me, I only used a 2nd rank mystic rank demon beast, the moon-devouring wolf, as my source beast soul. When I reached my current realm, the beast soul transformation doesn't help me much, so I'm still an ordinary warrior. I'll have to wait until I break through to the heavenly river realm to find a higher rank beast soul. So that's how it was. Long Chen finally understood. No wonder no one told him that Mo Xiaolang was a beast warrior, and Mo Xiaolang didn't use the ability of a beast warrior. Long Chen had met the moon-devouring wolf when he first met Lingxi, but at that time, he wasn't a match for the moon-devouring wolf at all. Big brother, to tell you the truth, I feel that I'm almost at the heavenly river realm. There are no powerful demon beasts near Yuanling City, so I've decided to go to the ancient ruins to try my luck. Mo Xiaolang said seriously. What? Long Chen was shocked again. He was speechless. This Mo Xiaolang was too monstrous. It had been a year, and he was only 15 years old, but he was almost at the Heavenly River realm. How could he catch up to him and be the big brother for a while? That's a good idea. When we get to the ancient ruins, I'll go with you. With the help of a powerful assistant like Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen was more confident. Actually, if it was by Yong Imperial City, my talent is actually nothing much, Mo Xiaolang suddenly said, and his expression was a little powerless. Long Chen keenly discovered that this little guy seemed to have something on his mind. Thinking back to when they were in Baiyang town, Mo Xiaolang once said that his family was exterminated. At this location of the restaurant, the side was a little lively. Several tables of foppish youngsters were frolicking around, playing rock paper scissors and drinking. It was very lively, but there were no experts. Long Chen looked around and was relieved. He moved closer to Mo Xiaolang's ear and asked seriously, Xiaolang, you're so familiar with Baiyang Imperial City. Could it be that you've stayed there before? Mo Xiaolang felt that there was nothing to hide from Long Chen. He gritted his teeth, and a layer of blood gradually suffused his clear eyes. Yes, big brother, I'll tell you the truth. My Mo clan was once one of the 4 great clans of Baiyang Imperial City, but it's already been exterminated now. In the entire clan, only I escaped by myself. At that time, I was only 6 years old. Mo Xiaolang spoke calmly, but Long Chen was able to hear how much hardship, blood, sweat, and tears were hidden within. His clan was exterminated, and all his relatives died, leaving behind a child that was only 6 years old to wander in this boundless world. Although Mo Xiaolang was still very pure, Long Chen knew that the hardships he suffered were surely much more than him. For the first time, Long Chen felt somewhat sorry for this younger brother of his. Who did it? Long Chen wouldn't say words of consolation. He only secretly resolved that if Mo Xiaolang came to take revenge one day, he would surely hold the fort by the side. Don't say any more. I'm not a match for him. If I want to take revenge, I'll have to wait at least 40 years. Mo Xiaolang was slightly helpless, and his eyes revealed dense bitterness. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me who did it, and that's it. Long Chen looked straight at Mo Xiaolang, and his gaze was slightly cold. Imperial clan. Mo Xiaolang said these 2 words helplessly. Long Chen laughed and returned to his seat. He looked at Mo Xiaolang with a mocking gaze and said, Isn't it just the Imperial clan? What's the big deal? Give me some strength. Isn't it just 40 years? Can't you wait? Sooner or later, you'll destroy them. If those who knew about Long Chen's words heard this, they would definitely laugh their teeth off. However, Mo Xiaolang didn't think so. At this time, he looked at Long Chen in a daze, and his heart felt somewhat enlightened. He could guess that it was this unyielding heart that allowed Long Chen's cultivation and temperament to grow so much in just half a year. Thank you for your guidance, big brother. Xiaolang will remember it. Big brother, let me toast to you. Mo Xiaolang's face was red, and he drank a bowl of wine with Long Chen. After knowing Mo Xiaolang's thoughts, the 2 of them became even closer. Speaking of which, in a month, the 9th prince of the Imperial clan will be coming. Will there be any danger? Long Chen suddenly asked. I don't think so. The 9th prince doesn't usually show his face. I was still young back then, and not many people knew me. Moreover, the Mo clan has been exterminated. Who would have thought that I would still be alive? Mo Xiaolang said. Only then did Long Chen feel a little more at ease. Next, Long Chen discussed the details of the ancient ruins with him. However, suddenly, Long Chen felt a few hot gazes staring at him. He turned his head and saw the geniuses of the Lingwu clan. Among them, Long Chen saw Beitang Mo, Dongfang Tianxian, and Dongfang Tianchen. There were also a few young experts that Long Chen hadn't seen before. This is the Lingwu clan's team for the ancient ruins, Mo Xiaolang said with an indifferent tone. It was obvious that he didn't care much about these people. There were 8 people in total. Including Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, there were 10 people in total. What surprised Long Chen was that Dongfang Tianxian, who had been eliminated by him, was now in the group again. Long Chen guessed that it was because Dongfang Tianxian had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and in consideration of the big picture, one of the families who had 3 spots had given her the 3rd spot. That tall and muscular man is Nangong Huang from the Nangong clan, and that petite girl is Shimen Xiao Dai from the Shimen clan. Both of them are early heavenly core warriors,
And together with Dongfang Tianxian, who has just broken through to the early heavenly core realm, the 5 of them are the strongest in the Lingwu clan.
Mo Xiaolang explained. But both the Morning Light Business League and Yuan Emperor City might have a late heavenly core warrior, Long Chen said. The Morning Light Business League is just a rumor, but Yuan Emperor City definitely has one, and it must be Yan Danqing, that guy who owns a primary extreme beast. He is a true beast warrior, and none of the 4 inner families are his match. It has been a long time since a genius like him appeared in Yuan Emperor City. That's why Patriarch Blue Dragon decided to exchange the demonic blade of the Heavenly Wolf for me, when he saw that I've broken through to the late Heavenly Core realm. If not, I think because of me, Big Sis Meng Yao and my friends in the Yin clan would be in trouble. Besides, the ancient ruins are a good place for me to find Earth-rank beast souls. Mo Xiaolang said. While Long Chen was looking at them, they were also looking at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, these 2 legendary guys. The Lingwu family used to be under their control, but in the past few days, the fame of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had overshadowed theirs. Mo Xiaolang was a late heavenly core warrior, and he was definitely the strongest young man in the Lingwu family. As for Long Chen, he had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, but he had been recognized by the Blue Dragon Halberd, and he had the combat strength to defeat Dongfang Tianxian. This meant that Long Chen was at least at the same level as Bei Tang Mo. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Furthermore, Long Chen had humiliated Bei Tang Mo. When Bei Tang Mo saw Long Chen, Bei Tang Mo was about to attack, but he was stopped by Nan Gong Huang. He said in a soft voice, Mo, don't be impatient. Now is not the time to attack. Once we enter the ancient ruins, there will be plenty of opportunities. This burly man was a steady man, and he had quite the say in this group. After stopping Bei Tang Mo, he led the group up to the 2nd floor of the restaurant. From here, they could see Long Chen and Bei Tang Mo through the railing. When they saw Long Chen, there was another person who had an even bigger reaction, and that was Dongfang Tianxian. Until now, she still couldn't believe what had happened. She had actually been violated by Long Chen. Every time she thought about this, Dongfang Tianxian would feel weird. On one hand, she wished she could kill Long Chen, but on the other hand, she felt helpless. Third sister. At this moment, Dongfang Tianxian, who was beside her, called out softly. Dongfang Tianxian turned her head and looked at her quiet big brother. She asked, Big brother, what's the matter? You hate him, right? How about I kill him in the ancient ruins? Why? Didn't grandfather want him to help us fight for the inheritance? Dongfang Tianxian was puzzled. She suddenly felt that her calm and steady big brother was not quite right at this moment. I also have the ability to obtain the inheritance, Dongfang Tianxian said with certainty. After saying that, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, Did you know that because of the management rights, the Vermilion Bird Patriarch and the others have already spent half a year planting vital energy seeds in Nangong Huang and the others? This way, they can use the Vermilion Bird Demonic Plume, the White Tiger Divine Blade, and the Xuanwu Divine Axe, while I can only watch. Tell me, should I kill him and take back the Blue Dragon Halberd that belongs to me? Chapter 235. From this man's calm eyes, Dongfang Tianxian could only see madness. She could understand that the item that originally belonged to him was now in the hands of someone else. Not only would Dongfang Tianxian feel uncomfortable in his heart, but in front of Bei Tang Mo and the rest, without an earth-rank divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to lift his head up high. This was also the reason why Dongfang Tianxian had always been a man of few words. After they sat down, the group of people started to discuss the matters regarding the ancient mystic realm. Among them, there were a few who hated Long Chen, and they would occasionally glance in Long Chen's direction. One of them was Bei Tang Mo. His hatred for Long Chen was even more intense than Dongfang Tianxian's. That was because Long Chen was the one who caused him to lose face, as well as Yang Lingqing. Not only that, every single time, Long Chen would snatch away the meat that was already in his mouth. Ever since he was young, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The venom in the eyes of Bei Tang Mo and the rest was completely ignored by Long Chen. He continued to chat with Mo Xiaolang, and the two of them gradually became more familiar with each other. They almost had their arms around each other's shoulders. From what I see, they all seem to hate you to the bone, Mo Xiaolang said. Who asked me to be so charming, to have lured away all the people who like them, Long Chen said shamelessly. At this moment, the sounds of quarreling suddenly drifted over. Long Chen frowned.
It turned out that the youths at the 2 tables beside him had drunk too much, and a conflict had broken out. Right now, they were actually fighting in the middle of the restaurant. In an instant, the chickens were flying, and the dogs were jumping. Bowls and chopsticks were flying everywhere, and some of them were even smashed towards Long Chen. Encountering such an unlucky situation, Long Chen didn't want to meddle in it. He was about to leave when unexpectedly, Bei Tang Mo also saw the situation below. His brows twitched, and he smashed the wine jar in his hands towards the quarreling below.
Pa! With a loud explosion, the wine jar was smashed in the middle of the crowd. Under Bei Tang Mo's immense strength, the wine jar's fragments and wine flew everywhere. Instantly, a few people were injured, and screams of agony could be heard. What are you arguing about? This is the territory of the Lingwu family. Get out of here. Bei Tang Mo's eyes emitted a cold light, scaring the people who were arguing into silence. The entire Yuanling County was the Lingwu family's territory. Who dared to offend the Lingwu family? Long Chen knew that Bei Tang Mo was making use of the quarrel between the people around Long Chen to give Long Chen a show of strength. At this moment, under Bei Tang Mo's deliberate control, the flying fragments flew towards Long Chen. If it wasn't for Long Chen's resistance, he would have been injured by these strong fragments. Bei Tang Mo laughed coldly in his heart. He had done this very discreetly. If others were to pursue this matter, he could totally say that he didn't do it on purpose. However, he neglected Long Chen's current arrogance.
Using such a despicable method to deal with me.
Long Chen laughed coldly. He didn't back down.
Instead, under everyone's gaze, he grabbed a wooden table filled with dishes and bowls beside him and exerted force. That heavy table immediately flew into the air and smashed towards Bei Tang Mo's direction at lightning speed. Dang, dang, dang. Countless dishes and bowls fell to the ground. Instantly, food scraps filled the air, flying towards Bei Tang Mo and the rest. For things like delicacies, once they were out of the plate, they were considered trash. At this moment, such a large amount of trash instantly enveloped them. Even if they were all extremely skilled, they were still in a sorry state. For a girl like Dongfang Tianxian, just a little bit of sauce on her clothes caused her to scream out in pain. The originally elegant young masters and beautiful ladies were now in a complete mess like a nest of ants. With great difficulty, they managed to dodge the trash. Only then did they look at Long Chen in anger. Under Bei Tang Mo's lead, the group of people had already rushed downwards. Long Chen, what are you doing? Are you seeking death? Bei Tang Mo took the lead. Among the group, he was the angriest. But in truth, Dongfang Tianchen, who was behind him, had a gloomy expression on his face. The killing intent in his heart was also extremely strong. At this moment, a cabbage was still stuck to his neck. It was a pity that he didn't notice it. Who's seeking death? Long Chen waved his hands nonchalantly. After that, he looked at Bei Tang Mo and said, "Are you trying to play your childish tricks in front of me? The wine jug you threw earlier was obviously meant for me, Long Chen. You toasted me, and I served you food. Isn't that a good thing? What's with your face? Why is it so red? Could it be that it's a monkey's butt?" After saying that, Long Chen laughed out loud without the slightest scruple.
Long Chen, don't go overboard with your words. Do you really think that we won't dare to make a move against you? Dongfang Tianxian looked at Long Chen angrily. If you want to touch my big brother, you'll have to get past me first. Mo Xiaolang hadn't said much before, but now he was standing beside Long Chen. Although his eyes were calm, when he attacked, he didn't hesitate at all. Against Mo Xiaolang, even with the Xuanwu divine axe, Bei Tang Mo didn't have much confidence. The others didn't have much confidence either. They knew that Mo Xiaolang was old friends with Long Chen, and it was Long Chen who had rescued him from the Star Fiend prison. It was normal for Mo Xiaolang to treat him with sincerity now. Could it be that no matter what, we really can't touch that damned Long Chen? Dongfang Tianxian felt helpless in her heart. She had never thought that as the people with the highest status in Yuanling County, they would be suppressed by a pair of brothers. Tianxian, I want to. Right at this moment, Dongfang Tianchen took a step forward and stood next to Bei Tang Mo. Long Chen's unscrupulous words and arrogant smile were something he couldn't stand, and he wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson. Big brother, hold it in for now. Dongfang Tianxian was worried. This Long Chen has just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and he can barely defeat you.
If not for his teacher, if not for Mo Xiaolang, the only reason he could live until now is because he is someone who relies on others to survive.
If we are stepped on by such a despicable man, where is our pride? Let me ask you, if you don't attack now, where is the pride of the Lingwu family? At the end of his speech, Dongfeng Tianchen almost roared out. This roar had caused all the anger in his chest to explode. Only now did everyone realize that Dongfeng Tianchen, who had been silent all this time, was actually the one who hated Long Chen the most. His words of "Where is our pride?" had given every single Lingwu family young man a huge boost of motivation. Even Nan Gong Huang and Shimin Xiaodai looked at each other. Then they stood in front of the group and prepared to attack. There were 5 early Heavenly Core warriors, and 3 powerful warriors who had just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. It would be difficult for them to defeat Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Brothers and sisters, Tianchen is right. We are the proud Lingwu family. We are the rulers of Yuanling County. We can't let these 2 dogs climb over our heads and show off their strength. Seeing Dongfeng Tianchen being so hot-blooded, Bei Tang Mo was excited as well. Looking at their stupid and angry faces, Long Chen was speechless. What Long Chen was really afraid of now were those late Heavenly Core warriors from the Lingwu family. Not them. Big brother, let's do it. Mo Xiaolang, who was standing next to Long Chen, asked. If the enemy moves, I'll beat him up. If the enemy doesn't move, we won't move either. There's still a long way to go, and as long as one's martial arts is strong enough, there will be plenty of opportunities to beat someone up, Long Chen said. This huge conflict had caused everyone in the restaurant to shrink into a corner, especially those who had quarreled and caused the conflict between the 2 sides. Right now, they were trembling in fear. Among these people, there were a few who were capable enough to guess the identities of the 2 sides. Dongfeng Tianchen and his men had a great reputation in Yuanling City, but Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't have much of a reputation. But after today, their reputations would definitely spread far and wide. Who would dare openly fight against the top geniuses of the Lingwu family when there were only 2 of them? Which force are these 2 young men from? Looking at their courage, I think they are pretty strong. Who knows? We'll know when we see them. Maybe they are just 2 hotheads. They don't look like they are from the Morning Light Business League or the Beast Soul Palace. I think they are from some small forces that don't know what's good for them. Such discussions could be heard incessantly. Long Chen was prepared. If his opponents really couldn't control themselves, he wouldn't mind warming up before the battle in the ancient ruins. Right at this moment, all the young men and women from the Lingwu family were filled with righteous indignation. They looked at each other and were about to strike. But right at this moment, a sharp shout came from the door. Stop! Everyone turned around and saw that it was Dongfeng Xuanyu. She walked into the restaurant with a cold expression and looked at both sides. She obviously hated Long Chen, so she quickly stood beside the younger generation of the Lingwu family. When this woman came, Long Chen knew that today's fight wouldn't happen. What's going on? Dongfeng Xuanyu turned around and asked. Auntie, Long Chen humiliated us. His words were too much, so. With regards to Long Chen's words, Dongfeng Xuanyu, who had always been high and mighty, couldn't bear it. When she thought of the torment Dongfeng Tianchen had gone through, she couldn't help but want to strike and give Long Chen 2 tight slaps. Dongfeng Tianchen was once her goal. Humiliation. Dongfeng Xuanyu couldn't take it anymore. She looked at the children of the Lingwu family with heartache. In fact, she also wanted to strike, but she was the only elder. She should be rational and not ruin her father's plans. So she gritted her teeth and prepared to stop the fight. However, this didn't mean that she would let Long Chen off so easily. Dongfeng Xuanyu suddenly came back to her senses. She stared coldly at Long Chen and said, "Little bastard, you're getting more and more arrogant. Don't you know that there's a limit to your arrogance? If you act like this, you'll definitely die a horrible death in the future." "What does that have to do with you, the great Eastern beauty?" Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with this damned woman. Under the angry gazes of the group of people, he directly told Mo Xiaolang to leave and left. Long Chen, you. Being ignored just like that, Dongfeng Xuanyu was infuriated. She turned around and saw the younger generation of her family vomiting blood. She finally made a decision in her heart. Even if I die, I want you dead. Chapter 236. After leaving the restaurant, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang went back to the Lingwu family. He didn't want to go back to the Dongfang family's residence. Therefore, he and Mo Xiaolang were inseparable in the Yin clan, except when they were cultivating. Mo Xiaolang had great attainments in cultivation and combat. He was a good learning partner, so Long Chen had been exchanging pointers with Mo Xiaolang while he had been in the Yin clan. He had made up for some of the flaws in his cultivation and combat experience. Long Chen had learned from Mo Xiaolang. In the past few days, Long Chen had been studying the Blue Dragon combat technique. It was an Earth-class combat technique, so it wasn't easy to cultivate. Even with his talent, he had to put in a lot of effort to study it. The literal meaning was easy to understand, but it wasn't easy to use it smoothly. Currently, when Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang fought, when both sides used their strongest state, Long Chen wasn't a match for him. However, he was very close. According to Mo Xiaolang's estimation, Long Chen's current strength was even stronger than Bei Tang Mo and the others who had Earth-class weapons. The Dragon Soul transformation and the Blue Dragon halberd gave him the greatest boost in combat. During this period of time, Mo Xiaolang had been depressed about Long Chen's Beast Soul transformation for a long time. The Beast Soul transformation that Long Chen had used was clearly the underground blood lizard that he had used in the Dragon Vein realm. A yellow-class 5th-class beast could give Long Chen a 10-fold boost. Mo Xiaolang couldn't believe it, but he knew that this was Long Chen's biggest secret. My moon-devouring demon wolf transformation doesn't give me twice as much true qi as before. Even a primary extreme beast can only give me a 5-fold boost. Big Brother is still a yellow-class beast. How can he be so terrifying? Mo Xiaolang had been wondering about this. He didn't know that there was such a thing as a dragon warrior. The ancient divine dragon's blood had given Long Chen a 10-fold boost. This was normal. Moreover, when the other 999% of the blood was absorbed by Long Chen, there would be more magical abilities that were even more powerful than refining blood into qi. Although Mo Xiaolang was puzzled, he didn't ask much. Some secrets related to life were better not to be said casually. Long Chen knew that he and Mo Xiaolang had just become familiar, and it was not the time for him to show all his trump cards. Now, other things had come to an end. Except for the upcoming battle in the ancient ruins, there was nothing else. In addition to cultivation, Long Chen's greatest pleasure was to take Mo Xiaolang to wander around in Yuanling City, teasing profiteers, flirting with innocent women, and so on. Sometimes when Mo Xiaolang didn't come out, Long Chen would come out by himself. If only Lingxi could stay by my side. The feeling of emptiness in his ears made Long Chen feel very disappointed. To be honest, he was still worried about this girl who had accompanied him for half a year. If he was alone outside of cultivation, he would feel sad because of the longing and self-blame. That was why he came out for a walk, and at the same time, he wanted to find out what was going on in Yuanling City. Recently, something big was going to happen in Yuanling City. The battle for the mayor's mansion was about to begin. The reputation of the younger generation in Yuanling City had reached an unprecedented level, and it had attracted the attention of many people. Also, Long Chen's name was becoming more and more well-known. Furthermore, in order to prepare for the battle for the mayor's mansion, some well-informed busybodies had created a hidden dragon ranking based on the strength of all the geniuses. The hidden dragon ranking would rank all the young geniuses in Yuanling City. This ranking also represented the outside world's understanding of the young geniuses from the three big powers. In the hidden dragon ranking, there were 3 people who were far ahead of the others. They were all young warriors who had reached the late heavenly core realm. The third place was a girl from the Morning Light Business League called Li Xiling. Long Chen didn't pay much attention to her. As for the second place, it was Mo Xiaolang who had the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade. And the first place was Yan Danqing from the Beast Soul Palace. Yan Danqing had a 9th-rank Profound Demon Beast, Yuanji Beast as his beast soul. His popularity was even higher than that of Mo Xiaolang who had disappeared and reappeared again. As for Long Chen, he was ranked 10th, just above Dongfang Tianxian. Defeating Dongfang Tianxian was his most glorious combat skill. As the only heavenly core warrior who had just broken through to the top 10, Long Chen had received a lot of attention. Also, Long Chen had a good relationship with Mo Xiaolang, which gave him more leverage. Walking in Yuanling City, there were many people discussing about the fight for the mayor's mansion, and the matters related to those who were ranked in the hidden dragon ranking. It was obvious how heated this matter was in Yuanling City. Long Chen, do you have the guts to follow me? One day, Long Chen had wandered around for a while,
and when he was about to go back, a plump woman stopped in front of him and stared at him with a cold expression. It was Dongfang Xuanyu. Long Chen still remembered how he had angered this woman a few days ago. Now that she was looking for him, she must be up to no good. But Long Chen wasn't afraid of her, and he wanted to know what she was up to. So he said, "My guts are bigger than that donkey's head of yours. If you want to go there, you can lead the way yourself. But, you are my aunt. Don't tell me you want to eat the cradle and do something unethical?" When Long Chen said that, he thought Dongfang Xuanyu would flip out immediately. But he didn't expect her to hold it back. She just led the way and walked towards a small alley in Yuanling City. Soon, they arrived at a desolate ruin. It was a messy place, and there were dilapidated houses everywhere. "What, do you want to kill me?" Long Chen raised his head and asked after arriving at this desolate and uninhabited place. At this time, Dongfang Xuanyu turned around and said with a cold voice, "You really have guts. I'm sorry to tell you that you guessed right. Here no one will know that I killed you. So, Long Chen, accept your fate." Long Chen was startled. He didn't expect Dongfang Xuanyu to really do this. It seemed that he had pushed her too hard, and this woman finally couldn't help but fight back. "If I die, no matter who kills me, my master will destroy the entire Lingwu family," Long Chen said indifferently. "You don't have to worry about that. I've already planned it. You killed Yan Qi Shui from the Red Blood sect, so after you die, I will frame the Beast Soul Hall. I've made a detailed plan for a few days, and it's foolproof. Now you can die." As he spoke, Dongfang Xuanyu began to circulate his true energy, and with a whoosh, he began to attack. "Damn it, you can do this?" Long Chen was speechless. He had always thought this woman was stupid, but he didn't expect her to be so smart. If she really had a way to frame Yuan Emperor City, the Lingwu family would definitely be able to escape this calamity. Then with Long Chen's pride she had brought him here. This plan was foolproof. Of course, there was no problem with the plan, but Dongfang Xuanyu had neglected one thing, and that was Long Chen's strength. Late Heavenly Core Realm. For Long Chen, this was a great opponent. He estimated that Dongfang Xuanyu's strength should be similar to Bei Tang Mo and the others who had obtained an Earth-rank divine weapon. Before dealing with them, it would be great to have an opponent to practice with. Although she and Mo Xiaolang were both at the late Heavenly Core Realm, their actual combat strength was much weaker than each other. "Long Chen, ever since you entered the clan, I have not been able to sleep peacefully. You are simply a malignant tumor. You bullied my clan's younger generation. If I do not stand up for them, how could I be considered a senior? You should be glad that you died by my Dongfang Xuanyu's hands." At the same time as he attacked Long Chen, Dongfang Xuanyu completely unleashed the anger in his heart. She had too many grudges against Long Chen. Meteor Dragon Seal. With the support of the powerful true energy of a late Heavenly Core warrior, the Meteor Dragon Seal was 10 times stronger than Dongfang Tianqing's attack. In an instant, the roaring dragon phantom dashed towards Long Chen, destroying all the ruins in its path. "Not bad." Long Chen chuckled. He didn't dare to be careless when facing Dongfang Xuanyu. In the instant that Dongfang Xuanyu attacked, he activated his dragon soul transformation. Instantly, his true qi was maintained at its strongest state. His body, which was covered in blood-colored dragon scales, was filled with explosive fighting strength. Long Chen didn't take out his blue dragon halberd in a hurry. When the meteor dragon seal was about to hit him, he stabbed out with both of his fingers. "Lingxi, you can see me. I'm using the devil spirit sword finger you gave me." Thinking about Lingxi, Long Chen felt extremely angry. Devil spirit sword finger. With a loud roar, 2 streaks of resplendent sword qi shot out from Long Chen's fingers, one from the front and one from the back. Bang! The sword energies and the dragon phantom collided with each other. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds rang out. All the broken walls and tiles in the surroundings were instantly shattered, and the sword energies shot out in all directions. How is this possible? Dongfang Xuanyu was shocked. She could clearly see that Long Chen's devil spirit sword finger was on par with hers. "Now, do you still think you can defeat me?" Long Chen laughed out. With a slight movement, he dashed towards Dongfang Xuanyu. With 2 devil spirit sword fingers, he had successfully destroyed Dongfang Xuanyu's attack. Now, Long Chen had a rough idea of her true strength. In terms of combat skills and actual combat,
She was almost on par with Dongfang Tianxian. The only difference was that her true energy was 10 times stronger than Dongfang Tianquan's, and the damage she could inflict was also 10 times greater. You've only blocked one attack. What's there to be proud of? Dongfang Xuanyu knew that she had to end the battle quickly so that she could properly clean up the scene. Therefore, after using the Meteor Dragon Seal and realizing that the kid had actually withstood it, Dongfang Xuanyu decided to use the technique she had used against Long Chen back in Xuanwu Palace Hall. At that time, she had thought that Long Chen was so scared that he retreated. If Li Xuanji hadn't saved him, Long Chen would have definitely died. But was that really the case? Chapter 237. Just as Dongfang Xuanyu was about to strike, Long Chen had already charged toward her. In reality, Long Chen didn't think that there was any meaning in fighting with this stupid woman. All the weight of her brain had probably been transferred to her chest. It had to be said that Dongfang Xuanyu was around 40 years old, but she was still as charming as ever. If she went to a brothel, she would be able to become a tyrant with her mature temperament. Back in the Jadeite Pavilion, there was a beautiful woman of similar age. Long Chen had bowed down to her many times. At this moment, Dongfang Xuanyu twisted her body and exploded with a powerful aura. With a loud bang, she turned into a whirlwind and flew toward Long Chen with an earth-shattering force. My Earth-tier battle skill is 10 times stronger than Tianquan's. Long Chen, you're still not dead yet. A cold voice spat out from her lips. As the saying goes, women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. Right now, Dongfang Xuanyu was like a tigress as she charged toward Long Chen. Earth-tier battle skill, Wind-Splitting Dragon. This was an Earth-tier battle skill that Long Chen had seen twice before. When Dongfang Xuanyu used it, it was indeed 10 times stronger than Dongfang Tianquan's. But the problem was that Long Chen's cultivation was also 10 times stronger after using the Dragon Soul transformation. As a result, when Dongfang Xuanyu moved, Long Chen didn't hold back at all. He used the same move that he had used against Dongfang Tianxian before. Blue Dragon Battle Skill, Yellow Spring Break, Azure Netherworld Shatter. The two moves flew toward Dongfang Xuanyu's Wind-Splitting Dragon with a tremendous force. The cold light of the halberd caused Dongfang Xuanyu's expression to change. How is he so strong? Dongfang Xuanyu was shocked. The feeling that Long Chen gave her now was enough to make her feel fear. It was as if the halberd that was pressing down on her like a mountain could split her in half in an instant. This is an illusion. I must kill him. She gritted her teeth and strengthened her conviction. She used all of her strength to kill Long Chen. It's futile. Long Chen smiled faintly. The Azure Dragon Battle Halberd, which carried a monstrous aura, directly knocked away the wind-splitting Berserk Dragon. Then, he spun around and used the shattering Azure Underworld to stab the wind-splitting Berserk Dragon from the side. An even more powerful force directly shattered the wind-splitting Berserk Dragon. The shockwave from the Azure Dragon battle technique collided with Dongfang Xuanyu's body. Immediately, he vomited blood and was sent flying. When Dongfang Xuanyu was heavily injured, Long Chen had already put away the blue dragon halberd. He quickly caught up to Dongfang Xuanyu and used his fingers to quickly strike her body. After a series of heavy strikes, Dongfang Xuanyu completely lost the ability to fight. She collapsed in mid-air, powerless. Long Chen, you... What did you do to me? Originally, when she was defeated by Long Chen, Dongfang Xuanyu could not accept it at all. Her mind was blank. When Long Chen used a strange method to make her lose all of her strength, Dongfang Xuanyu was inconsolable. Looking at Long Chen's lecherous gaze sweeping over her proud twin peaks, she was scared silly. She was not young anymore, and she valued her chastity very much. If she was violated by Long Chen here, her only choice was to commit suicide. Otherwise, she would not have the face to continue living. What did I use? Hee, this is a little trick that Xiao Lang taught me a few days ago. It's called the Meridian Break Technique. I feel that this little trick can be used to pluck flowers. Today, I'll use it on you. How is it? Do you feel weak all over? Like you're at my mercy? Long Chen laughed lewdly. Bastard! You bastard! You'll die a horrible death. Thinking of what was going to happen next, Dongfang Xuanyu almost bit her tongue to commit suicide if not for her lack of strength. This meridian break technique was actually not as simple as Long Chen made it out to be. This was a mysterious method. When someone was seriously injured and had lost the ability to fight, one could quickly inject one's true qi into the other's acupuncture points. If the true qi was condensed and strong enough, it would be very difficult for the other party to break through in a short period of time. From then on, they would be at the mercy of the caster. This was a mysterious little trick of the Mo Xiaolang family. But today, it was used by Long Chen to pluck flowers. Landing on the ground, Long Chen hugged Dongfang Xuanyu by the waist. The heat coming from her body, as well as the softness, made it hard for Long Chen to control himself. However, ever since he got to know Lingxi, he had already gradually forgotten about his previous style. The words he said just now were just to tease this big-breasted brainless woman. What wonderful things will happen here next? It seems like spring has come. Seems like we should add a bit of spring to this place. Long Chen said with a smile. You. Facing this devil, Dongfang Xuanyu was really afraid. Even terrified. Her body trembled in Long Chen's embrace. Her attitude changed from vile to pitiful. She begged for mercy. Long Chen, I beg you to spare me. From now on, I won't find trouble with you anymore. How about it? Impossible. You were planning to assassinate me today. If I were to spare you and let you go without enjoying it, wouldn't I be letting down my little brother? Long Chen flatly refused. Seeing Dongfang Xuanyu's crumbling face, he felt very comfortable in his heart. This self-righteous woman, Long Chen had long wanted to teach her a lesson. Of course, there's also my gentle little hand. Long Chen raised his palm, smiled, and covered her chest. Long Chen, let me go. I'm willing to tell you a secret. In a moment of desperation, Dongfang Xuanyu suddenly thought of something. Oh. Originally, Long Chen only wanted to tease her. He really didn't have the intention to act like a hooligan with this 40-year-old woman. However, when he heard these words, he was pleasantly surprised. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "Then let's see if your secret manual is as tempting to me as your body." Looking at Long Chen's evil smile, Dongfang Xuanyu suddenly blushed. Because Long Chen's words were really too hot. Dongfang Xuanyu felt that she was old more than once. But listening to Long Chen's words, she still had a great charm. Her husband died 10 years ago. This feeling of being conquered and being attracted to the other made Dongfang Xuanyu feel a strange sense of pride in her heart. But of course, she couldn't let Long Chen see through her thoughts. Otherwise, she would lose all her face. Moreover, she firmly did not believe that she would have such a strange thought. So she ruthlessly spat on herself, and then coldly said, "It is indeed a big secret. It will be of great benefit to you. Tell me, don't talk nonsense. I can bear it, but my hand can't." Long Chen threatened. He was very curious about this secret. Okay, I'll tell you. Do you have the second level of Thunder Flame Battle Body? Did you get your Thunder Flame Crystal from the Morning Light Business League? Do you want to achieve the complete state of Thunder Flame Battle Body? The third level of Thunder Flame Battle Body is equivalent to an elementary Earth-class body refining technique. Long Chen was tempted. To be honest, this thing was much more tempting than this Dongfang Xuanyu. Speak clearly, don't keep me in suspense. Long Chen said coldly. Okay. All right. You should know that no matter how many Thunder Flame gems you have, you need to fuse with a Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. This year, the Light of Dawn Business Alliance has excavated a Thunder Flame crystal mine and trained many experts. Among them, there are a few outstanding ones. They all have one thing in common, which is that they all have level 2 Thunder Flame Battle Physique, and one of them has even completed level 3 Thunder Flame Battle Physique. This girl named Li Xiling has fused with a Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. Although the Light of Dawn Business Alliance has a Thunder Flame crystal mine, they have only found one Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. According to the news I received, the Light of Dawn Business Alliance found another Thunder Flame Crystal Soul the day before yesterday, so their young experts are already on their way. Dongfang Xuanyu was afraid of Long Chen. Therefore, she immediately told all the useful information to Long Chen. Meanwhile, Long Chen had been troubled recently. He had an extremely powerful attacking battle skill, and the True Dragon 9 Flash was also very good. However, his body training seemed to be lagging behind. The news of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was undoubtedly a timely help for him. However, Long Chen had seen the name Li Xiling before. She was the most powerful genius in the Morning Light Business League. On the Hidden Dragon ranking, she was just behind Mo Xiaolang. No wonder she was so powerful.
It turned out that she had already fused with the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul and achieved the 3rd level of the Thunder Flame Battle Body.
Where is it? Long Chen asked.
Seeing that Long Chen was very concerned about this, Dongfang Xuanyu let out a sigh of relief. She used all her remaining strength to break free from Long Chen and said, "You first undo the technique that you used on my body, and then I will tell you." If Long Chen knew about this, and was lustful, and could not help but attack her, then she would rather die. The matter of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was much more important than teasing this stupid donkey. Long Chen was too lazy to take revenge on her, and directly undid the pulse break art, allowing Dongfang Xuanyu to regain her strength. However, she was still injured, and there was a burning pain in her chest.
"Don't play any tricks on me.
If you piss me off, I will make you regret being born into this world."
"I mean it," Long Chen said lightly.
Although his voice was calm, it was very threatening. Dongfang Xuanyu took a few steps back, and used some medicine to heal her wounds. She then said, "The Thunder Flame Crystal Mine of the Morning Light Business League is in the Thunder Fire Mountain in the Yuanling County. Under the Thunder Fire Mountain, there is a Thunder Fire Town. They have stationed people there. If you go there and fight, it will be very easy for you to find out a lot of things."
Dongfang Xuanyu said honestly.
"Yes, I will remember it. I will find someone else to confirm it. If I find out that you lied to me, I will definitely kill you."
Long Chen said coldly.
"This is absolutely true," Dongfang Xuanyu promised. Then she hurriedly said, "I have said everything that needs to be said.
Goodbye."
After that, she turned around and was about to leave.
"Stop,"
Long Chen shouted coldly. "What do you want to do?" Dongfang Xuanyu said nervously, her hands tightly hugging her chest. "If I fight for the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, I will definitely encounter very strong enemies. Then, you can borrow their hands to get rid of me, right?" How could Long Chen not know what she was thinking? The news of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was definitely true. However, Long Chen thought that if he got his hands on it, he would definitely encounter strong opponents. If he was defeated and died in the hands of the Morning Light Business League, she, Dongfang Xuanyu, would be happy. Chapter 238. What Long Chen said was exactly what Dongfang Xuanyu wanted. Her hatred towards Long Chen hadn't decreased at all. Therefore, while she was using this skill to save her life, she was also setting up a dangerous situation for Long Chen. "Since this thing is really important to me, I won't argue with you. Just tell me the strength of the Morning Light Business League in the Thunder Fire Mountain Range. I don't have much patience, and if you don't give me a good answer, I don't mind having an outdoor battle here today." Long Chen said with an indifferent tone. Dongfang Xuanyu's plan had been seen through. She was really scared of Long Chen, this young man who was both mentally and physically strong. So she hurriedly said, "The Morning Light Business League is really interested in the Thunder Flame Crystal Mine, and they have sent 5 late Mortal Core honorable guests to be stationed there. Besides, in order to suppress and collect the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, I think Li Xiling will be there as well." "Why do they want to suppress the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul?" Long Chen asked. "The Thunder Flame Crystal Soul has a very violent force. Within 100 meters, any warrior below the Divine Core realm who gets close to it will face only one fate: death. As for the Divine Core warriors, they can only barely resist it. Only the suppressed Thunder Flame Crystal Soul can be absorbed by them. The Thunder Flame Crystal Soul that Li Xiling obtained was suppressed by a Heavenly River warrior from the Morning Light Business League. Now that Li Xiling has the Thunder Flame combat body, because of the same element, it will be easier for her to suppress the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul." Because of Long Chen's threat, Dongfang Xuanyu didn't dare hide anything from him anymore. Li Xiling, a Thunder Flame combat body at the 3rd level, but she's just a girl. How can her body be so tough? How can I touch her? In Long Chen's mind, he had automatically regarded Li Xiling as a tall and muscular woman. There were 6 late Heavenly Core warriors, and it wouldn't be easy for him to take the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul from them. However, Long Chen knew that he didn't need to fight them head-on. Besides, with Mo Xiaolong's help, he might have a chance. "Get lost." Long Chen ignored her and headed in the direction of the Yin clan. When he found Mo Xiaolong, he told him what he had learned from Dongfang Xuanyu. 6 late Heavenly Core warriors. "Big brother, I'll go with you." Without hesitation, Mo Xiaolong agreed to help. As expected of my good brother, Long Chen. Long Chen laughed heartily, patted his shoulder and said, "Go and ask your great elder to help me investigate if this news is true.
If it is, we will immediately set off. In any case, there are still over 20 days before the 9th prince arrives. I can use this time to test out the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul." Mo Xiaolang nodded. After confirming the news with the Supreme Elder of the Yin clan, the two of them brought some items they needed and borrowed a Gale Giant Rock from the Supreme Elder of the Yin clan. Then, they flew in the direction of the Thunder Fire Mountain Range. Among the outsiders, Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong were playing chess in their courtyard. However, Long Chen's rapid rise had made them unable to calm down. "Brother Chu, if this continues, we will never be able to avenge Shang En and Yun Shi. This Long Chen has his master's support now. Even the inner clan doesn't dare touch him. Jin Luan put down the chess piece and sighed. "There's nothing I can do about this. I only regret not killing him when he was still weak. Now he has grown up, and he can even defeat young Lady Tianxian, who is at the early heavenly core realm. He is almost catching up to us. Revenge is still a long way off. My son, Shang En, had a bright future, but he died because of Long Chen. If I can avenge him in this lifetime, I'll do it even if I have to give up my life." Jin Luan gritted his teeth and said with hatred in his voice. Right at this moment, a plump woman walked into the courtyard. Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong were shocked. They hurriedly bowed to her and said, "Master Xian Yu, what brings you here?" They were worried. It seemed like they had spoken too loudly just now, and Dongfang Xuanyu had heard them. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xuanyu had a gloomy expression. She walked towards them and said, "Gentlemen, I'll cut to the chase and ask you a question. If you can kill Long Chen without anyone knowing, will you do it?" Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong looked at each other. They quickly understood what Dongfang Xuanyu meant, and they hurriedly asked, "Master Xianyu, what is your order?" "Long Chen has left Yuanling City, and he has gone to the Thunder Fire Mountain Range to fight for the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul with the Morning Light Business League. You two go there and see if you have a chance to kill him." Dongfang Xuanyu thought about Long Chen and how he had almost ruined her, and she couldn't help but shiver in fear. If she didn't kill Long Chen, she would never be at ease. "We'll go." The two were overjoyed. Remember, even if you can kill Long Chen, do not expose your identities. It's best to frame the Morning Light Business League. That way, Long Chen's master will not cause trouble for the Lingwu family. "Master Xianyu, we know this. I'll give you something. With this, I'm sure you can easily kill him," Dongfang Xuanyu said with certainty in a low voice. Then, she described the item in detail to the two surprised people. When everything was done, Dongfang Xuanyu left with a smile. The 9th prince came to Yuanling City when he was young. It seems that Jin Luan followed him for a long time. So when the 9th prince comes, will something magical happen? Many people knew that the 9th prince had come to Yuanling City before. Jin Luan's improvement these years, catching up to the 60-year-old Chu Tianxiong at the age of 50, was definitely related to the 9th prince's reward. However, he was not talented enough, so he didn't advance further in the Lingwu family. And Dongfang Xuanyu's plan was that even if Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong couldn't kill Long Chen, if Long Chen killed Jin Luan instead, then when the 9th prince came, Long Chen would definitely die. Her plan was flawless. No matter if Long Chen won or lost, he would definitely die. Although he had defeated Dongfang Xuanyu, Long Chen knew that his current strength was not at the top of the younger generation in Yuanling City. But if he could get the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, this gap would be made up. The Thunder Fire Mountain Range wasn't far. It was only a quarter of the distance from Nine Demon Mountain to Yuanling City. After about 2 hours, Long Chen and Chu Tianxiong could see a large town below. They left the Gale Rock outside the town. There was a shop here that specialized in collecting transportation tools for people. Then, Long Chen and Chu Tianxiong walked into the town of Thunderfire. It's still early spring. I didn't expect the temperature of the town of Thunderfire to be so high. The Thunder Flame Crystal is filled with fiery energy. It's probably because of the Thunder Flame Crystal that the temperature here is so high, Long Chen said as he looked at the people coming and going. The Thunder Flame Crystal is indeed magical. Not only can it be used to refine the body, but it can also increase the power of true qi. Mo Xiaolang nodded. Xiaolang, what level of body-refining battle skill do you cultivate? Long Chen asked. I have an earth-level body-refining battle skill left behind by my family, but I didn't use it. I'm not strong enough right now. I'm worried that the people in the Imperial City will recognize me, so I didn't cultivate a body-refining battle skill, Mo Xiaolang said with some disappointment. Mo Xiaolang really made him speechless to be able to have such combat strength without cultivating a body-refining battle skill. It's fine. When you refine an Earth-level beast soul and transform, you will probably have a very strong battle body, Long Chen comforted. 4 beast warriors, beast soul transformation and body-refining battle skills did not conflict. Body-refining battle skills strengthened the body from the inside, while beast soul transformation strengthened the body from the outside. The two continued to move forward. Although this Thunderfire town was only a town, it was very lively, and the people there were fierce. There were many fights in the street corners, but there were not many powerful warriors. Long Chen raised his head and said, "We won't get any information from the Dawn Merchant Alliance if we just walk around blindly like this. There is a Thunderfire restaurant up ahead, and it should be the biggest restaurant in this area. Let's go and ask around and take a rest." Long Chen raised his head and saw a tall, brightly lit building up ahead. "I'll listen to you, big brother," Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. The two walked into the Thunderfire restaurant. They were all elegant young men, and they could tell at a glance that they were very different from the mountain people of this Thunderfire town. So when they entered the restaurant, they attracted a lot of attention. One of the waiters, who had a pair of sharp eyes, immediately came forward and warmly led Long Chen and Yi Shiwen to a private room on the second floor. After a while, exquisite dishes and good wine were served on the table. "Don't go yet, I have some questions for you." After the waiters finished serving them, Long Chen waved at him. "It's me." The waiter was a little nervous and hurried forward. These days, there were many powerful foreign experts like Long Chen. Bad things happened, and many ignorant people died. "Yes, it's you," Long Chen said with a smile. "Young master, what do you want to ask?" The waiter asked nervously. "Have there been any special movements in the past few days?" Long Chen asked. "Something special." The waiter was startled and said, "There are a lot more people entering Thunderfire Town, but the town is controlled by the bosses of the Morning Light Business League. Some of the troublemakers have been eliminated." Indeed, this town was completely controlled by the people of the Morning Light Business League. Where are the people of the Morning Light Business League now? This was Long Chen's goal. Only by knowing where they went could he get more information. Right now, Long Chen didn't even know where Thunderflame crystals were produced in the Thunderfire mountain range, or where the Thunderflame crystal soul appeared. There are rules about the Morning Light Business League. Please forgive me for not being able to say. When Long Chen asked this question, the waiter retreated a few steps in fear. Long Chen took out at least 50 spirit jades and said, "These are all yours. What do you think?" The waiter looked at the 50 spirit jades. This was enough for him to work hard for half a year. In truth, he was very covetous. In the end, he gritted his teeth and walked next to Long Chen, saying, "The Morning Light Business League appears and disappears mysteriously, but I know that they have a stronghold in the town. The Thunder Flame crystals they mine will be transferred there and then transported to Yuanling City." The waiter whispered an address into Long Chen's ear. "This is yours." Long Chen pushed all the spirit jades in front of him. The waiter hurriedly put them away and excused himself before leaving with an excited expression. "Big brother, you know the location?" Mo Xiaolang asked. "I know. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any news about the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. Don't waste these dishes. Once us brothers are full, we will enter the Morning Light Business League." This was the second time Long Chen had snatched something from the Morning Light Business League. Last time was with Lingxi, and this time it was with Mo Xiaolang. "Okay." Mo Xiaolang nodded. He always had the appearance of an obedient child, but Long Chen knew that he also had passion and hot-bloodedness, hatred and cold-bloodedness, killing and insanity. Not long after they picked up their chopsticks, a chaotic noise came from downstairs. Long Chen turned his head and looked downstairs. He saw a group of warriors in blue armors rushing into the restaurant and opening up a path. These warriors were at least at the late mortal core realm, and they all had cold eyes. Obviously, they had gone through a lot of killing. Chapter 239. With a force like this, he could definitely do whatever he wanted in Thunderfire Town. But what Long Chen noticed was a young man who was surrounded by many people. This young man was wearing a luxurious green robe, and his face was fair and beardless.
Judging from his age, he should be around the same age as Mo Xiaolang, but he had an arrogant expression on his face. Obviously, he was a young man from a noble family who was used to living a high and mighty life. Long Chen sensed a familiar aura from this young man. After thinking about it carefully, he finally remembered that it was the second-level Thunderflame combat body, and he also possessed the Thunderflame energy. Without a doubt, this young man was one of the geniuses in the Morning Light Business League. The feeling he gave Long Chen was that he was at least at the early heavenly core realm. This guy is good at everything, but he's no match for you, big brother. Mo Xiaolang had a pair of sharp eyes. With just one look, he had analyzed this young man thoroughly. Do you know him? Long Chen asked. I think his name is Li Qingling. He is Li Xiling's younger brother. In the Morning Light Business League, the amount of attention he gets is only second to Li Xiling. He is 3 years younger than his sister, and I estimate he will also break through to the late heavenly core realm in 3 years, Mo Xiaolang said. Looks like the training provided by the Morning Light Business League is not any weaker than the Lingwu family. Maybe even stronger. If not for you, the Lingwu family would not have been able to keep their position in the mayor's mansion. Long Chen said with mixed emotions. They continued chatting and drinking. Right at this moment, the arrogant Li Qingling looked around. Then he opened his mouth and shouted with a sharp voice. This restaurant is booked by the Morning Light Business League. Everyone, leave within 15 minutes. Manager, I, Li Qingling, will have to pay for this. My sister came here from Yuanling City today. You better treat her with the grandest hospitality. She is one of the top 3 super geniuses in Yuanling City, and she will pay you handsomely. If you don't treat her well, you can forget about running this restaurant. Long Chen put down his chopsticks and smiled faintly. To be honest, with the power of the Morning Light Business League in Thunder and Fire Town, Li Qingling didn't go overboard. At the very least, he agreed to pay for everyone. Although the warriors from the small forces only ate and drank half of their food, under the pressure of the Morning Light Business League, they couldn't say anything and left on their own. After all, the group of blue-armored martial artists were not to be trifled with. They were obedient, and the blue-armored martial artists were very gentle. But if there was anyone who disobeyed, Li Qingling would definitely make them very sad. Seeing the place gradually emptying, Li Qingling was very satisfied. Soon, almost everyone had left. Li Qingling called out, "Shopkeeper, quickly clean up this place. Don't let a single stain appear. If my sister isn't satisfied, I'll kill your entire family." After being threatened by Li Qingling, the shopkeeper of the Thunderfire restaurant was so scared that he pissed his pants. He hurriedly gathered his subordinates to clean up the mess left behind by the previous people. Seeing this, Li Qingling faintly smiled, feeling very satisfied. "Young master, there are people on the second floor who haven't left." One of the blue-armored martial artists whispered in Li Qingling's ear. "What?" Li Qingling jumped up. There were actually people who hadn't left. This was really out of his expectations. They didn't even listen to his words. This was undoubtedly provoking the Tai Sui. Therefore, with a face full of anger, he led a group of blue-armored martial artists to the second floor and came to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. "Big brother, should we leave?" Mo Xiaolang asked. "No need." Long Chen poured wine for Mo Xiaolang. "This kid is used to being arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson." Mo Xiaolang nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingling had already rushed up. Seeing these 2 people actually ignoring him, he didn't waste any time and directly said to the blue-armored martial artist beside him, "Chop these 2 people and throw them into the river to feed the fish." "Yes, young master." A group of blue-armored martial artists rushed toward Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on them. The most direct way to deal with such arrogant people who viewed other people's lives as worthless was to make a move. With his current strength, he still needed to use Dragon Soul transformation to deal with this guy. It would take a lot of effort. Therefore, he said to Mo Xiaolang, "Go slap that kid twice, make him look like a pig's head for me." After saying that, he directly rushed to the group of blue-armored martial artists and slapped each of them, making them dizzy. Then, Long Chen threw them downstairs one by one. When he was halfway through, Mo Xiaolang did the same to Li Qingling, making him look like a pig's head and threw him down from the second floor. Suddenly, moans of pain rang out from below. Long Chen sped up. Very soon, all the blue-armored martial artists were thrown down. He clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. "Dare to threaten me, you really have no eyes."
This is just a small lesson for you. Next time, I will throw them into the river to feed the fish. Xiaolang, retreat. Now that he had taught Li Qingling a lesson, Li Xiling would definitely be accompanied by a lot of experts when she arrived. It would be a very unwise choice to have a conflict with them now. Therefore, Long Chen chose to beat Li Qingling up and escape first. However, miserable screams rang out from downstairs. Under the shocked gazes of the restaurant's attendants and shopkeepers, Long Chen and Jian Shaotian dashed out of the Thunderflame restaurant. Long Chen chose a good spot and hid himself. From here, he could clearly see what was happening at the entrance of the Thunderflame restaurant. However, he did not have to worry about being discovered. I guess Li Xiling is here to suppress the Thunderflame Crystal Soul. Xiaolang, do you think we can defeat her? Long Chen turned his head around and asked Mo Xiaolang, who was standing next to him. The guest warriors of the Morning Light Business League are not core members. Although they are at the late Heavenly Core realm, they are at the same level as the Supreme Elders from the 9 alien families. It will be very difficult for me to kill 5 of them, but if I can keep them busy so that they can't attack you, I can definitely do it. Mo Xiaolang said. In other words, I will have to snatch the Thunderflame Crystal Soul from that valiant woman. Facing a warrior who was no weaker than Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen was filled with fighting spirit. A valiant woman, Li Xiling. I heard that Li Xiling is as beautiful as a goddess. Looking at Li Qingling's face, I don't think his sister is any worse than her. Mo Xiaolang asked with a puzzled expression. Long Chen had no idea what this Li Xiling looked like. His instinct told him that a woman who could cultivate the 3rd-level Thunderflame combat body should be a tough man. But, it turned out that he was wrong. Although this woman did not have Ling Shi's breathtaking beauty, she was at the level of a fairy. She wore a long purple dress and her figure was exquisite. Her skin was as white as snow and she was tall. In terms of beauty, she could be ranked in the top ranks of all of Yuanling City. However, just like her brother, although she hid the pride on her face well, it was still exposed in Long Chen's eyes. Surrounded by more blue-armored warriors, Li Xiling walked into the Thunderflame restaurant. Among them, there were 5 old honorable guests following beside her. What do you think Li Xiling will do when she sees her brother lying on the ground, screaming and turning into a pig's head? Long Chen was really interested in this. Right after he finished speaking, half of the Thunderflame restaurant collapsed. Along with the screams of many people, smoke and dust rose up into the sky. Vaguely, Long Chen could see Li Xiling's cold and furious expression. This little girl is really hot. Long Chen felt speechless. She was so angry that she caused the entire Thunderflame restaurant to collapse. Of course, she had no intention of resting here. She brought Li Qingling, who had turned into a pig's head, and the group headed towards the mountain range outside the town. They're going to the Thunderflame mountain range. There aren't any early Heavenly Core warriors among them. I guess this Thunderflame Crystal Soul was prepared for Li Qingling. Let's follow them now. Long Chen called out to the group. Then he and Mo Xiaolang sneakily followed the group. If Lingxi was here, she would have noticed that there were 2 men following behind Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They were 2 men in black who were hiding in the dark. Their eyes were filled with cold and bloody lights. Soon, the men from the Morning Light Business League left Thunderflame Town and set foot on the Thunderflame mountain range. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, who were following them from afar, were trying to come up with a plan along the way. Big brother, the Thunderflame Crystal Soul is a very violent thing. Although Li Xiling has the same element as it, I think it will take her a lot of energy to suppress it. She will definitely consume a lot of energy during that period of time. If you choose to strike at that time, your chances of success will be quite high. I'll help you keep those 5 honorable guests occupied. What do you think? Mo Xiaolang said. That's great. Haha, once I get my hands on this Thunderflame Crystal Soul, I'll definitely treat you well in the future. Long Chen laughed. Big brother, you saved me from the Blue Dragon planet. That's the biggest gift you've given me. This Thunderflame Crystal Soul is nothing to me. Mo Xiaolang said with a silly smile on his face. The more he talked to him, the more Long Chen felt he was evil. In other words, no matter how hard he tried to hide it, in front of Mo Xiaolang's innocence, his evil nature would be revealed. Forget it. I'll let him help me with the Thunderflame Crystal Soul this time. Next time, when I need to hunt an Earth-ranked demon beast, as well as his blood feud, I'll help him. Maybe this is what Grandpa meant by brothers, treating each other with sincerity, sharing weal and woe, going through life and death together, creating glory together. Long Chen thought to himself. The deeper they went into the Thunder Flame Mountain, the higher the temperature became. Long Chen could vaguely feel the energy of the Thunder Flame Crystal. After half an hour, they arrived at a small but exquisite mine. In this mine, there were more than 1,000 blue armored warriors, and all of them were at the late mortal core realm and above. They were strictly guarding this mine. There was a cave in the middle of the mountain wall, and that should be the entrance to the mine. Right now, miners belonging to the Morning Light Business League were going in and out of the cave. Those who came out from the cave had all obtained the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. These Thunder Flame Crystal Souls hadn't been processed yet, so they were covered in dust. They looked just like a piece of rock. Attention everyone, stop mining. Let young lady Xiling go in and suppress the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. One of the honorable guests said with a loud voice. Chapter 240. As this person shouted, the miners inside the mine came out one after another. Honestly speaking, Thunder Flame Crystal was very difficult to mine. Although this was known as a Thunder Flame Crystal mine, it was mostly made up of ordinary stones. Out of endless stones, there would be one Thunder Flame Crystal, and out of countless Thunder Flame Crystals, there would only be one Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. From this, it could be seen how rare the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was. In such a large mine, only 2 Thunder Flame Crystal Souls had appeared. The arrival of the legendary genius of Yuanling City allowed the miners to finally have a good rest, so they were very happy. Looking at the goddess-like Li Xiling in the middle, their eyes were filled with respect, but also a trace of greed. Such a woman was the lifelong dream of these people at the bottom. Is this Miss Xiling of the Morning Light Business League? She is indeed as beautiful as a goddess. Don't speak. Be careful of losing your head. Miss Xiling, is that something you can discuss? Hearing these types of conversations, Li Xiling's expression did not change. She had heard such compliments and praises for so many years that she was tired of hearing them. She looked coldly at the dirty miners. That cold gaze made the miners' scalps tingle. After a while, the mine was basically emptied. Before it was emptied, one of the guests handed a map of the mine to Li Xiling. Li Xiling carefully looked at it for a while, and remembered the location of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul in her heart. The location of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul is much deeper than last time. I remember that last time it was 300 meters deep. This time, it will probably be 600 meters, Li Xiling said lightly. The Thunder Flame Crystal Soul is extremely rare. It is impossible for 2 to be in the same place. The appearance of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul is closely related to the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. It is because of the radiation of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul that ordinary stones become Thunder Flame Crystal. One of the guests explained. Their conversation was heard by Long Chen without missing a word. A distance of 600 meters. He calculated in his mind, and he already had an idea. After chatting with the guests for a while, Li Xiling pursed her pink lips and called out to Li Qingling, walking into the mine. Long Chen had guessed correctly. This Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was indeed prepared for Li Qingling. After being severely beaten by Mo Xiaolang, Li Qingling still had a pig head, which looked very funny. Before that, others had been pointing fingers at him. He was proud and arrogant, so of course he could not stand this kind of humiliation. When he followed Li Xiling into the mine, the only thing in his mind was that after fusing with the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, he must find Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in this Thunder Fire town. At least, he must take their lives. In my entire life, no one has ever dared to slap my face. You guys are courting death. Li Qingling thought to herself as she walked. Green Spirit, you said it was 2 teenagers who whipped you, and they look to be about your age, Li Xiling said faintly. Yes, I don't know where these 2 brats came from, but they are quite powerful. But I was too careless and let them get away with it. Li Qingling said indignantly. Your current strength is about the same as Dongfang Tianchen and the others from the Lingwu clan. However, they have Earth-ranked divine weapons, so you are not their match. Furthermore, they are not from the 4 inner clans. I reckon that these 2 people are Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, who have caused a huge uproar in Yuanling City. When Li Xiling mentioned their names, a cold light flashed across her eyes. It's them. How can they be so powerful? Li Qingling had also heard of their reputation. In the Hidden Dragon list, Long Chen was not as powerful as Li Qingling. Mo Xiaolang is indeed powerful, but the Lingwu family is disappointing this time. Our main enemy is Yan Danqing from the Beast Soul Palace. When you fuse with the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, you should be able to help me defeat him. So this time, we must make sure nothing goes wrong. Li Xiling frowned. Got it. Looking at her sister walking in front of them, Li Qingling kept staring at her, but while speaking, she swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Once I fuse with the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul and break through to the Heavenly Core Realm, I will be the #1 genius in Yuanling City. At that point of time, beautiful girls like sister will come and throw themselves at me. 600 meters. Judging from the speed at which Li Xiling and Li Qingling walked into the cave, it would take them about 15 minutes to reach the cave. Therefore, when they disappeared into the cave for about 15 minutes, Long Chen had a faint smile on his face. He lightly patted Mo Xiaolang and said, "It's a good thing that the 5 honorable guests didn't follow us into the cave. As for those 2 siblings, they should be halfway into the cave, and they won't be able to hear the fight outside. Therefore, I'll just rush in, and you block the entrance for me, don't let anyone enter. At the same time, try to minimize the noise. What do you think?" "I understand, big brother. Just focus on fighting for the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. With me here, I guarantee Li Xiling and the others won't be able to hear anything from the outside." This was the first time Mo Xiaolang had done something like this, so he was a little excited. "All right, but you have to be careful. 5 Heavenly Core honorable guests, and over 1,000 blue armored warriors, they're not going to be easy to deal with." Long Chen reminded. "This cave isn't big, just by standing in it, I'll be able to defend against 10,000 enemies. So big brother, don't worry, if I really can't hold on any longer, I can still call for you," Mo Xiaolang said with a serious expression. Long Chen thought about it and agreed. Besides, Mo Xiaolang's current cultivation should be much higher than this. Therefore, he nodded his head and signaled Mo Xiaolang with his eyes. Right at this moment, the 5 honorable guests were drinking tea and chatting under the pavilion, while the rest of the blue armored warriors were guarding the Thunder Flame Crystal Mine. "Guys, do you think our Morning Light Business League has a good chance of winning the Mayor's Mansion competition?" "That's hard to say. Our Merchant League is relying on young Lady Zi Ling and young Master Qing Ling, while the Beast Soul Palace only has Yan Danqing. As for the Lingwu family, besides the outsider Mo Xiaolang, the rest of them aren't that outstanding. Therefore everything is still unknown." "That Mo Xiaolang, I've heard that he has just broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm, and it hasn't been long since he obtained the Heavenly Wolf Demonic Blade. He's been fusing with the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul for a long time, but he's ranked higher than young lady in the Hidden Dragon ranking. This really makes me speechless." "That's true. In this Yuanling city, the only person who is stronger than young lady is Yan Danqing, who possesses the soul of a Yuji beast. This guy has broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm for quite some time, and I think he will be young lady's biggest obstacle in this ancient ruins expedition." While they were chatting, a few cries suddenly sounded out. A few blue armored warriors were sent flying into the sky. When they landed on the ground, half of their faces were swollen, and they were rolling on the ground while screaming. "Who is it?" The 5 foreign chamberlains were shocked. They quickly jumped up from their seats and saw that the 2 teenagers were already rushing towards the cave. By the time they jumped up, they had already defeated several blue-armored warriors and were approaching the entrance of the cave. "Young man, this is the territory of the Morning Light Business League. Are you seeking death by trespassing here?" one of the guest elders said with a stern voice. At the same time, the 5 of them crazily chased after Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. "5 idiots, I'll just let my brother entertain you." Long Chen laughed out. After that, he sped up, turned around, and dashed into the cave. However, to everyone's surprise, Mo Xiaolang stood still at the entrance of the cave. Then he turned around and looked at the guest elders with an indifferent expression. "These 2 young men, I think they are the guys young Master Li Qingling described. What a young man. How dare you attack the juniors of the Morning Light Business League? You must be tired of living. Brothers, let's kill this young man." "That's right, kill them. Don't let them disturb young Miss Violet's spirit and waste her time." The 5 guest elders lined up in a row and dashed towards Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. However, only Mo Xiaolang was waiting for them. Facing these 5 guest elders, Mo Xiaolang just stood at the entrance of the cave. His expression didn't show any fear, as if these 5 guest elders were just like 5 dogs pouncing on him.
Before my big brother gets the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, I'll have some fun with you all. It's been a long time since I've had some fun, so today, I'll use you all to give it a try. The true energy of a late heavenly core warrior exploded out from his body, instantly blocking the attacks from the 5 guest elders, allowing Long Chen to go further into the cave. Letting Mo Xiaolang deal with them made Long Chen feel more at ease. Xiaolang told me that this chick will be weakened for a period of time after suppressing the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, and there's only Li Qingling beside her. It's not impossible for me to snatch the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul from them. In order to shine brightly in the ancient ruins and obtain the position of the Immortal Realm Divine Guard, I need to take one last risk. Fortune comes from danger. This was a principle that had never changed since the ancient times. Li Qingling and Li Xiling walked the distance of 600 meters, but Long Chen dashed forward. After a dozen breaths' time, he had traveled almost 300 meters, and he couldn't hear anything from the outside anymore. Long Chen could vaguely feel that the air had become hotter, and he could see lightning sparks dancing around him. The walls of the cave seemed to be covered with a layer of faint flame. When he sensed Li Xiling and Li Xiling's aura and conversation, Long Chen slowed down. He wrapped his feet with his true energy and carefully walked forward step by step. Li Xiling's fragrance still lingered in the air, and with this, Long Chen easily found the right path. At this point of time, Long Chen could almost hear what they were talking about. After a period of time, the conversation came to an end, but there was a low exhalation sound, as well as the crackling sound of thunder and lightning in the air. Long Chen guessed that they had already encountered the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. He carefully sneaked over, and sure enough, in a circular cave, Li Qingling was nervously watching from the side, and Li Xiling was in the middle, suppressing the legendary Thunder Flame Crystal Soul.
Chapter 241. Long Chen's eyes were attracted by the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. It was a diamond-shaped translucent crystal that was 3 times bigger than the Thunder Flame Crystal. It looked like an enlarged version of the Thunder Flame Crystal, but the lightning and flame aura it contained was many times stronger than the Thunder Flame Crystal. Even the air around it was vibrating, and countless tiny lightning bolts and blue flames were whistling around in this small space. Even Li Qingling dared to hide at the outermost area, not far away from Long Chen. A Thunder Flame Crystal Soul like this was really frightening.
If a man who hadn't reached the Divine Core Realm rashly went within 100 meters of it, he would be easily killed by the flames and lightning. Even in this place, Long Chen could still feel the tiny flames and tiny lightning bolts, causing his skin to feel numb. It really is a Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, a magical crystal that can transform into an Earth-rank body-strengthening combat skill. Its effect is many times better than the Thunder Flame Crystal. If this guy can get his hands on this Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, I might not be his match. Long Chen was secretly shocked. Luckily, that stupid girl Dongfeng Xuanyu told me about this, giving me the opportunity to see this Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. Also, Xiao Lang is helping me block the attack. I have to live up to his expectations. Long Chen secretly lay dormant, these thoughts running through his mind. Right at this moment, Li Xiling had already fused with the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, and she had completed the Thunder Flame combat body. She was forcefully suppressing the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. Once she finished suppressing it, the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul would turn into an ordinary crystal, and could be used to fuse with others. In fact, the way to suppress the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was to use powerful true qi to force the energy of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul back into the crystal, making it restrain itself. It didn't take a long time, but it required a very strong true qi cultivation. Li Xiling's true qi cultivation base was naturally not enough, but because her true qi contained more Thunder Flame power than Long Chen's, she was qualified to suppress the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. But even so, it was not an easy task. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Xiling was sweating profusely. Her clothes began to be soaked with fragrant sweat, vaguely revealing her snow-white skin and exquisite curves, which made Long Chen's mouth dry. It seems that suppressing this thing really consumes a lot of energy. Long Chen laughed in his heart. The more Li Xiling consumed, the better it was for him. A quarter of an hour passed. Under Li Xiling's desperate efforts, the external destructive power of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, there wasn't much energy flowing outside. Only the surroundings of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul were still wrapped in a layer of dense flames and lightning. Although it was small,
The power it contained would only be more terrifying if it were to erupt. The time was about to come. Long Chen tried his best to calm his heart. At this time, he glanced at Li Qingling, who was very close to him. He had already made a decision in his heart. Li Xiling was using all the true qi in her body to suppress the power of the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. When she was close to success, she was already gasping for breath. However, in her beautiful eyes, there was still an unconcealable excitement. Grandfather was right. Suppressing this Thunder Flame Crystal Soul can indeed make my true qi more condensed and improve my control over my true qi. Now it's just a little bit more. Seeing the lightning and flames around the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul gradually shrink, Li Xiling held her breath, waiting for the moment of success. It's done. Li Xiling's exquisite face revealed a soul-stirring smile. Finally suppressing the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was successful. At this moment, she was so tired that her face was pale and she was about to collapse. However, she was very excited in her heart. This suppression not only increased her strength, but also increased her brother's bargaining chip. With this Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, Li Qingling would definitely be able to shine. Sister, it's a success. Li Qingling revealed a surprised look. Now that the surrounding flames and lightning had disappeared, the previously violent Thunder Flame Crystal Soul was now quietly lying in Li Xiling's fair and slender, jade-like palm. Hard work can't compare to a determined person. I finally succeeded, Qingling. Li Xiling's face was slightly tired. She was smiling at her brother, but at this moment, a red shadow suddenly pounced towards Li Qingling. This was really beyond their expectations. Because there were 5 great guests guarding outside, the 2 of them did not expect that someone would be able to sneak in. Moreover, they had just suppressed the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, so they were excited and relaxed. Long Chen's sudden appearance and sudden attack was really too unexpected. Such an unexpected attack at such a close distance gave Li Qingling no time to react. In a moment of desperation, he could only throw out a punch. Immediately, a surging fist print whistled towards Long Chen. However, how could such a casual move stop Long Chen, who had been preparing for a long time? Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Yellow Spring Break. With a sudden burst, the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd turned into a divine dragon and instantly shattered Li Qingling's fist. Then, the halberd directly struck Li Qingling's shoulder. The huge force directly caused Li Qingling to let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood spurted out, and he was about to fall to the ground. Who is it? You're courting death. Oh. At this moment, Li Xiling had only just discovered the appearance of Long Chen. Long Chen had already subdued Li Qingling with a sneak attack. When Li Xiling reacted and wanted to make a move, Long Chen had already put away the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd and wrapped his claws around Li Qingling's neck. There was no doubt that Long Chen could easily kill Li Qingling with those long and sharp claws if he wanted to. Chick, if you want him to live, you'd better take it easy. Long Chen blocked Li Qingling in front of him and said with a roguish smile. But now that he was in the Dragon Soul transformation, his smile seemed a little sinister. Who are you? In the blink of an eye, Li Qingling fell into the opponent's hands. Li Xiling was shocked, but Long Chen's sharp claws forced her to calm down and stabilize her heart. No matter who you are destined to die for daring to kidnap a member of my Morning Light Business League. Kid, let him go immediately and then disappear from my sight. I'll reluctantly give you a way out. Li Xiling said coldly, her eyes staring coldly at Long Chen. You're really spicy. Not bad, just my type. Long Chen was not frightened by her at all. He laughed for a while and continued. All right, you've already grown up, don't be naive. It's impossible for me to do such a risky and unrewarding thing. I only have a small request. Give me the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul in your hands, and I'll leave immediately. I also guarantee that I won't hurt this brat in the slightest. What if I don't agree? Sure enough, the opponent's target was the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. Li Xiling's face twitched when she saw her brother trembling in the opponent's hands. He was seriously injured and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. If you don't agree, it means you don't want his life. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. I'll start counting later. Every time I count, I'll cut off a piece of flesh from his body. I'd like to see if you can't bear it first, or if I can't do anything about it. Haha. First time, which place should I choose? Fine. I'll choose the one that carries on the family line. This thing doesn't have much flesh, it won't do much harm to his body. Bastard, don't force me. Do you think I, a member of the Morning Light Business League, am that easy to bully? Li Xiling was shocked and gnashed his teeth. I advise you not to talk nonsense with me, and don't use the Morning Light Business League to scare me. I dare to stand here today, and I dare to break his little toy. That means I have nothing to fear. If you want to test the truth of my words, then fine. This kid won't be able to enjoy the taste of a woman in his next life, haha. Sister, save me, save me. I don't want that Thunderflame Crystal Soul, save me. To Li Qingling, this was a terrifying thing. It was even more frightening than cutting off his arm. So when Long Chen's claws moved to his crotch, his face was miserable and hot tears flowed down. He almost cried for his parents. The cold aura behind him was filled with blood and killing intent. Li Qingling didn't dare to doubt Long Chen's words at all. You. Li Xiling's face turned purple. It could be seen how angry she was in her heart. This Thunderflame Crystal Soul was a gift she prepared for her brother, and she had spent so much effort to suppress it. She had almost exhausted all the innate qi in her body, but now she had to give it to someone else. How could she be willing? However, under Long Chen's methods, she had to accept it even if she didn't want to. Her father only had her brother, and if her brother disappeared, then her family would have no more descendants. In this way, she would be the biggest sinner of the family. Fine, I promise you. Li Xiling gritted her teeth and said, Good girl, you should have been like this a long time ago. Big brother loves good girls the most. Quickly throw it over. Long Chen smiled evilly. Li Xiling didn't do as he said. She raised her hand and directly threw the Thunderflame Crystal Soul out of the cave. The Thunderflame Crystal Soul instantly passed Long Chen and smashed into the mountain wall behind him. In this way, Long Chen would snatch the Thunderflame Crystal Soul. Throw it, throw it. You still want to play this trick? Long Chen smiled and let go of Li Qingling. He moved his toes and activated the True Dragon 9 Flash, which allowed him to instantly reach the Thunderflame Crystal Soul. He quickly took it down and put it into his Qiankuan bag. When he finished all this, Li Xiling was already rushing towards him. This was the reason why she didn't directly throw the Thunderflame Crystal Soul to Long Chen. Boy, go to hell. Using the remaining innate qi and the third level of Thunderflame Battle Body, Li Xiling burst out a punch. Although she was already an arrow at the end of its flight, this punch was still extraordinary. It's futile. The blue dragon halberd instantly appeared in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen quickly danced and suddenly, a huge attack pressed towards Li Xiling. Blue dragon battle technique, break the yellow spring, shatter the green hell. These two consecutive moves directly blasted the exhausted Li Xiling away. Long Chen laughed and rushed outside, quickly escaping from Li Xiling's sight. Bastard, despicable, take advantage of my innate qi. If not, even 10 of you would not be a match for me. Li Xiling had never felt such anger in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something. The thing he used is the blue dragon halberd. He is Long Chen. Chapter 242. When Li Xiling was done suppressing the Thunderflame Crystal Soul, Long Chen knew that she didn't have much strength left. If she really went all out, Long Chen might be able to kill her right away. However, if he killed her before the battle in the ancient ruins, it would definitely cause the Morning Light Business League to retaliate. That was why Long Chen didn't kill her. Furthermore, Long Chen would not be able to kill such a dainty beauty. He had achieved his goal of obtaining the Thunderflame Crystal Soul, and he was satisfied with it. As for whether Li Xiling had recognized him or not, he didn't care at all. Even if she recognized him, so what? Putting aside Li Xuanji, Long Chen was now under the control of the Lingwu family, and the Lingwu family would protect him. However, there was only half a month left, and Long Chen didn't plan to return to the Lingwu family. He had a better place to go, a place where he could fuse with the Thunderflame Crystal Soul and improve his combat strength. The most important thing right now was to escape. He had no idea what was going on with Mo Xiaolang outside, and the two men behind him couldn't catch up with him at all. Therefore, Long Chen increased his speed. Just as he was about to rush out of the mine, Long Chen heard a series of screams coming from outside. When he rushed out to take a look, he saw that a large number of the blue-armored warriors had already fallen to the ground. The others also had faces full of fear as they looked at the crazed youth in the middle.
2 out of the 5 honorable guests have been knocked down by Xiao Lang. Long Chen was shocked, because he saw that there were only 3 late Heavenly Core warriors fighting around Mo Xiaolang, and the other 2 were being protected by the blue armored warriors. Long Chen had spent around half an hour fighting for the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul, but Mo Xiaolang had spent half an hour fighting with them. This showed how strong he was. Xiaolang, the situation is tense. Let's pull. Long Chen laughed and rushed out of the cave, heading outside. Hearing Long Chen's voice, Mo Xiaolang was overjoyed. His speed was much faster than his opponent. At this moment, with a flash, his entire body shot towards Long Chen. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see him clearly. Thinking about it, it should be the phantom godly steps that Yin Mengyao had mentioned before. Rushing to Long Chen's side, Mo Xiaolang asked excitedly, "Big brother, is it done?" From his body, Long Chen could see that he was a little tired after such a long battle. After all, he was facing 5 experts of the same level. This was not an easy task. With me personally taking action, of course it's done properly. But Xiaolang, I really have to thank you this time. Without you, I would not have been able to get the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. Long Chen said sincerely. Big brother, don't say that. We are brothers, we should fight side by side. Mo Xiaolang laughed. There was a silly and shy look in his smile. That's really fucking good. Let's not delay, let's run. At this time, Li Xiling and the others had already caught up. The 5 great guests also knew that Long Chen had snatched the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul. Suddenly, a large group of people madly chased after Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Unfortunately, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's speed was very fast. Li Xiling, who was the most powerful among them, had exhausted her true qi. So, she could only watch as Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang disappeared in front of her eyes. Damn it! Li Xiling punched and directly smashed a boulder beside her. Keep chasing, I must skin them alive and pull out their tendons. Big brother, this is really exciting. Now that they were out of danger, Mo Xiaolang laughed and said, "Following me, excitement is a must." Long Chen was also very happy. He remembered when they met in Baiyang town. Because of the difference in strength, Long Chen looked up to Mo Xiaolang. But now that their strength was similar, he felt a lot better. At this time, they had already rushed out of the Thunder Fire Mountain range and were heading in the direction of the Thunder Fire town. Long Chen also relaxed a lot. A small valley entrance appeared in front of them. As long as they passed through this valley entrance, they would reach the Thunder Fire town. Long Chen was about to rush through the valley entrance when suddenly, a huge boulder came crashing down from above the valley. This boulder brought with it a huge force, causing the ground to shake. Xiaolang, dodge. At this critical moment, Long Chen could only separate from Mo Xiaolang and move to the side. The boulder brushed past them and hit the ground with a loud bang. Instantly, countless sand, stones, and dust were splashed and spread in all directions. Long Chen's heart tightened. He knew that someone was attacking him. At this time, he didn't have time to think about who it was. In a panic, he used the Dragon Soul transformation. That perfect blood-red scale armor instantly wrapped around his body, and sharp red bone spikes pierced out. Whew! In the midst of the dust, Long Chen felt a black shadow rushing towards him. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen hurriedly retreated and escaped that person's attack. At this time, when the dust settled, Long Chen finally saw the current situation. It turned out that 2 black-clothed men intercepted them. After separating him and Mo Xiaolang with the boulder, one of them launched a crazy attack on Mo Xiaolang while the other one charged towards Long Chen. Assassination. Long Chen squinted his eyes. His brain worked very fast. In this Thunder Fire town, his only enemy was the Morning Light Business League. It was impossible for the Morning Light Business League to send someone here to assassinate them so quickly. In other words, this person came from Yuanling City. In Yuanling City, there was only one person who knew that Long Chen came back to Thunder Fire town, and that was Dongfang Xuanyu. Dongfang Xuanyu sent you guys, right? Long Chen didn't fight with the assassin at first, but dodged the opponent's attack. Right after Long Chen said this, the opponent's body shook, but he didn't say anything. He just kept attacking. However, judging from their reaction, Long Chen knew what was going on. Judging from the way they attacked, Long Chen could tell that they were late Heavenly Core warriors. Among the Lingwu family, Long Chen only needed to glance at those late Heavenly Core warriors, and he had a rough idea of their strength. Chu Tianxiong, Jin Luan, do you really think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a turtle shell? You're too naive. In the middle of the fight, Long Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Long Chen, I have to say, you're really smart. But, smart people die very quickly. Right at this moment, the man in black who was fighting Long Chen finally spoke. As Long Chen had expected, it was Chu Tianxiong, and the man who was fighting Mo Xiaolang was Jin Luan. After his identity was exposed by Long Chen, Chu Tianxiong didn't panic, nor did he show any mercy. Instead, he attacked even more violently. The combat skills of the Chu family, when unleashed by his late heavenly core true energy, were many times stronger than Chu Yunqi's. Brother Chu, quickly kill Long Chen. Right at this moment, Jin Luan said in a distressed tone. He had underestimated Mo Xiaolang's strength. That's why he was being suppressed by Mo Xiaolang right from the beginning. Only when Chu Tianxiong followed the plan and killed Long Chen, then he would help Jin Luan escape from Mo Xiaolang. This plan was perfect, but no one knew if Chu Tianxiong would be able to kill Long Chen in such a short period of time. Long Chen could see through their plan with just a single glance. Right at this moment, he circulated his true energy and started fighting with Chu Tianxiong. The blue dragon halberd immediately appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards Chu Tianxiong. A shadow of a dragon suddenly appeared, carrying with it a tremendous force. Before the halberd even swung down, all the dust in the surroundings had been shaken up. The blue dragon halberd is indeed extraordinary. But Long Chen, you killed my grandson Yunqi, so no matter what, you'll have to pay for it with your life. Although his face was covered with a black cloth, Long Chen knew that Chu Tianxiong's face must have turned extremely pale right now. Whirlwind and cloud-destroying finger. The wind whistled as a finger stabbed towards Long Chen's blue dragon halberd. Chu Tianxiong was indeed worthy of being a great elder of an outsider clan. This whirlwind and cloud-destroying finger had clearly been practiced for many years. At this moment, when he used it, it was actually able to block Long Chen's blue dragon battle technique, Break of Nether. You want to kill me with just this much? Long Chen sneered. He had previously come to learn an Earth-tier battle skill from Dongfang Xuanyu, but he had still been able to defeat him, let alone Chu Tianxiong. With a turn of the halberd, it once again transformed into the shadow of a dragon, stabbing towards Chu Tianxiong. Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Break of the Azure Underworld. Break of the Azure Underworld was even more powerful than Break of Nether. Chu Tianxiong had already used the Whirlwind and Cloud-Destroying Finger, so he had already exhausted all of his abilities. Seeing that Long Chen's killing move was rapidly approaching him, Chu Tianxiong's eyes narrowed coldly. No wonder Senior Xuanyu said that I'm no longer his opponent. So that's how it is. Looks like Senior Xuanyu has given me this time. It's time to use it. When Long Chen used Break of the Azure Underworld, Chu Tianxiong did not panic. Exploding with his full speed, he dodged backwards. Afterwards, a few items had already appeared in his hand. These were talismans. Under the yellow talismans, there were fiery red words. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the words were actually burning with flames. Scarlet Talisman. After staying in the Lingwu family for a while, Long Chen had already recognized this item. The value of the Scarlet Talisman was much higher than that of the Lightning Talisman. Below the Scarlet Talisman was a type of Flame Talisman, which was on the same level as the Lightning Talisman. At this moment, there were a few Scarlet Talismans in Chu Tianxiong's hand. The power of these Scarlet Talismans when stacked together was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Hence, when Chu Tianxiong took out this item, Long Chen was shocked. Previously, he had suffered because of Chu Yunqi's Lightning Talisman. His entire body had almost been charred black. Long Chen remembered that the Lightning Talisman had been given to him by Dongfang Tianyu. Now, these Scarlet Talismans must have been given to him by Dongfang Xuanyu. At this thought, Long Chen was speechless. The same thing had happened to him again, and he was actually caught off guard. Dongfang Xuanyu knew his strength, yet she still sent Chu Tianxiong and Chu Yunqi to their deaths. How could this be possible if she didn't have a backup plan? Moreover, when Long Chen beat up Dongfang Xuanyu last time, she definitely did not have these Scarlet Talismans on her. Now that Chu Tianxiong had these Scarlet Talismans, he was sure that Dongfang Xuanyu had specially prepared them to kill Long Chen. Die! Chu Tianxiong's face was filled with madness. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.